Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Her Rebel by Sarah Bale, narrated by Gabriel de Leon and Reagan West. 1. Ice. My skin prickles with awareness as I walk along the crowded streets, blending in with the locals. No one is following me, I'm sure of it, but danger is near, especially in a place like this. I've been hot on the trafficker's trail, which is what's brought me here to Mato Grosso do Sul, Brazil. It's fitting that I'm here, really. This is where my first rescue mission took me 15 years ago. And now I'm back to save 2 Americans from a human trafficking ring. Time has lost meaning as I've traveled the world, following the trail of the traffickers, all while they tried to find the perfect buyer for one of the women, a virgin. High value to the traffickers, and valuable to the man trying to buy her, even if it's for a short amount of time. Unfortunately for her time is running out, literally. The man who plans to bid on her at the auction is well known for only spending one night with the women before killing them, but not before putting them through the most horrendous acts imaginable. The thought makes me sick to my stomach. I won't lose another one. I slip into the bar, my brown hair and beard and tan skin blending in with the crowd. Even my normally blue eyes are hidden by my brown contacts, so I don't stand out. Men around me talk, and I order a beer. Listening to what others say, they think they're safe here, in their bar, in their town. The law enforcement in these parts stays out of their business, making them think they're invincible. They're not. They just don't know it yet. The waitress brings me beer, flirting in Portuguese. I don't miss the way she looked me over when I entered, gauging my wealth. Anyone who looks at my clothes can tell they're new, but I don't have flashy jewelry or weapons to call attention to myself. Well, no weapons that anyone can see. I'm not stupid enough to walk around here without protection. The waitress says, "Haven't seen you around, Jeitoso." "Here for work." "Oh, yeah? If you're looking for company, let me know." There's no mistaking her meaning, and I'm smart enough to keep this opportunity open. She might have overheard something useful, and we'd both get off in the process of exchanging information. A win-win, if you ask me. I lean in, winking. I'll keep that in mind. A man bellows her name from a nearby table, and she frowns. "Cabral," she mutters, before plastering a smile on her face. The bastard in question is the man I'm here spying on. As the face, and oftentimes mouthpiece, of the biggest trafficking ring in Brazil, he's got the information I need. But it's harder than hell to get a meeting with him and his boss, so I wait and listen. He gets his drink and tells the man he's with, "Did I tell you one bitch is pregnant?" This gets my attention. One of the women taken is pregnant, so they might be talking about her. The other man looks mildly interested. "Oh, what are you going to do with the baby?" He laughs. "Sell it. 2 for 1. They can drown it for all I care." I take a sip of my beer, fighting like hell to keep my hand steady as I drink. I'm no fool. They might not be watching me, but someone in here is. Their eyes were on me as soon as I stepped foot in here. Any signs of awareness will get their attention, so I have to sit here, playing their game. He goes on. "Wish I could be there when the virgin gets broken in. She's a looker." The other man asks, "When is the sale?" "End of the week," which means I have 4 days to find out where the women are being held and get them the hell out of here. Finishing my drink, I toss money on the table and leave. I've been trying to get in with the traffickers, but had no luck. Looks like I'm going to have to get creative with this one. That starts with finding the man who's watching me. I meet his gaze as I reach the doorway. Smart. I'd stand there, too, if I were watching someone. He follows me outside, shoving my shoulder. Who are you? And what are you doing in Mato Grosso? I turn, pretending to notice the beast of a man for the first time. His hand is already on his knife, ready to strike. But he's already lost this fight. I hold up my hands. Easy, friend. I'm here on business. We're not friends. What's your business? What's it matter to you? He reacts just like I thought he would by pulling out his knife. There's already a crowd growing around us, and the two traffickers come out to see what's going on. The main one laughs. My money's on my man. His friend eyes me up and down. No bet. I bite back a smile, letting the cool calm settle over me. What this fucker doesn't know is that I excel at hand-to-hand combat. He lunges at me with his knife, and I have him on the ground in less than a minute, arm pinned behind his back. He jerks around, so I add more pressure until the bone breaks, a sound that would make most sick. To me, it's music to my ears. As he howls in pain, I ask, anyone else? A few men laugh, and the rest shake their heads as the group dissipates. The man beneath me sobs when I let go of his arm, but he's smart enough not to move. I'd have no problem breaking the other one, and we both know it. The traffickers come to me, smiling. You looking for work? I am. And just like that, this mission has finally turned around.
Allison. Time has lost meaning since I was taken. In the beginning, I hoped that I would be rescued. I mean, my dad is a literal FBI agent. Rescuing people is the type of thing he does daily. Or so I thought. That hope has all but died away. To be fair, it's partly my fault that I'm still here. I had the chance to escape with my friend Nicole when we were in the Middle East. But when Lucy, the other woman with us, offered to use herself as a sacrifice, I just couldn't let her. Not after everything that she and Nicole had gone through, while I was left untouched and mostly unscathed. All because I'm a virgin. I just took off running toward the men at a checkpoint. As soon as I got close enough to see their faces, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. I had literally run right back to the men we'd fought so hard to escape. My only comfort was that it was me and not Lucy, because they wasted no time telling me that my virginity was the only thing keeping me alive. That didn't stop them from beating the crap out of me. I'd never been hit in the face before that night, and it hasn't stopped since. It's crazy. Back home, I took self-defense classes and carried pepper spray, which my dad insisted on. But the self-defense classes don't teach you how to defend yourself when you haven't had an actual meal in weeks. When they purposely withhold water until you're so parched that it hurts. Self-defense means nothing when you hurt the bad guy just to have two more take his place, to show you how wrong you were. I rub my jaw, which still aches from where I was hit earlier. Now I know better. Back to where we are. I have no idea where we are. The traffickers put a bag over our heads any time they moved us after we left the Middle East. But at least I ended up with someone that I knew. Michelle has thankfully been at my side since then. But I wonder how long that's going to last. We both agree that we're somewhere tropical, or maybe in a rainforest, as the air is humid, and it rains a lot. At dusk, I hear birds calling to each other. It'd be beautiful if I wasn't literally locked in a room. I look at the tiny window at the top of the wall. It's the only way I know what time of day it is. Too high to see out. All I can tell is whether it's light or dark out. Right now, it's light, which means someone will come to feed us soon, if we're lucky. I turn to Michelle, who's sitting on the floor, rubbing her very round stomach, eyes closed. She was taken shortly after finding out she was pregnant. I'm glad this baby isn't the result of the countless rapes that our captors have put her through. But I fear for the outcome. What's going to happen when she has the baby? Baby moving? Yeah, it's not moving around as much. Worry laces her tone. I'm sure everything is okay. But neither of us knows for sure. She hasn't seen a doctor the entire time she's been held captive. The only reason she even knows the baby's alive is because it moves. She doesn't want to think about what sex the baby is. So she calls it it. I can't even imagine how hard this is for her. This should be a special time in her life. But the only thing she has to be thankful for is that she hasn't been sold yet. I cringe. We both know it's coming. She's valuable because she's pregnant. I'm valuable because I never got around to losing my V card. What a pair we are. Want to walk around? Calling it walking around is a joke. The room we're being kept in is smaller than my bathroom back at my mom's house. I frown. Thinking about my parents is a slippery slope. Sometimes the memories comfort me. Other times it's like stabbing my own chest with a dull knife. Right now it's the latter. Sure. I help Michelle to her feet and we walk back and forth. It's exactly 10 steps from one wall to the other. We change up our route, going from the wall with the window to the door, which is 8 steps. We do this over and over until I've lost count. I think I'm getting close, Michelle whispers. To having the baby. Are you still having contractions? She nods once. But you haven't lost your mucus plug yet, right? She half laughs, half cries at my question. How did I get so lucky to end up with someone that's in medical school? I told you I was only a first-year student. There are tons I don't know. I'm downplaying this a bit. Yes, I was a first-year med student and the youngest in my class. But I had also wanted to work in labor and delivery for as long as I can remember. I wouldn't say I'm super smart, though my parents would both disagree. But I was able to graduate high school early, getting a head start on college and then medical school. If everything had stayed on course, I'd be in my residency when I was 25. Too bad I probably won't live to see my 22nd birthday. Michelle says, my mother would say, it's fate that we are here together. Her eyes water, like they do every time she speaks of her mom. I think part of me must be giving up because I've stopped crying. Maybe I'm not giving up. Maybe I'm accepting my fate. She says, I wonder if Nicole and Lucy are alive. I've wondered the same thing, more times than I can count. Sometimes I think it's the only thing that keeps me going. Even though I'm probably gonna die, they get to live. At least that's what I pray. For all I know, they could have been caught right after me. I shoved the thought aside. Surely God wouldn't be so cruel to allow that to happen. I bet they are, I say. You know how Lucy was. She probably shot every man she could until they made it to the airport. There's some truth to that. When we escaped from the van in the Middle East, Lucy was able to get a gun. and she killed one man in the process. I wouldn't put it past her to kill anyone who got too close to her, and I sure as heck wouldn't blame her for doing it. Michelle gets a faraway look in her eyes. I hope she finds happiness if she's alive. She was so lost back in the Middle East. I help her sit and join her. I hope Nicole found her hawk. Me too. We're silent as we get lost in our own thoughts. Our peace is short-lived as the lock turns and the door opens. This man is new, but that doesn't mean anything. Men come and go here. As long as we keep our heads down and don't try anything, we're safe. Usually. Even with my eyes downcast, I can see he's different from the others. For one, he doesn't smell like days-old alcohol. It's risky, but I glance up once. He's taller than most, tan skin, and has a beard that covers most of his face. His clothes are clean, and he wears a hat. When I look at him, I feel a jolt. But it's gone so fast, I think I must have imagined it. Eat. He tosses our food on the floor. Unlike the others, he doesn't spit on it or stomp his foot in it. No, he stands there watching, which might be more unnerving. I reach for the bread and water bottles, handing Michelle her share. Not once do I take my eyes off the man as we eat. I'd be stupid to do that. My ribs still ache from where the last man kicked me when I turned my back on him. This man stands in the doorway, watching silently until we're finished. He grunts in approval before leaving. When he's gone, I turn to Michelle. You don't think they poisoned the bread or something, do you? She spits out the bread in her mouth. I was thinking the same thing. Why else would he just stand there? Panic makes her voice rise into a loud whisper. I glance back at the door, where I feel like he might be standing on the other side listening. Don't ask me how or why I get this feeling. I just do. I say in a low tone, he seemed different from the others. She snorts. Girl, don't tell me you're getting a fucked up version of Stockholm Syndrome. What? No. I just mean he didn't give off the same vibe. They're all evil, Ellie. Never forget that. I won't, I mutter. That doesn't change the fact that there was something different about him. The same man comes back that night feeding us. This is the first time since we've been here that we've been fed twice in one day. Eat. Is it poisoned? I blurt before I can stop myself. One dark eyebrow lifts. Why would you think that? Why can't I place his accent? He doesn't sound like the others when he speaks English. Maybe he's originally from the States. Michelle snorts. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's because we're being kept here against our will, and not once since we've been here has someone been this interested in our eating habits. Most couldn't care less if we even ate. You're about to be moved. We want to make sure you have enough energy to survive the trip. His words are a warning, but I'm not sure about what. Like Michelle said, no one has ever cared if we've been fed enough to survive. Why now? What's different? Michelle says, Your English is good, better than the rest. Who are you? His face goes hard. Eat. The door slams a moment later, and the lock turns. Michelle says, I don't trust that man. I can't bring myself to say the same. I just pray I'm not wrong. 2. Allison. The man comes 2 more times. When he doesn't come on the 3rd day, I look out the window. hoping to see anything that will give us a clue as to what's happening. He said we're about to be moved. What does that mean? Have we finally been sold? Will Michelle and I be sent to the same place? Maybe they killed him, Michelle says. Maybe. Outside there's a bit of movement, but nothing that is out of the ordinary. I still can't seem to calm down. Each sound I hear puts me on edge. My body screams for me to run, and I'm not sure why. When the man hasn't come by nighttime, I begin to pace. 10 steps, turn. 10 steps, turn. Michelle, who is on the floor trying to sleep, rolls over, moaning. I think the baby is coming. When she moves again, I see a wet spot on the floor. Shit. How long ago did that happen? A while ago, she admits. No. I whisper, not now. Her eyebrows lift. It's not something I can control, Allie. I know. Crap, I'm sorry. I look around. Everything I already know about childbirth fleeing my mind. What do I do? We're gonna need something to catch him or her in. We need water. And we need something sharp. The only sharp thing in here is a dull knife with a bit of rust on the blade that one of the men left behind after threatening us. I lift it. God, I wish we had something better. But we're lucky just to have this. Michelle looks at it, looking worried. It'll have to do. My hands shake as I wash it off. What if I do something wrong and Michelle or the baby gets hurt? Or worse. Women still die giving birth, and that's with modern medicine, which we do not have here. I'll never forgive myself if something happens to either of them. And what if... Ellie, breathe. It's gonna be okay. You've got this. Shouldn't I be telling you that? She gives me a weak smile that turns into a grimace. Oh, God, I need to push. She bears down, pushing. I gasp when I lift her robe and look between her legs. What is it? I can see the top of the baby's head. There's lots of dark hair. Must take after the father. She groans. Oh, shit, here comes another one. I rush around our tiny room, grabbing the few partially full water bottles that we've been stashing away. There's no linen, so I take off my robe. It'll have to do. Michelle pants as she pushes, but never cries out. We both know what will happen if she does. They've already threatened to take the baby once, and I don't want to find out what will happen if they discover she's given birth. Come on, Michelle. One more push. Sweat coats her skin, and she reaches for my hand, squeezing it as she pushes. And I do something I never thought I'd get to do. I deliver a baby into the world. It's a boy, I say, as his soft cries fill the room. Quickly, I wrap him in my robe and cut the cord with the knife. Michelle cries quietly when I put him in her arms. Hey there, little fella. Hi. Michelle, we're still not done. I'm going to push on your stomach a bit. It's going to feel tender, but will help you deliver the afterbirth. She nods, and I get to work. By the time I'm finished, my arms feel like gelatin. But it's done. Thank you, Michelle whispers. Girl, it was the least I could do. Her eyes water. I'm so scared. What happens next? Don't think about that. Just enjoy this moment with your baby. I'm terrible for telling her this. We both know she won't be able to hide the fact that she had the baby. And when they find out, they're going to take him. My eyes are watering now, and I step away, going to the tiny window, looking out. It's dark, which means we should be safe for a while longer. They won't be coming in here until morning. If only we could get out of here. Run away in the dark of the night before they know what's happened. I reach up, trying the window as if something will have changed. To my most utter shock, it moves. I spin and say, "Michelle, the window is moving." "What? Are you sure?" I wiggle it again so she can see. "If I can just..." The window opens, and the man who's been feeding us peers in. His brown eyes have been replaced with icy blue eyes that gleam in the light. I'm so shocked that I can't move. "Allison, Michelle, I'm here to help." I ask, "Who are you?" "We don't have time for that. Just know that I'm a friend." "Sure you are." He looks over his shoulder. "You need to hurry. We don't have much time." After everything that's happened to me over the last several months, I find it hard to trust this man. Michelle doesn't seem to have the same dilemma and tries to stand. I go to her side, taking the baby. When I turn, the man holds out his hands. "Be careful with his head," I say, handing him over. He takes the baby, putting him somewhere I can't see. Michelle lifts her arms, and the man pulls her through. My heart pounds in my chest when he holds out his hands to me. What if this is some kind of sick trap? "Allison, come on. We're running out of time." His accent is entirely American now, reminding me of home. Home. Maybe, just maybe, he is here to help us. I give him my hand, as I realize I'm only wearing a bra and panties. Before I can utter a word, he lifts me through the window. For the first time in longer than I can remember. I'm free. "We need to go. My truck is just over the hill, but we have to get there fast." He turns to Michelle. "Can you walk?" I think." He shakes his head. "Give the baby to Allison while I lift you." She does as he says, and he scoops her into his arms like she weighs nothing. When she's settled, I give her the baby, who is still miraculously silent. "Follow me," he says in a low tone. He's not running by any means, but his legs are so long that I have to jog to keep up with him. It's crazy how tired I get in such a short amount of time. Before I was taken, I used to run cross-country track, and I wasn't too shabby. Now, I'm barely keeping up. It doesn't help that it's chilly out and I'm not wearing clothes or shoes. Another rock cuts into my foot and I whimper, but I've got to keep going. The man's pace increases as we climb the hill. Hill. What a joke. This might as well be Mount Everest with the way I'm panting. The man stops. "Get on my back." "What? No. You can't carry both of us." He gives me a look. "Get on my back, Allison. You're slowing us down." Glaring, I do as he says. Again, he's unfazed by the added weight he's carrying and takes off. I, on the other hand, am very much affected by being this close to him. He's so warm, like heater warm, and I hold on to him as tight as I can, soaking in his heat. His hard muscles flex beneath my body as he runs. When his pace increases, my pelvic bone bumps against his back in such a way that I have to bite back a moan. Michelle meets my gaze over his shoulder, amusement mixed with curiosity in her eyes. Oh my God, what if I actually moaned? My face flames and I hide it against his back. What in the hell is wrong with me that my body thinks now is an awesome time to get aroused? "We're almost there," the man says. Thank freaking God. Sure enough, an older truck comes into sight. The bed of the truck has been modified to carry fruit, which it's full of. The man stops, and I climb off as fast as I can, going to the front of the truck. "You're not sitting up there." He points to the back of the truck. "I need the three of you hidden for a while longer." "We can't hide in the fruit." He gives me a smile that makes me feel all warm inside, and taps one of the wooded crates. It opens, revealing a secret area beneath the fruit. "There are blankets in there, as well as some bread and water. I promise you're almost out of this hell. We need to get out of here and closer to Rio." "We're in Brazil?" I ask. He nods. "Yes, but right now you're in a very dangerous place. We need to go. Now." Nodding, I climb into the hidden area, holding out my arms for the baby. Michelle hands him over and climbs in. The door closes behind us. A moment later, the truck rumbles to life as it starts. "I think I'm dreaming," Michelle whispers, putting the baby between us. "How is this happening?" "I don't know." I pause. "Maybe he works with my dad." That man didn't give off Fed vibes, but who knows? I hold my breath, knowing what she's going to ask next. "So, what was all that about back there?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "Oh, so we're not going to talk about how you almost had an orgasm on that man's back?" My face flames. "Michelle!" She wouldn't believe me if I said I didn't know what an orgasm felt like because I'd never had one. My painful lack of experience is more than embarrassing at this point. She goes on. "Girl, I know you're a virgin, but don't act like you don't know what pleasure is." "Was it the bumping that did it?" I cover my face. "I don't know. It was all of it, if that makes sense. He was so warm and smelled so good. The bumping didn't help either." I pause. "Do you think he noticed?" "Nah, there's no way." Thank God. Because I don't know how I'd ever be able to look that man in the eyes again if he had.
Ice. I turn down the volume on the speaker that's wired to the back of the truck and have to adjust my fucking dick. Fuck me. I thought I was imagining the pants and almost moans coming from Allison. Guess I was spot on. The crazy thing is the moment she touched me, it was like my whole body came alive. Haven't had that shit happen in a long time, and it took me by surprise. Focusing on the road, I turn up the volume on the scanner. The traffickers don't know we're gone yet. Hopefully, we'll be long out of their range before they figure it out, but that's an almost 17-hour gap between Mato Grosso and Rio that I have to close, which means playing this smart. I wish there was somewhere else we could fly out of, but Rio is the safest spot in a country that's not entirely safe, especially now that I need to come up with documents for the baby. I don't know how those women have managed to not only survive, but to bring a child into this world. Fucking amazing is what they are. I drive for several hours until the sun rises. We're still about 11 hours away from Rio, but we need to get off the roads. I plotted this route and know there's an abandoned house nearby where we can stop. I hate that the truck leaves tracks in the dirt road, but with any luck, a shower will come through, erasing all signs that we were ever here. I pull around to the back of the house, killing the engine. A quick inspection shows the house is still empty and that the supplies I hid are still there. Good. That means no one has been around. I go back to the truck, opening the secret door. Michelle and her child are asleep, but Allison is still awake. "Why did we stop?" "We need to get off the roads for a bit. They're about to realize you're gone and will send search parties out." "Then shouldn't we keep going?" "No. They'll put up checkpoints based on when you were last seen. If we keep driving, we'll run right back to them." She frowns. So I say, "Trust me." She nods once. It's enough for me. "Can you get out, or do you need help?" She tries to move and winces. "I think I'm going to need help." Reaching in, I gently lift her from the truck, standing her on her feet. For the first time, I really take in her appearance. She's wearing nothing but a dirty tank top and panties, bruises old and new alike marring her fair skin. I have to take a calming breath before I ask my next question. I have to ask, did they touch you? At her look, I say, "The last time I saw you, you still had your robe." "They didn't touch me. I had to use the robe when I delivered the baby." Thank fucking God. "There are clothes inside for both of you. We might have to improvise for the baby." "Thank you." She lets out a laugh. "I don't even know your name." "People call me Ice. Well, it's nice to meet you, Ice. I smile back at her. You too. Michelle says from the bed of the truck, Ice, I'd really love to stretch my legs if you're done flirting with my friend. Allison's cheeks turn pink, but I laugh. Right, here, let me help you. A moment later, she and her baby are out, and she throws her arms around my waist, hugging me. Thank you, Ice. There's no telling what those monsters would have done to my son once they discovered he'd been born. I know what would have happened, but I don't voice my knowledge. Instead, I say, I'm only sorry I didn't get to you sooner. I close the secret door in the truck and lead them to the house. There's no running water, but there's an outhouse on the side that works. We can't use the stove, but I have a camping grill that we can use to warm our food on. Michelle and Allison look around like they've just found heaven. I guess compared to the room they were being held, this is heavenly. Kitchen, bedroom, living room, with some furniture, thanks to my planning. Food, water, safety, at least for now. Allison asks, How long are we staying? I have a scanner in the truck. If it's safe, we'll leave tonight. If not, we'll stay a few nights until things settle down. Allison nods and asks, Where are the clothes you mentioned? Next room, on the bed. The mattress is clean, too, so the three of you will be fine to sleep on it. Her damn eyes water. There's a bed? Both women take off toward the other room without saying a word. I call out, I'm going to the truck to give you some privacy. Come find me when you're ready. There's no answer, but I don't miss the soft sniffles from one or both of them. That right there is why I do what I do. Just knowing what would have happened to them if I had been a moment too late is... No, I won't think about it. Outside, I listen to the scanner. The traffickers know I'm gone and are looking for me as well as the women. Too bad that they're looking for a ghost. I grab my bag from the truck and go to the shed next to the house. Carefully, I shave the long beard that I've sported for far too long, leaving a 5 o'clock shadow behind. My hair is next, and I cut it all off. It's not a perfect army buzz, but it'll do for now. I had already taken out the contacts, and I pop out the fake teeth I've been wearing since I got to Brazil. The man staring back at me is not the same man they're looking for. Using one of the water bottles, I rinse off. I know one thing. The first thing I'm doing in Rio is taking a long-ass shower. Just thinking about it makes my aching muscles feel better. Reaching into my bag, I pull out a clean pair of jeans and a t-shirt and get dressed. Like a fucking idiot, I didn't think to pack boxers, so I get to freeball until I can get to a store. Been through worse, though, so I'll live. When I step out of the shed, I run right into Allison, who's now wearing loose-fitting jeans and a t-shirt of her own. Her cheeks are bright red, and she won't look me in the eye. We're, decent in there. You can come back, if you want. She turns, and all but runs back to the house. What in the fuck was that about? And then it hits me. I didn't close the door to the shed, which means Miss Allison just got a free peep show. Ha, fuck.
3. Allison. I rush back to the house, closing the door behind me. Oh my freaking God. He was... Wow. Allie, you okay? Michelle stands, coming to my side. I just saw Ice, naked out there. Her eyebrows lift. Oh, really? And what? Come on, Miss Sweet and Innocent. Was he packing? I think back to Ice and the massive appendage between his legs. And those muscles. My God. Yes! I cough out. He's big all over. She fans herself. I knew it. Does he know you saw? I don't think so. He was getting dressed when I went out there. He shaved his beard and cut his hair. And looks even hotter than he did before. The door opens and Ice steps in. Ladies, I turn my back to him. My face feels like it's on fire, and I don't want him to know that I saw him out there. Michelle whistles. You clean up nice. Do you give women haircuts? I can. Good. I want it all chopped off. I'm never going to give a man a way to grab me ever again. I can help with that. It'll make it harder to ID you, too. They'll be looking for the blonde with green tips. I think back to the men who grabbed me in Savannah and touched my own blonde locks. Should I cut mine, too? Only if you want to. I don't. I've always loved my long blonde hair. But if it puts me at a disadvantage, maybe I should. I mean, it is how the kidnappers got me. They literally grabbed me by the ponytail and used it to drag me into a van. Michelle says, Allie, don't you dare cut your hair. I'll never forgive you if you do. Okay, I won't. Ice asks, how short do you want it? As short as yours. Let's go outside so we don't make a mess. I take the baby from Michelle, and the two of them step outside. While they're gone, I look down at the sleeping infant. He's only woken up once to eat. I pray everything is okay with him. I don't know if I will be able to forgive myself if it's not. Ice and Michelle come back a bit later. Michelle is grinning from ear to ear as she shows off her new cut. Did you ever see that movie, She's the Man? I laugh. Oh my God, you totally look like the girl from that movie. Ice says, I've never seen it. Is it good? I gasp. What? Okay, mister, we're going to make sure you see it when we get back home. It's a date? He answers with a wink. Michelle smirks at me as she takes the baby. How's my little man doing? Still sleeping. She checks him and kisses the top of his head. Ice asks, have you thought of any names? Tons, but I will not speak it until we're back in the USA. She did the same thing when Nicole, Lucy, and I first met her. Wouldn't tell us her name, saying it was bad luck. In fact, she didn't tell us until she was being dragged away from us to be sold. I frown, thinking about that night. Ice asks, you okay, Al? Al? He shrugs. It's a hell of a lot shorter than Allison. Why not Allie? Dated an Allie once. And you're definitely not an Allie. So I'm an Al? Yup. Michelle grins at the two of us. Well, isn't this just adorable? Before I can reply, the baby lets out a small wail. Michelle says, I'm gonna step into the other room and try to feed him again. That means I can either stay here with Ice or go with Michelle. I'm a coward and choose the latter. Michelle snorts when she sees me. How did I know you'd be in here? Thought I'd make sure you didn't need any help. Unless your body magically produces breast milk, this one's all on me. A moment later, the baby is happily nursing, making soft sounds as he does, and she waves her hand at me. Looks like we've got things handled in here. You should go out there and flirt some more. It's good practice. I was just saved from a human trafficking ring. I seriously don't think flirting should be at the top of my list right now. I do. Think about it. You managed to stay a virgin the whole time we were captive. Then one of the hottest guys I've ever seen in my life saved us. And he seems like he's into you. I hate the rush I get at her words, but it quickly fades. There's no way he likes me like that. And I'd do well to remember it before I embarrass myself. It's more likely that he's attracted to her because that's the way it always goes for me. Anytime I'd meet a guy in college, he'd see me as a buddy and then ask one of my friends out. I mean, Ice is already calling me Al. I groan. And that's like step number 1 in being friend-zoned. I shake my head. You're wrong. He's just being nice. Guess we'll see who's right sooner or later. Guess so. Several hours later, everyone else is asleep, but I'm wide awake. It's quiet, so every sound I hear is amplified, and my freaking imagination is going nuts right now. Is that just the house creaking with the wind, or is someone walking around outside? Is that bird hooting in the distance really a bird, or is it a call signal? After months of being held hostage, this feels too good to be true, and I'm not ashamed to admit that I'm scared. Michelle stirs next to me in the bed. Her baby is snuggled to her side, sleeping too. Ice is in the main room, and his soft snores fill the air now and then. It would be almost soothing if I could get my mind to shut off. Sighing, I get out of bed. My dang mouth is so dry that I can barely swallow. Maybe that's why I can't sleep. I've taken one step into the main room, and Ice sits up from his pallet on the floor, alert and wide awake. What is it? Sorry, I whisper. I needed a drink. I try like heck to not notice that he's shirtless. Tattoos cover his muscular chest, telling a story. There's a skull with wings over his heart. It's the same tattoo that Nicole had on her wrist. What does the tattoo on your chest mean? He glances down. It's my club brand. Club? Motorcycle club. Devil's Regents, to be exact. I've heard my dad talk about the Devil's Regents for a long time, and my eyes widen. According to my dad, they're basically a gang doing many unlawful things. It's actually kind of shocking to find out that Ice is a member, and that Nicole is somehow connected to them too. Al? I blank. Sorry, got lost in my thoughts. Your old man's a Fed, isn't he? I nod. Guessing by the look on your face that he's mentioned our club before. A time or two. I lie. More like 100 or more times, but who's counting? He snorts. Motorcycle clubs come by their reputations honestly in most cases. That isn't the case for the Devil's Regents. How so? Well, for one thing, we're going legal. No more shady shit. Even before that, we weren't like other clubs. My dad said your club moved around a lot of drugs. Mostly weed. I'm not saying we're innocent, Al, just that we get a bad rep when it's not entirely warranted. We do good things, too. Like helping people. Is that why you're here? At his look, I go on. Did the club send you to rescue us? Yes. Then I don't care if you do things illegally or not. You saved me when the good guys couldn't. His eyes soften with understanding. Your dad tried, Al. He really did. About killed him after that night on the docks. I don't want to talk about that night, because that was the first time in my life that my dad let me down. Al, can you hand me a water? Only if you promise you'll sit with me for a bit. Why? I'm lonely. You were literally asleep until I woke you. He grins. Come on, sit. Get to know me a bit. Damn him and his sexy smile. I find myself nodding. Fine. He hands me a water bottle and pats the spot next to him. I sit, trying not to notice how close we are, but it's hard not to. So, Al, what's your favorite color? I snort. Are we 12? He bumps his shoulder into mine. No, but at least I got you to smile. Purple is my favorite color, in case you were serious. But I also love yellow. Yellow. He puts his hand over his chest. A woman after my own heart. Now, this is a big one. Snow cone or shaved ice? Both. He laughs. Damn right. My turn, I think. What's your favorite type of music? Rock. But I've been known to listen to R&B now and then. You? Pop. But I've been known to listen to rock now and then. This is a serious one. Favorite movie? Gosh, I don't think I can pick just one. Okay, pick a genre then. Rom-com, for sure. I love movies that make me laugh, but then the guy gets the girl at the end. Dang, I was hoping you'd say action movies. I never liked them. I pause. And now I've basically lived one. But unlike the movies, my badass father didn't save me in the nick of time. Yeah, I guess you have. My turn. What did you do before you joined a motorcycle gang? Club. And I was in the army before. Really? You sound surprised. I guess I am. How did you go from the army to a motorcycle club? It's not that big of a jump, really. In the military, you get used to routine and brotherhood. Club life is similar. He smiles. Once we get back home, I'll show you what I mean. I still haven't been able to bring myself to think about home. I admit. I'm scared this nightmare isn't over. It's not. He agrees. But I promise I'll get you home. Are you from Savannah? No. I grew up down in Houston. Ended up in Mississippi after the army. How did you end up near Georgia? My buddy asked me and my friend, Titan, to help him with a problem. That problem ended up being the man who kidnapped you. I don't like to think about the man who kidnapped me, but I say, he was Olivia's father, wasn't he? My dad used to talk about her a lot. Once I was taken, the guy made sure that I knew I was there because my dad was trying to take his daughter from him. He was deranged. Ice shakes his head. I'd met him before, a long time ago. I was working undercover trying to stop some traffickers and ended up in a small town in Georgia. When I went to meet the man in charge, I found a young girl who looked like she was in hell. Olivia? He nods. Not many people know that. Were you able to save her? No. He frowns. If I could do it over, I would have killed her father that night. I'm glad he's dead now. He's dead? Did my dad kill him? No. Liv did. I can't blame her. No one can. Sounds like a lot happened after Nick, Lucy, and I were sold that night. I pause, afraid to ask. How long have I been gone? 6 months. Air whooshes from my lungs, and I sit there, trying to process this news. 6 months. Al? I half laugh, half cry. I lost track of time, especially when they kept moving us around. It doesn't seem like it's possible that I've been gone half a year. I wish there was something I could say to make this better. Do you know if my dad knows I'm alive? He shakes his head. Why not? There's no way to get him a message, and I won't risk your life just to send a text. When will you let him know? When we're on the airplane heading home and not a moment sooner. I rub my eyes. I just want this to be over. I know, sugar. I know. He puts his arm around my shoulder, pulling me close. Al, I promise you'll be home before you know it. I just need you to be brave a bit longer. I nod. I can do that. Never had a doubt in my mind. How do you do that? Do what? Make me feel like I can do anything? He smiles. That's not me, Al. That's all you. I'm not sure how long we sit there talking. He doesn't take his arm from my shoulder, and I'm glad. But my eyes grow heavy, and I know I'm close to falling asleep in his arms. Yawning, I say, well, I guess this chat worked, because I finally feel tired. Night, Ice. Night, Al. I pad back to the bedroom, feeling his eyes on me. When I get into bed, I fall asleep dreaming about the man with the blue eyes, and don't have a single nightmare for the first time in longer than I can remember.
4. Ice. I'm up early the next morning and go outside. It's raining, which is good. We can use all the help we can get, making it hard to track us. In the truck, I listen to the scanner for an hour or so and don't like what I'm hearing. They're pissed that the girls are gone, and have put an alert out for 2 women, an infant and a man traveling together. Fuck, this isn't good. I go back to the house. Al and Michelle are sitting on the couch, and Al stands just as I'm stepping inside. What is it? They put out an alert for us. What kind of alert? After explaining it, I say, I'm worried that we're going to have a hard time getting to Rio. Won't the secret compartment in the truck work? It'll get us there, but it's the moving around the city that has me worried. We can't just go to the airport, either. Not until I get documents for the baby. Michelle asks, what happens if we can't? We're not going to think about that. What we're going to do is come up with a plan. So, that's what we do. We'll drive straight through to Rio, only stopping for gas if we need it. Al will sit in the front with me, since a man and a woman traveling together is less suspicious, especially in these parts. I say, I have some clothes for you to wear, Al. That will help you blend in. Michelle, you're going to want to take all the blankets you can find to keep you and the little guy comfortable back there. Al asks, when do we leave? As soon as possible. I wish like hell there was some other way to let the club know I'd found the girls and that we're on our way back, but it's too dangerous. So, it'll have to wait. With any luck, we'll be on an airplane going back to the U.S. this time tomorrow. Al and Michelle are ready to go within an hour, and Al puts on the hat and sweater that makes her look less like an American, especially with her hair pulled back. Al says to Michelle, you should sit in the front. You'll fit in better than me since you cut off your hair. No way. If something happens, I want to be with my son. I say, nothing is going to happen. We've got this. I help Michelle get in the back, handing her the baby. She grabs my arm. If anything happens to me, please make sure my baby is safe. I can tell by the look in her eyes that it won't do any good to tell her nothing is going to happen. She knows that this is dangerous and that we have no control over what happens. I will. Thank you. When I get in the truck, Al turns to me, eyes wide. Are you sure this is a good idea? What if we waited a few days? I don't think that's going to make any difference, and the longer we wait, the more time they have to recoup and track us. She nods once. Then let's go home. Several hours later, we're closer to Rio, but so are the traffickers. Al turns down the volume on the scanner, and I try not to notice how pale she is. How can you be sure the hotel is still safe? I'd mentioned that our destination was a safe place of sorts, and she's been quiet ever since. Good to know she's been thinking about what I said. She'll need to be sharp on her toes when we get to Rio. I answer her. Places like that don't just go away. Besides, when I got into Brazil, I reached out, making sure my contact was still there. She is. She? It takes all different types to make something like this work. The speaker connected to the back buzzes, and Michelle says, I hope we're almost there. The little man finally pooped, and it's smelling pretty terrible back here. Al's eyes go wide. You could hear us back there the other day? I bite back a smile. I had the volume down so I could hear the scanner. Oh, good. Why? Were you talking about me? I ask, knowing damn well that she was. No, of course not. Her cheeks are red, giving away her guilt and embarrassment, and I laugh. Don't ever play poker. Huh? Nothing. We drive in a comfortable silence, but the closer we get to Rio, the more Al's knee bounces. My dad was in the CIA before he joined the FBI, she blurts. Mom couldn't stand him being gone all the time, and that's why he switched. I didn't know that, and say, I'm sure it was hard on her. I think she just didn't like being at home, alone, with me. I was too young to remember, though. My point is, if this is the kind of thing he did, then I can see how scary it must have been for her. She turns her gaze on me. Does your family worry? I don't have any family. My folks died when I was 12 in a boating accident, and I ended up in the system after my cousins didn't want to adopt me. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't be. I had a pretty good life, for the most part. Ended up in some good homes with decent foster parents who encouraged me to join the military. Worked out in the end. I'm being honest, too. Yeah, I was dealt a shitty hand when both my parents died. But I also know I was luckier than a lot of other kids in the system. Could have been way worse for me, but it wasn't. My last foster family pushed me toward enlisting. Without them, there's no telling where I would have ended up. Al says, I don't know what I would do if I lost both my parents. You would grieve for them, but you would find a way to survive. How do you know that? I smile, because you found a way to survive this. She seems surprised, but I mean it. Not many people could live what she's been through, but she did. I guess I don't see it that way. Why not? I didn't go through the same things Nicole or Lucy or even Michelle went through. When they found out I was a virgin, they said no one could touch me. She falters a bit. Sometimes I feel guilty because I wasn't touched. Were you hit? She nods. Were you fed scraps and kept locked up? You know I was. Then you did go through something. Thank God it wasn't what the others went through, but it was still something. Her voice lowers. I'm worried people won't see it that way when I get back. Fuck other people. She lets out a small laugh. I mean it, Al. Fuck them. They don't know what you went through, what you're still going through. Thank you. For what? For listening to me and not dismissing my fears. That's what I'm here for. We pass a sign and I turn up the volume on the scanner. There's a bit of chatter, but nothing new. I say to Al, we're almost to Rio. Are they there? Sounds like they're hanging out around the outskirts of town. Will we be able to get in? I think so. They'll likely have a checkpoint. Just remember our cover story and we'll be fine. And that is? We're visiting a cousin and bringing the fruit to town to sell. Got it. She pauses. They won't find Michelle and the baby, will they? No. Okay, I can do this. I mean, I was in theater in high school. Let me guess. You were the lead in all the plays. She snorts. Hardly. I was a tree, a hobbit, and a lot of backup parts. A tree? It's a long story involving a very dramatic teacher. It was a blast, though. She holds out her arms, waving them slowly like she's a tree. But I was the best darn tree on that stage. I laugh. You got me convinced. I try not to notice how pretty she is when she smiles, but it's hard not to. Her eyes have little crinkles around the edges, showing that she laughs a lot. Her cheeks are pink, making me wonder if she turns pink during other things. Fuck, I should not be having these kinds of thoughts. She's a fucking kid compared to me, innocent in every way. And Ice? Sorry, must have zoned out. What were you saying? The smile leaves her lips. It's nothing. So, we're almost there? And now I feel like a huge dick. I want to apologize. But how in the hell do I tell her what I was thinking? She'll think I'm a creep, and maybe I am. She's 21, and I'm almost fucking 40. I answer her. Yeah, we're almost there. As we get close to Rio, we pass a checkpoint, but they don't try to stop us. I don't miss how they write down our plates and radio someone. We're going to have to ditch the truck. Why? I nod over my shoulder. They just radioed someone in the city. Crap, where are we going to stop? There's an old gas station a few miles outside of town. It means we'll have to go in on foot, but I think it's our best bet. Sure enough, the abandoned station comes into sight as we get closer to town. I park the truck and say, I'm going to get Michelle and the baby out. I need you to get the handbasket from the back seat and put a blanket in it. She does as I say while I get Michelle, filling her in on the new plan. How far do we have to go? 3 miles. Once we get into the city, it'll be easier to blend in. All you have to do is walk ahead of us. When we get into town, I'll tell you where to go. Got it. She glances at the baby. I'm not sure I can carry him. I've felt dizzy for the last hour or so. I have a basket that I can carry him in. Al comes to my side and says, I think I should be the one to walk ahead for this part. Michelle might need someone to lean on. She has a point. I ask, Are you sure? Yes, Michelle says. Thank you, Allie. Al smiles. Okay, let's do this. She hands me the basket so I can put the baby in. He's sleeping but looks a bit paler than he did this morning. Shit. We need to get him to a doctor, ASAP. I tell Al, stay on the side of the road. If anyone approaches you, keep walking. What, are you going to shoot them? She jokes. If I have to. That sobers her. Really? Yes. Okay, so keep walking. Got it. She gives us a little wave before leaving. I hate letting her out of my sight. Michelle touches my arm. She'll be fine. Come on. We fall in step on the side of the road. Luckily for us, there's a lot of foot traffic leading to the city, so we blend in. I force myself to keep my gaze off Al, paying her no attention. As we walk, I don't feel anyone's eyes on us, so that's a good thing. But the closer we get to city limits, the more I see a big problem. We might blend in, but Al doesn't. Michelle says in a low tone, I think I should switch places with Allie. I feel better now, and Allie is drawing too much attention. She's right. People can't stop themselves from looking at Al, who stands taller than most of the women around. Strands of her blonde hair have escaped the hat, sticking out. If we keep going like this, we won't make it to the hotel. I whistle once, and Al glances over her shoulder. I motion her over. It's risky, but she won't stand out as much next to me. What's going on? Michelle beats me to the punch and says, Girl, you stick out like a sore thumb. You're too pretty, and people can't stop staring. Her cheeks turn pink. Should I pull down my hat? No, I answer. You're going to walk with me. We're about a mile away from the hotel, and Michelle thinks she can make it. Michelle nods, agreeing with me. Al says, If you're sure. I am. I say to Michelle, just remember Copacabana Hotel. It has coral awnings in the front. Take your time and act like you're sightseeing. Copacabana Hotel. Got it. She takes a deep breath and says, Take care of my baby, and I'll see you on the other side. We make our way into the city, and my skin prickles with awareness. Someone is watching us. Slowing my pace, I take Al's hand and stop in front of a store, pointing. We're being followed, I say in a low tone. What should we do? We're going to go into the store and buy something. What about Michelle? We're going to have to hope they stay on us and not her. She nods and walks into the store first. It's a jewelry store, so there's not a lot of room to browse. A woman comes up asking if we need help. I answer her in Portuguese. Just looking for something as beautiful as my woman. Oh, she is very pretty. Have you been together long? She's eyeing Al's finger. I laugh. Not that long. Maybe a necklace. Of course. I have just the thing. She leads us to the necklaces, and I say to Al, she's picking out a necklace for you. Al's cheeks turn pink. For me? The woman comes back with two choices. Both look nice to me, but Al's eyes are on the orange and yellow imperial topaz sun charm. It's fitting that she'd be drawn to it. She's a ray of sunshine herself. I point to it, that one. I don't think I've ever paid that much for jewelry in my life, but it's worth it to see the smile on Al's face. Handing her the basket, I put the necklace around her neck. There, I say. Perfect. She turns, so she's facing me. I love it. Thank you. Her face is glowing and takes my damn breath away. I glance over her shoulder and murmur, I think we lost our tail. Oh, right. Hand in hand, we leave the store. Michelle is nowhere in sight, and I pray she made it to the hotel. Al says in a low tone, I think the baby is starting to wake. When I glance down, I see a slight movement. She's slightly swinging the basket, but if the little guy is awake, he's probably not going to be quiet for long. Hand me the basket and stop to look in the window in front of us as you do it. She does as I say, and I take the basket. Fuck, he's moving around a lot. I shift my weight so no one will notice. The hotel is a couple of blocks ahead. I mutter, we need to get there before he starts crying. Are you sure it's safe? Positive. Then let's go. My skin prickles the closer we get to the hotel. Fuck, this isn't good. Al says, give me the basket. I have an idea. When I take him, you go to the right to where the fruit stand is and create a diversion. I'll go to the hotel. It's not a bad plan. I say, don't stop. Just keep walking, no matter what. I will. I hand her the basket and then yell in the direction of the fruit stand. Heads turn as I stumble toward the stand, calling out the fictitious name of a friend. When I reach the stand, my hip accidentally bumps the basket of oranges, sending them rolling everywhere. The vendor waves his hands, yelling, and I bump into the melons. Fists swing and chaos ensues, just like I knew they would. In the distance, I see Al walk calmly into the hotel, never looking back once. Good girl. Now, to get out of this mess.
5. Allison. Michelle is in the hotel's lobby waiting. She rushes to my side, taking the basket. He's awake, I whisper, and losing patience. She glances around. I'm going to the restroom to feed him. Where's Ice? Creating a diversion? I just hope he's okay. I'll hurry. If he's not back by the time I'm finished, we'll need to come up with a new plan, since we don't know his contact's name. Dread fills my stomach, but she's right. We're going to need a plan if he doesn't come back. Too bad he didn't give us a name so we could look for the contact ourselves. I glance around the lobby, trying to gauge if anyone here might be the person I'm looking for. There is a woman behind the desk. She doesn't seem like the type to help people escape. But maybe that's exactly what someone who helped people escape would look like. But I don't want to ask, and then draw unwanted attention to myself. Moving to the window that overlooks the street, I casually look out. From here, I can see fruit littering the ground, but there's no sign of Ice. Where is he? Did they get him? Or is he hiding somewhere? What if the traffickers saw him? What if... See anything good? Spinning. I find myself staring back at Ice. Where did you come from? Side door. Come on. My friend knows we're here and has a room for us. He looks around. Where's Michelle? The baby was hungry, so she's in the bathroom feeding him. There's a doctor on the way to look both of them over. He peers at me. And you too, if you need it. I really think I'm fine, but thank you for thinking of me. He motions for me to follow. Michelle comes from the bathroom at the same time and sees us. He tips his head toward the elevator, and she nods her understanding. Together, the four of us get in, not saying a word until the doors close. Ice pushes a button, taking us a few floors up. Michelle asks, "Why didn't we stay on the top floor?" "Lower is better, especially in case we have to run. Not as many flights of stairs to take." Geez. Yeah, that's a good point. The doors open and Ice steps out first, looking around before motioning for us to follow. We get to the last door in the hallway and he opens it. Once inside, I ask, "If this is so safe, why are you on alert?" "No one is ever truly safe," he replies. "And the traffickers have a lot of resources in this city that puts us at a disadvantage." Michelle asks, "Can your friend bring us some supplies?" "Make a list and I'll get it to her." He goes to the window looking out while Michelle and I sit on the love seat making our list. It's crazy how scandalous it feels to ask for things like deodorant and shampoo. I go to Ice's side. "Here you go." He skims over the list. "Nothing else? No comfort foods or snacks?" Michelle answers, "We'll save that until we get home. For now, I'll settle for my armpits to smell fresh. And diapers for the little man." "Got it. I'll make sure my friend gets it when she brings dinner." At the mention of food, my stomach rumbles. Ice grins. "I'll phone her and ask her to hurry." I go back to Michelle's side while he lifts the phone next to one of the beds. Michelle says, "Don't get jealous." "What are you talking about?" "Every time he mentions his friend, you get a look on your face." My cheeks feel warm. God, why am I so easy to read? It's Tom, right? Like, he probably doesn't even like me like that. "Ask him." I shake my head. "No way. Allie." "I mean it, Michelle. I'm not going to do that." She sighs. "I'm not going to push it. Hopefully he'll make a move and that will take care of everything." I'm not holding my breath. Before anything else can be said, there's a tap on the door. "Room service." The voice is American, and Ice is smiling as he crosses the room. He peeks through the peephole before opening the door. A much older woman enters, pushing a food cart. I'm not sure what I was expecting his friend to look like, but this wasn't it. She's short and has a scar along her cheekbone that looks painful. Her gray hair is short, and she's dressed in a hotel uniform. And she's grinning at Ice. Ice closes the door behind her and says, "Ladies, I'd like you to meet my former commanding officer and longtime friend, Patsy Tucker." Patsy smiles. "Ladies, it's so nice to see you both alive and well. I've called a physician and he'll be here shortly. Is there anything that I can get you in the meantime?" Ice says, "I have a list for you. Give me an hour." She's gone a moment later. "She seems nice," he snorts. "Nice isn't a word I'd use to describe her. Back in the army, she made grown men cry daily. Now she tries to bring down the bad guys however she can." "How did she get the scar?" "Taking down someone who was hurting innocent people." He shakes his head. "But it's good to have friends like her." "It is." I agree. Ice says, "I'm going to use the business center while you eat." Michelle asks, "Is it safe for us to be in here alone?" Ice lifts the lid of one of the dishes. There, on the plate, is a pistol. "Either of you know how to use this?" I nod. "I do." He hands it to me. "The magazine is full. Only use it if you have to. I'll be back as soon as I can." He gives me a smile as he leaves, and I lock the door behind him. It's crazy how lonely I feel without him. Michelle makes a sound. "Oh, girl." You got it bad, don't you? I have no idea what you're talking about. Sure. She drags the word out. Come on, let's eat. She rolls her eyes, but follows me to the cart. Ice must have ordered one of each item on the menu, so there's plenty to choose from. I say, we should probably go easy on this. We'll make ourselves sick since we're not used to eating actual food. Michelle heaps her plate. That's a risk I'm willing to take. Me too.
Ice. In the business center, I use the computer, booking flights for our trip back home. Patsy is taking care of getting the baby papers and getting the items the girls wanted. This time tomorrow, we'll be on a plane headed back home. I finish up and head out just as Patsy is stepping onto an elevator cart with another woman. Patsy says, "This is Dr. Lima. She's going to look over the ladies, so you might want to hang out at the bar for a bit. Give the girls some privacy." "Any stores around here sell phones?" She rattles off a store and hands me some cash in Brazilian reals. I say, "I'll be back in an hour. I hate leaving the hotel, but I need a new burner phone so I can contact Titan or Hawk in the morning. Plus, Patsy is right. Al and Michelle won't want me in the room while the doctor is looking them over." My stomach feels heavy. I know Al said she wasn't touched, but what if she just didn't feel comfortable telling me? For some reason, this worries the hell out of me. The store is just around the corner, and I'm able to find everything that I need. I grab burners phones for Michelle and Al, too, just in case. If we were to get separated, I want them to have a way to reach me. By the time I get back to the hotel, it's been almost an hour, so I go to the room, knocking on the door. Al opens it, stepping aside so I can enter. Patsy and Dr. Lima aren't here, so I ask, "Everything go okay?" She nods. "They just left. Dr. Lima is sending over some special formula for the baby to help him gain a bit of weight. But other than that, she said we're okay." Michelle snorts as she comes from the bathroom. "Okay, except we're both sicker than shit because we ate too much dinner." Al's cheeks are pink, which makes her look cute as hell. "Do you need anything?" "Just time to digest, I think." I lift the bag in my hand and say, "I got you each a phone, just in case we get separated." Michelle takes her phone, asking, "Is it safe to call home?" "Let's wait on that until we're on the plane." Al asks, "Plane? Did you book us flights?" "This time tomorrow we'll be back in the USA." She looks a bit dazed, but Michelle doesn't have the same problem. "Hell yeah! USA! USA!" she chants. "Wait, am I going to Georgia with you or am I going to Texas?" "I booked your flight to Georgia. I'm sure Saint, the prez of the Devil's Regions, will want to make sure you're escorted home." "That's sweet and considerate." Michelle pauses. "Do you, by chance, know what my mom thinks happened to me?" This is the part of rescuing people from trafficking rings that's never easy. I sit in one of the chairs, motioning for both of them to sit as well. They sit on the love seat and Al takes Michelle's hand into her own. She's probably more aware of what this part entails, considering what her old man used to do for a living. I say, "Both of you have been declared legally dead. The traffickers were smart and made it look like you were hurt when you were taken. It was enough for the local authorities to close the case," Michelle says. "And cheaper, I'm sure." "That too." Al's voice is low. "My dad thinks I'm dead? Does he really believe it?" A lot's changed since Al was taken, and I don't want to throw her into shock by breaking the news to her that her dad isn't the same man that she knew 6 months ago. Last I heard, he still had faith that you were alive. She visibly exhales. Part of me wishes there was some way I could warn her, but it's not my place. Michelle says, "So no contacting my mom until I'm back. Got it?" Al's eyeing her friend like she's nuts. I have to admire Michelle, though. Not many people can roll with the punches like she is. Al asks, "Where will we go when we get home?" "Saint has rooms ready for the two of you at the clubhouse. You can stay there until you get everything sorted. In fact, I think your dad will be there. That makes Al smile.
Really?
I nod. There's more I could say, but I don't. Again, it's not my place. Michelle yawns.
Well, let's get ready for bed. Like my granny used to say, the sooner we sleep, the sooner morning will get here.
I say, I'm going to eat while the two of you get ready. They move around the room and talk in soft tones to each other. Michelle feeds the baby and changes him before settling in. It's kind of nice being around people again. Even back in Mississippi, I kept to myself when I wasn't working. But this feels nice. I gaze at Al. It's almost something I could get used to.
6. Allison. My stomach isn't hurting anymore, but now a different kind of nerves has settled in. One where I'm looking at the two beds, wondering how the sleeping arrangements are going to work out. I didn't even think about it until I came back from brushing my teeth and found Michelle and her baby sound asleep in one bed. I just assumed I'd be sharing a bed with her. Looks like I assumed wrong. Ice stands, finishing the last of his food. Everything okay? Yeah. I gesture to the bed. Just trying to figure out where I'm going to sleep. He looks at me like I've lost my mind. In the bed. Okay, but where are you going to sleep? Understanding fills his eyes, making me feel like an ass. Oh, don't worry about it. I was planning on sleeping on the floor or on the love seat. I glance at the love seat. He's twice as big as it. There's no way he'll be comfortable there or on the floor. Inhaling. I know what I need. No, want to do. Wait, it's fine. You can sleep in the bed with me. The words leave my mouth in a rush. I mean it. He shouldn't have to sleep on the floor just because I'm being weird. Are you sure? I nod. Yeah, it'll be just like a slumber party. He chuckles. Can't say I've ever been to a slumber party before. You're missing out. I gesture to the bed. Have a preference on a side? Nope, I'm easy. I actually chortle. Oh my good God, what is wrong with me? He says the word easy and my mind goes to the gutter. Am I freaking 12? He grins back at me. I'll let you pick. Pick? Right. I go to the side facing Michelle and throw back the covers getting in. Reaching up, I turn off the lamp between our beds and then settle deep into the mattress. He walks to the other side, and I feel the bed dip as he gets in. When I peek over my shoulder, I see that he's on top of the bedding, clothes still on. The only thing he's taken off is his boots. He shoots me a smile before turning off his lamp. Night, Al. Night, Ice. But sleep doesn't come to me. Not even when Ice's soft snores fill the room. Awesome, I mutter to the ceiling. I guess I do fall asleep at some point because when I open my eyes, I find myself wrapped around Ice's warm body. The bedding has been kicked to the floor, so when I say wrapped around him, I mean it. My leg is even thrown over his legs. His arm is around me, holding me close. Until I go and ruin everything when I sit. He jerks awake, sitting too. What? What is it? Bad dream. I stutter out, lying through my teeth. He exhales and says, That's understandable. Want to talk about it? I shake my head. He watches me for a moment before standing. I'm going to run downstairs and order us breakfast. I want to ask why he doesn't just order the food through room service, but he's already putting on his boots and leaving before I can spit out the words. When he's gone, I lie back, closing my eyes. Bad dream, my ass, Michelle says. When I look over at her, she's grinning. I saw the way you were draped around him. I must have gotten cold last night. Sure, friend. Whatever you need to tell yourself. Do you think he noticed? Hard to say. The bigger question is, what would have happened if the two of you were alone and both of you woke up on your own? Her words sent a rush of heat through my body. I shove the feeling aside and ask, what does that even mean? She gives me a long look. I know you're a virgin, but you know how sex works, right? Of course I do. Well, morning sex is the best. You wake up with your man at your side. You're both sleepy enough that you don't feel any modesty when the petting starts. She sighs. God, I miss petting. I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna be severely disappointed if I don't find a hot-ass biker at that club. You just had a baby, I point out. So? So you shouldn't have sex for a while. She grins. Like I said, I miss petting. I'm pretty sure I know what she's talking about, but I'm not going to embarrass myself by having her clarify. I think back to Ice's arm around me and the way I was hugging his side. Yeah, I think I get the idea about petting. Michelle yawns. Do you want the shower first, or can I go? You can. I'll watch the baby. Thanks, girl. The baby is still sleeping and doesn't stir when Michelle slips from the bed, padding to the bathroom. Even from here, he looks better today. Thank God. I don't know what Michelle would do if she lost him now after everything she's been through. The door opens and Ice enters, shopping bags in hand. What's all that? Patsy wanted to make sure you had clothes to wear. He jiggles the bags. I think she went overboard. Michelle comes out of the bathroom at that moment wrapped in a towel. Did you say new clothes? He hands her one bag and she lets out a shriek as she peers into it. There's a bra in here. An honest-to-God bra. She lifts it, holding it to her towel-covered chest. I never thought I'd be so happy to see one of these again. Ice says, I'm going to step out and wait for breakfast to arrive. When he's gone, Michelle drops the towel and puts on the bra. It's pretty basic, but you'd never guess that with the way she's carrying on. Sure, Ice gave us clothes, but I can tell these were picked out by a woman, so I'm kind of excited too. I ask, any hot water left? Yeah, hurry up. I can't wait to see you in normal clothes. I take my bag with me to the bathroom. I'm not as forward as she is, and I certainly don't want to get caught mid-dress by Ice. Though the thought does make me shiver. My shower is quick, because apparently my definition of hot water differs from Michelle's, but I don't mind too much. Wrapped in a towel, I blow dry my hair. That is definitely something I miss doing. My hair is super thick, so it takes forever to dry on its own. Not that I had the chance to wash it very much over the last few months. My gaze goes to the bruises on my skin, and I think about the other women who were in that room with us back in the Middle East. What happened to them? Worry makes my stomach feel heavy. Maybe I can ask Ice. Until then, I shove the thought aside and braid my hair. My bag has similar items as Michelle's. 2 bras, both white and plain, white panties, several t-shirts to pick from, a pair of jeans and denim shorts, all in my size. I put on the undergarments, jeans, and a pink t-shirt. My favorite thing is the shoes. There's a pair of sturdy sneakers that fit wonderfully. I know it's odd, but all I can think is that I'll be able to run a long time with these shoes on. After everything that's happened to me, maybe it's not really that odd of a thought to have. There's a knock on the door, and Ice says, Al, you almost ready? We need to head to the airport, and we're going to take the long way. Long way, eh? I open the door, and he looks at me, surprise etched on his face. I feel self-conscious as I tug at the hem of the t-shirt. What? He blinks. Sorry. You look nice. I smile. Thanks. He lightly tugs at my braid. Never would have guessed your hair was so light. That's what happens when you don't get to shower for months. I try like hell to make my tone sound teasing, but he frowns. Right. Well, are you ready? I nod and go to the bed where Michelle is putting her clothes into a backpack. Her baby is in a carrier and dressed in blue. There's an empty backpack on the bed, which I assume is for me. My stomach quivers in excitement. Holy crap, this is really happening. We're really going home. As I pack the rest of my clothes, I ask, is Patsy going to come with us to the airport? It's too dangerous for her to be seen with us. She still has to keep her cover here. I say, well, you'll have to tell her thank you for everything. I will. Everyone have their phones. When we nod, he says, then let's get the hell out of here. He carries the baby for Michelle and leads the way. Michelle is right behind him, and I'm right next to her. We take the stairs going to the first floor. Ice takes us through a side door, and we step onto the streets of Rio. The sky is heavy and overcast like it might rain. I really hope it's not a bad omen. Ice takes us to an SUV, unlocking the doors. He straps the baby in the back and motions for Michelle to get in with him. I climb into the passenger seat. The hairs on the back of my neck prickle and I glance around. I don't see anything out of the ordinary and let out a shaky laugh. Jeez, I really need to pull it together. Ice gets in and starts the SUV. As we pull away from the hotel, a man steps from the shadows and my breath hitches in my throat. I know I've seen him before. Ice's hand goes over mine, squeezing. I see him too. Just look ahead and try not to act obvious. I do as he says, even though all I want to do is turn around and look. Michelle asks, is he following us? Ice answers, I don't think so. He's a mean SOB, she says. When he showed up in the Middle East and the men there acted scared of him, I knew we were in trouble. Ever hear a name? We both shake our heads. Ice curses under his breath. I didn't either. Makes me think he might be the main boss, even though he pretends to be the sidekick. I ask, is that a bad thing? It's not a good thing. It makes him a ghost. No one knows his name, so he can move around as he pleases. He squeezes my hand again. But he's not going to stop us. I want to ask how he can be so sure, but I don't. What if he doesn't have an answer? What then? We drive up and down different streets, taking turn after turn. I know this is to lose a tail, if we have one, but all it does is make me even more nervous. By the time we get to the airport, I feel like I'm going to be sick. What do we do if we get inside and that man is waiting for us? What if he shoots Ice and tries to take us? My mind races with scenario after scenario, each more terrible than the last. Ice says, we're going to park in the garage. Stay close and be alert. Finding my voice, I ask, what do we do if we see the man? Run. Someone moans, and I'm not sure if it's me or Michelle. We park, and Ice gets out first, making sure it's safe. Safe. I snort. What a joke. I don't think there's such a thing as safe. Not really, and not after everything I've been through. I glance at Michelle, and I was the lucky one. Ice taps on the window, which means it's time to go. Michelle whispers, do you think we're really going to be able to pull this off? I glance out the window, meeting Ice's gaze. Yes. Michelle is the first to open her door, as if my one-word answer gives her courage or strength. And she has the baby carrier in hand. I step out of the SUV, looking around. There are a few people around, pulling luggage from their trunks and hugging goodbye. Everything seems normal, but is it? Ice comes to my side, taking my hand in his. I like that he touches me. It really does make me feel safe and calm, too. And I wonder if he knows this. Ready? You're sure you didn't see anyone? He nods. Okay, let's go. We make our way into the airport, going to the counter to check in. Ice has our passports and IDs. He even has papers for the baby. Everything must check out because we're ushered through to the security checkpoint. There are so many people around that I feel skittish, and to top it off, I keep getting that prickly feeling. Ice is right there, though, holding my hand when he can. By the time we get to our gate, I'm freaking exhausted. Ice finds us 3 chairs in a corner. Do you want anything to eat or drink before we board the plane? Michelle asks. How long of a wait do we have? Less than an hour. I can't speak for Allie, but I'm good. Me too, I blurt. But are you going to go? Not if you don't want me to. I don't want to sound like a baby by asking him to stay, but I also don't want to be here without him. I shake my head. I'm not going anywhere then. Michelle smirks at me over his shoulder, but I don't even care. There's an English language magazine on the chair next to me, so I pick it up, flipping through it. The magazine is a few months old, but it's clear I missed a lot of things. One of my favorite singers is pregnant again. The world is preparing for the next Summer Olympic Games. And at the very end of the magazine, I get to read about the funny things celebs have been up to. I never thought I'd appreciate mindless reading so much. I was wrong. They board our flight, and we're the first to take our seats. Michelle sits by the window, her baby in her lap. I'm next to her, and Ice is next to me. He leans over and says, The club bought us first-class tickets. He stretches his long legs. This right here is the way to travel. Michelle rocks the baby and says, I'm a little jealous that I won't get to drink the champagne. Champagne? She smiles. Or something similar. I used to be a flight attendant, and first class is always full of fun little treats. I wouldn't know. Sure, I traveled, but on the budget of a college student. Needless to say, I was usually in the back of the plane with no checked luggage. I smile, but the memories I made are worth it. Michelle stiffens next to me and grabs my hand. Allie, look out of the window and tell me I'm not crazy. It's on the tip of my tongue to make a Twilight Zone joke about something on the wing, until I lean forward and see exactly what she's talking about. Ice asks, What is it? The man is out there. Fuck.
Ice. I peer out of the tiny window. Sure enough, the man is out there where the baggage is being loaded under the plane. Thank fucking God we brought everything we had with us on the flight. Al asks,
What is he doing?
I don't want to scare either of them, but I'm also not going to lie. He's trying to see if we have bags down there. A lot of people put their personal information in their luggage in case they get lost. Al says,
Thank God we don't have luggage then.
My thoughts exactly. Michelle looks out the window again.
He can't, get up here, can he?
He shouldn't be able to. I pause. Unless he pays off someone. Both women look like they're going to be sick. Fuck. And now I'm regretting using the club's credit card to buy first-class seats. Sure, we'll travel in comfort, but we're also front and center if anything goes down. I glance around. The woman across the aisle from us has a large designer bag in her lap. If push comes to shove, then I can grab it and use it as a weapon. There's also a tray near the flight attendant's area that would work. Time drags as we wait for the plane to load. Every once in a while, I lean forward to see if the man is still out there. He is. Shit. Pulling my phone from my pocket, I snap a photo of the man. It's grainy, but I might be able to run a search on it when we get back to Georgia. At least we have one thing working on our side. We're flying into Miami, so the fucker out there has no way of knowing our true destination. Thank God for that. The doors to the plane are finally shut, and I let out a breath of relief. There's no bad guy breaking down the door, trying to steal Al and Michelle back. Not today, and not on my watch. When the plane taxis onto the runway, I type out the text message to Hawk and Titan that I've been waiting months to send. Me, on the way home with Allison and Michelle. All are safe. We'll be in Savannah by 2100. I tuck my phone into my pocket as the plane speeds down the runway. Turning to the girls, I say, "We're going home, ladies."
7. Allison. After everything I've been through, it's silly that the flight home is the worst part. Not because we hit turbulence, or because our flight out of Miami is delayed. No, it's because it feels like it takes forever to reach Savannah. But we finally landed and disembarked the plane. Holy crap, this is really happening. Home. I'm really home. I cry freely, not caring who looks. Michelle grabs my hand, holding it tight. We did it, Allie. I throw my arms around her, hugging her. Yes, we did. Ice says, "You're both badass women, and so is this little man." Michelle kisses the top of his dark head. My little Wentworth is such a strong boy. You named him Wentworth? Wentworth Miller? Like the actor? She shrugs. It's a good name. I snort. Well, it's nice to meet little Wentworth. Ice points toward the exit. Someone from the club will be waiting to take us to the clubhouse. Michelle says, I'm so excited. I've wanted to join a motorcycle club ever since Sons of Anarchy. I don't think we're technically joining. She waves her hand at me. Don't rain on my parade. I've got this all worked out. We're going to get there, and I'm going to meet the man of my dreams. She turns to Ice. Any single hotties there? I'm sure there are. She rubs her hands together. Excellent. I shake my head, smiling. I'm not sure how she can even think about dating after everything we've been through, but good for her. She catches my eye and says, Gotta get back in the saddle at some point. Yeah, I guess we do. Ice handles our bags and the baby carrier as we make our way outside. The humid Georgia air hits me in the face, and I'm filled with a sense of peace. I never thought I'd welcome the hot air against my skin. I was wrong. Michelle asks, Do you think your dad is going to be the one picking us up? I'm sure of it. But as I look around, I don't see my dad's SUV. That doesn't mean anything, though. He could have driven something else. I'll never forget the thrill of not knowing what kind of vehicle he was going to be in when he picked me up from grade school. The memory makes me smile. I'm lost in thought when a deep voice calls out, Ice! I turn and see a tall man walking toward us, a huge grin on his face. Ice pulls the man in for a hug, slapping him on his back. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you too, Titan. Ice turns to us. Ladies, this is Titan. He's one of the men responsible for finding your whereabouts in the Middle East. Titan shakes his head. Don't let my friend fool you. That was all him. I was just the muscle. Ice asks, I guess you're our ride? Hawk had some business to take care of. Otherwise he would have come. He smiles. Come on, my wife is waiting in the truck. Wife? Shit. I must have missed that one. Ice slaps his friend's shoulder again, and I know he's happy for him. Titan says, She's fucking incredible. We follow Titan to the parking garage. I try not to be disappointed that my dad isn't there, but it's hard. Maybe he's on a stakeout somewhere? I mean, it would have to be something huge for him to decide to miss being here to greet me. I relax. As soon as we get to the club, I'm going to text him and let him know I understand. And then I overhear the last of whatever Titan is saying to Ice.
So I hope you all are ready to party, brother. The entire club was called in. Ice smiles. It'll be great to see everyone.
A party? A grin spreads across my face. I get it now. My dad isn't here because he's waiting at the club to surprise me. For as long as I can remember, my dad's loved surprising me. This is obviously no exception. We reach a black truck and Titan opens the passenger door. I'm shocked when Lucy climbs out, going to Titan's side.
Ice, brother, I'd like you to meet my wife, Lucy.
Lucy beams at Titan and says to Ice, "It's nice to finally meet you. James speaks about you often."
Only good things, I hope.
Lucy and Titan exchange a look, laughing. Titan says,
"Mostly good things."
While Ice and Titan talk, Lucy comes to my side, looking nervous as hell. "Allison, I'm not sure if this is the right time or place, but I need to tell you how sorry I am. I was mean and rude to you before. I know it's asking a lot, but I hope you can forgive me." She was rude, but I never thought she was being mean, and I never held what she said against her. Out of all of us being held captive, I think she endured the most abuse. Lucy, I swear there's nothing for you to apologize for. We went through hell, but we're alive. I promise I don't hold anything against you. Her eyes water. You mean it? I do. She throws her arms around me. Thank you, Allison. Thank you. She turns to Michelle and says, "And you had the baby." Michelle grins. "Me, Wentworth." Lucy sobs as she lifts Wentworth's tiny hand. "Oh, God, he's so precious." Titan comes to her side, wrapping his arm around her.
"It's okay, baby."
She sniffles. "It's these damn hormones." Titan holds her, shooting us an apologetic look. Michelle says, "Hold up. Did you say hormones? Are you pregnant, girl?" Lucy nods. "Yes. Oh my God, that's great. Congratulations." Titan says,
"There's a bit of baby fever going on at the club. This time next year, there's going to be at least 4 new babies toddling around."
Lucy gives Titan a watery smile. "Guess that's what happens when you find happiness."
"Ain't that the truth?"
To us, he says,
"We should go. Everyone will wonder where we are, and the party will be in full swing."
Ice laughs.
"Not sure if I've missed this or not."
Titan says,
"I'm sure it's a bit of both."
The guys put our bags in the back of the truck. Lucy insists on letting Ice sit in the front with Titan. In the back, it's Lucy, me, and Michelle with the baby in her arms. It's not the ideal traveling situation, but we'll make it work. Titan says,
"If I had known there was an extra person, I would have brought an SUV, but we don't have far to go."
Ice says,
"That's my fault. I didn't even think to mention Wentworth."
Michelle replies, "It's okay. I don't mind holding my little man." Lucy rubs the top of the baby's head. "I still can't believe that Ice found you, and that you had Wentworth. Oh, I couldn't have done it without Allie. She was a godsend in Brazil." "Brazil?" I say. "After the Middle East, we were moved around a few times. We ended up in Brazil, which is where Ice found us. I think it was just in the nick of time, too." "Why do you say that?" "They were getting ready to sell us. The way they acted after we escaped reminded me of when the traffickers found me in the Middle East." I close my eyes, forcing the memories away. "Let's just say they weren't happy." Lucy sniffles again. "It should have been me." "What? No, why would you say that? If you hadn't taken off running at the first checkpoint, they would have gotten me instead." "No offense, Lucy, but you weren't their favorite person. They kept asking me where the woman who killed their colleague was so they could make her pay." She pales at that. So you can't keep thinking like that. There's no telling what they would have done if you had gone back instead of me. Her hand goes to her stomach. You're right. I'm sorry. I just feel so guilty, and I think it's going to take time to get over it. I understand that. She gives me a sad smile and asks Michelle, Have you called your mom yet? The number was disconnected. I'm not sure what that means. I ask, When did you try to call her? When we got onto the plane, you and I were busy putting our bags away. She sighs. My mom never handled stress very well. If what Ice says is true and she thinks I'm dead, then there's no telling what it did to her. Lucy says, When we get back to the club, we can ask Saint about it. He'll be able to help. What about you? What have you been up to since leaving the Middle East? Did you reach out to your parents? Well, obviously, I'm married to James. We have a place away from the club, but we also still have our room there. I recently opened a bookstore, and it's doing so well that I've had to hire more staff. She smiles and continues. My relationship with my dad is wonderful. He's getting remarried and is expecting a baby with his bride-to-be. My mom is still the same. Nothing's changed. Though she did send me a letter with a newspaper article about my bookstore, so that's something, I guess. Her words make me a bit nervous. I've always had a great relationship with both of my parents. But what will things be like now that I'm back? Lucy leans forward, pointing. That's the clubhouse. I don't see anything other than a massive fenced property. The trees are so thick that you can't even peer inside. 2 large gates open, and I notice they have the same skull and wings that Ice has tattooed on his body. I glance at Lucy and realize she has the tattoo on her wrist too. Guess it makes sense since she's married to Titan. We travel up a long driveway until a large compound comes into sight. Isn't that impressive? I'm not sure what I expected, but this isn't it. First of all, it's kind of inviting with the flower beds out front. There are picnic tables under a tree, and I think I even spot a playground. Second, yeah, there are a ton of motorcycles around, but there are also classic cars. And third, the property and building are clean, like it's new or something. Titan stops right in front of the club, and the door opens. Nicole runs out with a man on her heels. She's crying as she opens my door, throwing her arms around me. Allison! Thank God! When I sent the message that you were coming home, I couldn't believe it. The man behind her smiles, touching her arm. Let's give them some breathing room, Nick. Right. Sorry, I'm just so damn emotional. Lucy's words come back to me, and I whisper, Are you pregnant? She nods. Sure am. Oh, wow. I'm so happy for you. I mean it, too. And to know that she's with her Hawk, the man she's loved for as long as she can remember, I think my own eyes are watering. I slide from the truck so Lucy can get out. Michelle gets out through her door and comes to our side. So, this is a motorcycle club? Pretty impressive. Hawk smiles. They're not all this nice, but Saint, the prez, has to do everything with flair. There's a booming laugh as 4 men and a pretty redhead come outside. The one laughing has long blonde hair and is holding a baby girl on his hip. He says, Leave it to Hawk to call out Saint. Hawk says, Ladies, I'd like you to meet King, the former VP of the club. Next to him are Razor, Bash, and Saint, the prez of the club. The lovely lady at their side is Liv, their wife. Did he just say their wife, as in plural? Liv shifts the baby boy in her arms and says, Allison, Michelle, we're so very glad you're both here. We've got 2 rooms ready for you in case you'd like to wash out before the party. To Michelle, she says, And I can keep an eye on your little one if you'd like. My morning sickness likes to show its ugly head at night, so I've been trying to stay in. Michelle snorts. Note to self, don't drink the water around here. But yeah, that would be awesome. Liv grins. Oh, the water around here is plenty good. She looks up at Saint, and the love between the 2 of them is apparent. Nick says, Let's get you settled. Everyone can't wait to meet you. Again, I wonder where my dad is. Maybe he's waiting to surprise me at the party? We follow Nick into the clubhouse. There's a large room that's currently being decorated for a party. Our party, I guess. Nick is pointing out things to us as we walk. Kitchen, game room, indoor pool, office, library. Definitely not what I had in mind for a motorcycle club. Nick explains to us that the club officers have rooms separate from the rest of the club, so we'll be staying on one side while she and Liv will stay with their men on the other. You're totally safe here, though, so no need to fret. Razor will get your fingerprints tomorrow, so you won't even need a key to get into your room. She stops in front of a door, handing us each a key. Michelle, this is you. We stocked you up with diapers and other baby supplies, but let me know if you need anything else. Allison, you're next door. Take your time getting ready. If you can't find the main room, just ask. Everyone around here is super nice. Thank you, Nick. I give her a smile and go to my door, opening it. It's bigger than a college dorm, and much nicer. There's a basket on the kitchen counter with snacks and bottled water. The bed is a queen size and super comfortable. Next to the bed are a few shopping bags with clothes that are all surprisingly the right size. The closet is decent, and so is the bathroom. Sitting on the bed, I take a moment to gather my thoughts. This all feels so surreal. What are the chances that 4 women who were in a trafficking ring would find their way out? Of course, not everyone has the Devil's Regents on their side. It's kind of amazing that a club who doesn't know us put their lives on the line to save us. I don't know many people who would do the same. I'm deep in thought when there's a knock on the door. Michelle calls out, Allie, are you ready? I open my door to find Michelle standing there in new clothes, baby Wentworth in her arms. Her gaze runs over me, and she comes into the room. Girl, go shower. I'll pick something out for you to wear. 30 minutes later, I'm freshly washed and shaved. I'm wearing the jean shorts and tank top that Michelle picked out for me, as well as sandals. For the first time in longer than I can remember, I look and feel like the old me. It's a strange feeling. Michelle finishes feeding Wentworth and says, I hope we can find the main room. I got lost in all those turns and twists that we took. I tap my head. I remember. I have a photographic memory. Together, we leave the room and I lead the way to the main room. When we get there, I'm surprised to see how many people are around. Men and women laugh and drink, having a good time. There's a banner hanging that says, Welcome home, Allison and Michelle. For some reason, it makes my eyes water. Liv and Nick come to our side. Liv says to Michelle, I was just getting ready to go to my room. Do you want me to take Wentworth? He can keep my Mary Elizabeth and Sebastian company. Michelle smiles. That would be great. He just ate, but I'll probably have to come and feed him in a few hours. Liv takes the baby, holding him close. We'll be waiting. Enjoy yourselves, ladies. I skim the crowd, looking around. I didn't realize there would be so many people. And I don't see my dad anywhere. Maybe he doesn't know I'm here because of the crowded room? Is my dad here? Nick shakes her head. He's in Florida, but we'll be here tomorrow. I nod, feeling let down. She touches my arm. Honey, this doesn't have anything to do with you. But it does. He's gone because I was taken. But that doesn't explain why he's not here right now. Did they let him know too late? Were all the flights booked? Deep down, I'm afraid that it's because he didn't want to be here. Which is irrational, but a fear nonetheless. She goes on. Fred's been going through a lot of changes recently. Heck, I wasn't sure Foxy was going to be able to talk him into going away, but he needed a vacation. Who is Foxy? Right. Let's find a table and sit. Michelle says, I'll find us a drink. I can pump and dump before Wentworth needs to be fed again. Nick leads me to a table in a corner and sits. Foxy is Fred's girlfriend. They got together right before you were taken. It started out pretty casual. But after you were gone, he relied a lot on her. So, not casual anymore? Not at all. I won't be surprised if they get married soon. How long have they been gone? A few months? A few months? And his job was okay with that? Honey, your dad quit his job. He what? Michelle arrives just in time with a tray of shots. I grab one, tossing it back. Did I really hear Nick right? My dad, who loved his job, quit. Michelle asks, "What did I miss?" I was just telling Allison that her dad quit his job. Oh, shit. She lifts a shot and drinks it. I smile at her solidarity. Nick says, "I know it seems like a lot, but he thought you were gone. Maybe not truly dead, but some things are worse to imagine than death. He just couldn't do his job anymore. Liv can tell you more about it." I frown. Ever since my older sister Amy died of an overdose, my dad's been on a mission to save women like her. Nick and Liv are both the same age that Amy would have been, and I think he thinks of them as daughter-like figures. So it makes sense that Liv and Nick would know all about why he left his job. I lift another shot, taking it. My head is already feeling dizzy, and I should probably take it slow. But I need something to dull the sharp pain I'm currently feeling. Anything else I need to know? No. But I don't believe her. I think I'm gonna lie down. Do you need help finding your room? I've got it. Thanks. I walk away before she can say anything else. One of the perks of having a photographic memory is being able to move around without getting lost. People stare at me as I cross the room, and I try like hell not to be noticed. My gaze seeks Ice, who is at the bar with Titan and Hawk. He's staring at me as he speaks. Hawk glances at me, smirking as he says something. Ice scowls at him and puts down his beer. His gaze is so intense that my body literally comes alive. Oh no, he's coming my way. I pick up my pace, going down the hallway where the rooms are. Reaching into my pocket, I pull out the key. My door is in sight. Almost there. So close. Al! Turning, I come face to face with Ice. I mean, he's right there. Everything okay? My darn eyes water before I can stop it from happening. I decide to be honest. Not really. My dad isn't here. That's what Titan and Hawk were telling me. Said he's on his way and should be here by tomorrow afternoon. It sounds logical when he says it like that, but my freaking heart doesn't feel the same way. I've been missing for months. Sometimes the thought of seeing him and my mom is all that kept me going. I have to clear my throat just to continue. I finally get home and find out that my dad is going through a midlife crisis, quit his job, and is with his new girlfriend in Florida. It's just a lot. That's understandable. I let out a shaky laugh to cover the tears that are still filling my eyes. Whatever. It's fine. I open the door and step into the room. When I turn to close the door, Ice is in my room right behind me. I didn't even hear him move. It's not fine. Not if it makes you upset. Why do you care so much? You did your job and brought me home. His eyes flash. You aren't just a job, Al. I know we haven't known each other for long, but I consider you a friend. And there it is. Friend. Not someone he cares about in more than a friendly way. Just a good old buddy. A tear escapes, and I swipe at it. I'm tired, Ice. His jaw ticks, but he nods. I'll see you in the morning. Sure. But I have no intentions of going out of this room anytime soon. No. I'm going to stay in here until my dad gets back. and then I'm going home. 8. Allison. The next day, I hang out in my room until I can't take it anymore. I spent hours last night Googling motorcycle clubs, so I feel like I have a better understanding of how things work around here. That being said, there's only so much alone time a person can take before they start to go mad. Slipping out my door, I go to the main room, where it's louder than it was last night, which is crazy because it's only like 3 in the afternoon. Men drink and laugh. But the thing that catches my eyes is the women walking around in matching red teddies. Allison! I find Nick in the crowd and go to her side. Lucy is at the table and gives me a small smile. I really wish she didn't feel guilty about how she treated me. We weren't friends when we first met. We are now. Michelle is there too and holds baby Wentworth. It should seem out of place, but doesn't. Hi, I say, taking a seat. Is there something going on today? Nick laughs. Just a typical Wednesday. Why? I point at one woman. Why are they wearing the same thing? That's Kiwi. She's one of the club whores. My eyes widen. Club whore? Lucy laughs. I'm pretty sure I had the same reaction when I heard the term. They really should come up with a different name for them. Why would they do that? Nick asks. It's not offensive, and it describes what they do. What do they do? Fuck the guys who don't have old ladies. All consensual, of course, and they get paid pretty darn good to do it. She grins. And Saint's about to have auditions to fill the empty spots we have. Always a fun time around here. So, they're like actual whores? Pretty much. How does that even work? They apply for the spot just like any other position in the club. If Saint hires them, they get a club name. Club name? She grins. It's a rite of passage reserved for bikers, whores, and old ladies. Do you have one? They call me Jasmine. Jazz for short. How did you get that name? Because she looks more like a Belle than a Jasmine. A small smile plays at her lips. That's between me and Saint. She might not say it, but her tone suggests there's a lot behind her name. I shake my head. Okay, so they're whores. Why are they all dressed the same again? She gestures toward Kiwi. They're having theme night. Gets the guys going. Seeing them in matching lingerie. This is just a warm-up for tonight's events, and they'll start clearing out soon, which kind of sucks for you since you're staying on that side of the club. At my blank look, Lucy clarifies. You're gonna be able to hear them having sex. I'm speaking from experience when I say the walls on that side of the club aren't soundproof. It's one reason James and I got our own place. I say, well, I won't have to worry about hearing anything. When my dad gets here, I'm sure we're going home. Lucy and Nick exchange a look. What? Nick says, Honey, your dad is already here. He is? She nods. But he's what? Drunk? My dad doesn't drink. Lucy touches my arm. They arrived about an hour ago. Took 4 guys to carry him in. We were hoping he'd sleep it off before you found out. I want to see him. Another look passes between them, but they stand. I'm surprised when they take me to the side of the clubhouse where Liv and her guys live. Lucy knocks on the door and it swings open. Liv says, He's still sleeping. But she steps aside, letting us in. Bash, Razor, King, and Saint are sitting in the living room watching a game on TV. Hawk, Titan, and Ice are sitting at the kitchen table. Judging by all the empties on the tabletop, they've been here for a while. It hits me. They were 3 of the 4 who carried my dad in. Liv says, We put him in one of the guest rooms. Foxy is with him. Great. I get to see my middle-aged father in a drunken state and meet his new girlfriend. Lucky for me. We reach a closed door, and she taps on it. A moment later, a beautiful brunette opens the door. The first thing I notice is that she's only a few years older than me. The second, she's pregnant. Around 6 months or so, if I were to guess. My stomach churns. My dad knocked up a woman my age while I was missing? Is that what this is? Her gaze lands on me and she smiles. Allison! I'm so glad you're here! She starts to hug me, but I pull away. A hurt look crosses her pretty face, but she smiles again. I'm Cassandra. It's so nice to finally meet you. Cassandra? I thought they said your name was Foxy. Foxy is my club name. She steps aside. Please come in. Fred's still sleeping, but I know you'll probably want to see him. I enter the room, which is similar to my own room. There's a mini kitchen, bedroom, and presumably a bathroom. Sure enough, my father is passed out on the bed. The closer I get, the more the scent of alcohol assaults my nose. My dad is still in his clothes, which are wrinkled and not the style he usually wears. His hair is grayer, and there are more wrinkles on his face. Foxy, or Cassandra, or whatever her name is, sits on the end of the bed. I'm so sorry you have to see him in this state. Did you get him drunk? What? No, I don't drink. Because you're pregnant, right? Is it his? Her cheeks turn dark pink, but she nods. Allison, this isn't how I wanted you to find out about the baby. To answer your question, yes, your father and I are having a baby. She pushes a piece of hair from her face, and I notice a ring on her finger. Not just any finger, though. Are the two of you married? Yes. Wow. How lucky for you, Nick says from behind me. Allison, I know you're upset, but I think your anger is a bit misplaced. Foxy's been nothing but supportive of Fred. I'm sure. I know I'm being an asshole, but I'm so angry, and I need to take it out on someone. How did you even get a club name, Foxy? Foxy holds her head a bit higher. I got my name when I was a club whore. I snort. And there it is. Is that how you got your hooks into my dad? Foxy stands. I know you're upset, but I will not stand here and be disrespected. I love your father, Allison. We're happy together, and we want you to be a part of that happiness. But I will not tolerate being treated like this. She's right. And if I was a bigger person, I would apologize to her, but I'm so freaking angry. Well, enjoy your happy life with a man who apparently needs to be drunk to find his happiness. I walk away from a silent room. Part of me hopes Foxy calls me back, but she doesn't, and I'm not about to make the first move. Not yet. As I pass through the living room, Ice stands. Al? My eyes water, and I keep going. By the time I pass through the main room, I'm practically jogging. I think someone calls my name, but I can't be sure, and I'm not going to stop to find out. When I reach my door, my stupid key won't work. It might have something to do with the fact that my hands are shaking. Sinking to the floor, I cover my face and cry. How could my dad do this to me? He was supposed to be waiting, and together we'd finally go home. Home? What a freaking joke. I don't even know what home looks like anymore. I was missing for 6 months, and somehow the world moved on without me. Someone lifts me from the floor, and I look up to find Ice. Michelle and Nick are behind him, making me feel like an even bigger asshole. Ice opens the door, carrying me inside. I can walk, I mutter. No. He takes me to the bed, putting me down like I'm the most precious thing in the world, which makes me cry harder. The bed dips on each side of me, and I hear Michelle telling Ice that they have me. I know they do. And sometimes you just need to cry it out with your friends by your side. So that's what I do.
Ice. I go back to Saint's room where everyone is, even though it killed me to leave Al behind. Liv asks, "Is she okay?" Nick and Michelle are with her. Liv glances down the hallway.
I could strangle Fred for doing this. I don't know what he was thinking.
Foxy joins us in the living room and says,
He wasn't thinking, which is the problem.
She sighs.
I don't know what to do to help him find his way through this.
Saint shakes his head. No, I shouldn't have let him leave. He needed to be here with all of us instead of running from his problems. I say, he needs to stay away from Al while he's figuring his shit out. It's not fair to either of them. Everyone nods in agreement. Hawk rubs his chin. We could see if Hades has use for him down in Mississippi. I trust him and his people as much as I trust everyone here. The chapter in Mississippi is where Hawk, Titan, and I transferred from. Hawk is right. Hades will take care of Fred while he gets his shit together, and he won't go easy on him, which might be just what Fred needs. Saint says, "Make some calls." He turns to Foxy. "Are you okay going down there for a bit?"
I've met Hades and his wife before. If you trust him, then so do I.
She pauses.
Though I would like to be here when it's time to have the baby.
Liv smiles at her friend.
I still can't believe you're pregnant. Neither can I.
She frowns.
I just hope Allison can get over the hurt she's feeling. I'd hate for this baby not to have her in their life.
I know Al. She's probably already feeling bad about whatever she said to Foxy. It's on my lips to defend her when Liv speaks. She'll get over it. I don't know much about her, but I know Fred, and he raised his daughter right. Foxy has a tight smile on her face, as if she's not sure. She says,
I better get back in there in case he wakes.
Saint says, "Come and get me if he does. I'd like to have a word with him." Fred has been shown special consideration in becoming a Devil's Regions member, but he's still technically a prospect, and Saint's not going to let him forget his place or actions today. Hawk catches my eye, nodding his head toward the door. I follow him to the hallway, where we walk a few doors down to the rooms he and Nick share. Titan is right there with us, making me smile. He's not one for being left behind. Hawk asks, "Do we need to be alarmed at Allison's outburst?" She's had a lot thrown at her over the last few months. I think back to her sitting on the floor, sobbing. I should have done more to prepare her. Titan says, "You just met her, man, so I'm not sure that kind of news coming from you would have been handled any differently on her end." I disagree, but I don't voice my thoughts. Al and I haven't known each other for very long, but there's a connection there, one I know both of us feel. Titan peers at me. "Though you do seem awfully protective of a woman you just met." Hawk grins. "You know, I was noticing the same thing. Never saw a man haul ass from a room as fast as you did when you went after her." "Fuck off," I tell them, but I'm not mad. We're friends. Friends. Is that what the kids are calling it these days? Titan laughs at Hawk's joke, and I just shake my head. Hawk says, "In all seriousness, the club has a great therapist on standby. If Allison needs to talk to someone, Dr. Cross is pretty fucking amazing." I'll let her know. Hawk watches me, smiling. "What? Just wasn't sure either of you would live to see the day that you fell for someone." I scoff at that. What makes you think I've fallen for her? We're friends, and we understand each other. That's as far as it goes. Saying the words leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Titan gives me a long look. "Bro, you're not fooling anyone." Hawk says, "Let him keep pretending. It's more entertainment for us." "Fuckers," I mutter. In all seriousness, I've missed the banter between the three of us. I don't have any blood relatives, but I consider both of these men my family. Al's face crosses my mind. As much as I deny it, Al's wedging her way into my heart, too. Only time will tell what that relationship looks like.
9. Allison. Nick strokes my hair as I cry. I know, it's stupid, I say between sobs. But I had this idea that my dad would be there for me, you know? And he wasn't. And it was freaking terrible toward Foxy for no reason. Well, that's not true. There are a lot of reasons for my outburst, but I just can't deal with it right now. Nick says, Honey, I know more than anyone that you hold your dad up on a pedestal. He's only human, and I'm so sorry he let you down like this. Michelle adds, Sounds like he was pretty stressed before they got on the flight. Maybe he thought a drink would help. Which only makes me feel worse. Sitting, I take the tissue that Michelle offers, dabbing my eyes and blowing my nose. Maybe I should call my mom and just leave. Nick asks, Is that what you really want to do? I shake my head, my chin quivering as more tears fill my eyes. Nick says, This is just my opinion, so take it for what it's worth. I say, give him time to sober up and see you. I'm sure he's going to feel pretty shitty for showing up like this. If you still want to leave after you talk to him, then we can make it happen. Michelle nods. Saint already told me he's found my mom. Maybe they can reach out to your mom, too. I'm such a brat. Have you talked to her? Is she still in Dallas? Michelle frowns. I haven't talked to her. She's in Tulsa with one of her exes. I'm not sure I'll be going to see her while she's with him. Michelle, I'm so sorry. It's fine, or will be. Saint said I'm welcome to stay here for as long as I need, and I've already had a job offer from Lucy, so there's that. Nick says, We can do the same for you too, Allison. You have a place here, and we can find you a job. We can even look into getting you back in school. School. My heart twists at the thought. I'm 6 months behind, which might as well be a lifetime. I don't know if I'll ever be able to catch up on my studies. My eyes water. Yet another thing I've lost. I'll have to think about it. Michelle stands. Well, while you're thinking about it, I'm going to the main room to eat. I never knew breastfeeding would make me hungry all the time. Nick says, I could eat too. She glances at me, and I sigh, standing. Let me make sure I don't look like a mess before we go out there. I'm not a pretty crier. At all. My lips get all puffy, my nose turns red, and my eyes even change colors. After splashing my face with cold water, I look in the mirror. This is as good as it's going to get. I grab a brush, running it through my hair. When I leave the bathroom, my friends both give me encouraging smiles. Hawk said they'll text if Fred wakes up. Judging by the scent of booze in that room, I imagine it'll be a while. I can't keep the venom from my words. Neither of my friends comment, which I appreciate, and lead the way to the main room. It's much quieter now, which is how I like it. We go through a buffet-style line serving ourselves. Nick says, Liv started cooking for everyone again. When she first started, I swear I gained 10 pounds. What did she do when she worked here? She bartended with me? Nick gives me a sly smile. Of course, neither of us knew we were both working for your dad. Michelle says, I've got to hear this. While we eat, Nick tells us all about how she met my dad and how she got a job at the club. I'd heard some of it when we were in the Middle East. As she talks, I glance around the room. I try to tell myself that I'm not looking for Ice, but it's a lie. Unfortunately for me, he's not here. I find my gaze going to a group of women sitting in the middle of the room. They're loud and clearly love every bit of attention that they get. A man goes up to Kiwi, the woman I saw yesterday, and whispers something into her ear. She gives him a sassy look and stands. The man hollers and lifts her over his shoulder, carrying her away caveman style. It's crazy, and I should be appalled, but I find myself jealous. What would it be like to be the type of person who was confident in their own body like she is? To be able to have sex on my own terms? Earth to Allie, Michelle says. Are you even listening to us? Sorry, I was daydreaming, Nick asks. About anyone in particular? Say, a man with icy blue eyes? What? No. But my cheeks feel like they're on fire, and I'm not about to explain what I was really thinking about. I'm saved from further embarrassment when Liv comes up to the table with baby Wentworth in her arms. The little mister here was getting fussy, she says as she hands him to Michelle. To me, she says, and your dad is stirring. We thought you might want to come and wait with us. I nod, standing. As we walk, she says, I'm so sorry you had to see him like that. So am I. I shake my head. I didn't even know he drank. Neither did I, she says dryly. We reach her door and she opens it. Everyone from before is gone except for Saint, who's sitting on the couch holding one of the twins. The other one is asleep in a bassinet next to the couch. Let me take her, Liv says. She needs to be changed after her last burping. Saint looks at his t-shirt.
I think I do too.
But he doesn't make any moves to leave, making me think he wants to talk. When Liv is gone, he asks,
Settling in okay?
I nod. I am, thank you. And I'm sorry about my outburst earlier.
No need to apologize.
He inhales. And I feel like I'm about to get a dad lecture. You know, the little talks that either pump you up or make you feel like shit, and you don't know which it is until it's too late.
Fred hasn't been himself since you were taken. When he lost you, he lost an enormous piece of himself. He felt like he failed you, and we both know how he feels about failing. I just hope that when you talk to him, you will show compassion for what he's been through. I spoke to him one night before he left, and the man was about to drive himself crazy imagining every scenario that you might be facing.
I know Saint's not exaggerating. My mom said one reason they split was because my dad couldn't shut off the bad thoughts he'd have after a case. But Saint's words hit a raw nerve. I'll do my best, but I'm also going to need time and understanding from him and everyone else. I was kidnapped, Saint, ripped from my safe life where the worst thing that happened to me was a poor grade in school. And then I get back to find that everything's changed. I shake my head. I always thought I'd have my dad, but I was wrong about that, too. I've lost him to a former club whore. He has the decency to look ashamed.
I'm sorry, Allison, of course. You deserve the same compassion. And I'll make sure Fred knows that what he did was fucking shitty to you.
He continues.
It's true that Foxy used to be a whore here, but she and your father never mixed business with pleasure. Everything that happened between them happened outside of the club.
Great. He didn't pay to sleep with her. Good to know. I say, well, that's something, I guess.
You should give her a chance. Foxy is fiercely loyal, and funny, too. It's going to be hard to replace the companionship she brought to the club.
Nick mentioned you had some spots to fill. How does that work?
We asked the girls if they know anyone who might be interested. The club owns a strip club, too. And we put the word out there. It's good money, and we offer benefits.
So you, have an interview with them? He nods.
Basically.
You make it sound like any other job.
Isn't it, though?
He stands.
I should change.
As he leaves, I blurt out, would it be okay if I came by your office later? One eyebrow lifts.
Any reason why?
My heart is pounding, but I say, I have a few more questions.
Sure. Come around 6.
He gives me a smile as he leaves. When he's gone, I lean back against the couch. Am I really considering this? A laugh escapes my lips. Oh my God, this is wild, but it might be just what I need. I stand. I need to talk to Nick right now. But Liv calls my name from the hallway and says, "Allison, there's someone who wants to see you." The excitement I was feeling seconds ago is replaced with nerves so strong that my stomach churns. Slowly, I make my way down the hallway to the room where my father is. He's sitting on the bed, and Foxy is holding a cloth to his forehead. His entire face lights up when he sees me. "There's my alley cat!" My eyes water, and I fly across the room, throwing myself into his arms. There was a time when I wasn't sure I'd ever hear that pet name come from his lips. "Dad, I've missed you so much." He pats my head. "Not as much as I've missed you." I pull away, wiping the tears falling down my cheeks. He says, "Honey, I have to apologize for arriving in such a state. This should have been a day of celebration, not one of you seeing me like this." He gestures to Foxy. "And I didn't want you and Cassandra to meet like this." Foxy takes his outstretched hand and murmurs, "It's okay, Fred." "No, it's not. It's not every day the two most important women in my life meet, and I ruined it." He sighs, closing his eyes. "Allison, I'm a mess right now. When those bastards took you, I didn't know what to do. I'm ashamed to admit that I was lost for a while there. Thank God Cassandra was there, though." The look he gives her makes me feel like an asshole for being rude to her earlier. He loves her, and it's not her fault that I was dealt such a shitty hand. "I'm glad you had her," I say, offering Foxy a small smile. She smiles back. It's not much, but I hope it's a new start between the two of us. And then my dad says, "Honey, I think it's best if I go away for a while. I've got demons that I need to put to rest, and I don't want to bring you down while I do that. Saints offered to send me and Cassandra to the chapter in Mississippi. Said it'll do me good to get out there and clear my head. And I think he's right." He pauses. "We're leaving tonight." All the warm, gooey feelings I felt moments ago vanish. "You're leaving? Tonight? Without me?" "I think it's for the best, Allison." "Best for who?" I stand. "I understand." "Allison." "It's okay, Dad. Don't worry about me." I smile at Foxy and say, "Please take care of him." "I will." For some reason, I have more faith in her than I do in my own father. How freaking sad is that? "Allison." Ignoring my dad, I walk out of the bedroom. Liv is waiting in the hallway, and I don't even have to ask if she heard everything. "Will you let me know when he's gone?" "Yes." She hedges. "Allison, are you okay?" "No, but I will be." I give her a small smile as I leave. Time to put this plan into action. I spend most of the afternoon in my room. I wouldn't say I'm hiding, but I wouldn't say I'm not hiding either. The burner phone Ice picked up for me in Brazil dinged about an hour ago, with a text from Liv letting me know my dad and Foxy were gone. Two things surprised me about that text. One, that my dad didn't and still hasn't tried to text me himself. Two, the overwhelming sense of relief I felt when I found out that he was gone. Sighing, I send Nick a text. Me. "Where are you?" Nick. "In the main room eating again. What's up?" Me. "Nothing. Don't leave. I'm on my way out there." For this crazy plan of mine to work, I think I'm going to need her help. I find her sitting at a table with a plate piled high with food. She smiles at me when I sit. "How are you holding up?" "Good, I guess." "Good?" As if God is giving me a sign, the club whores enter, going to the buffet line. There's 3 of them, and they're laughing and having a good time. I want to do it. Nick's eyebrows lift. Do what? Become a club whore? She actually spits out her water, like it sprays across the table and everything. I know I didn't just hear what I think I heard. Let me say it slower then. I want to become a club whore. She stares at me like I've lost my mind, but I haven't. No, everything feels right, like this is what I was meant to do. Allison, you said it yourself. They have the perfect job. They're safe here, don't have to do anything they don't want to, and get paid. She blinks rapidly at me, like she can't even think of anything to say. I know it sounds crazy, but it's not. I want to do this. I want to have control over who takes my virginity, and then I can get practice on my own terms. No strings attached. Honey, you don't want this. Not really. I do. It's all I've thought about since I found out about them and what they do. I want to do this. I sit up straighter. I have a meeting with Saint at 6. Jesus fucking Christ, she mutters. Does Liv know? No one knows except for you. I'd like to keep it that way until I speak with Saint. I never thought about what I'd do if she decides to talk to Liv. Saint might run this place, but I know for a fact that he will not do anything that Liv doesn't want. Well, crap. Please, Nick? She sighs. I don't like this, but it's your body and your choice. I won't say anything, but once Saint knows, he's gonna tell her. Thank you. When did you say you're meeting him? At 6? She curses under her breath. Come on. Where are we going? To my room. You can't audition to be a club whore looking like that. Thank you. Don't thank me, she mutters. I'm blaming this baby because I know I've lost my damn mind. I laugh, and she glares. Sorry, you have to admit it's kind of funny, though. You won't be laughing when some fucker who reeks of beer and weed ruts around on top of you, she warns. I can say no, right? Well, yeah. Then it'll be fine. She mutters all the way to her room, and I wisely remain silent. I don't care what she thinks. This is a good plan, and she will not talk me out of it. 10. Allison. And so Saint decided to call me Jasmine. I laugh. I love that. Not many people know that story. Saint has a policy that once he gives you a name, you can't tell anyone how or why he came up with it. But since you're about to audition, I figured it was fitting to tell you. She grins. It's brilliant, really. I wonder what he'll come up with for me. There's no telling. She fluffs my curls. There, my work here is done. Nick is a freaking miracle worker. When I voice this thought, she laughs. Honey, it doesn't hurt that you're drop-dead gorgeous. The woman staring back at me is stunning. Smoky eyes, red lips. I'm wearing short shorts and a thin tank top that shows off all my assets that are currently pushed up in a neon pink bra. I look like a different person. A person who is bold and fearless. A person I want to be. A shiver of excitement runs down my spine. Are you sure I can't talk you out of this, Allison? I'm sure. I stand, a bit wobbly in the heels I'm wearing. Thank you for your help. Let me know what he says. I will. Thankfully, his office is on the same side of the club as his living quarters. I knock on the door. Come in. I give myself a little pep talk before opening the door. I'm surprised to see Liv sitting in a chair next to his, behind the desk. She smiles. I hope you don't mind that I'm here. I need to update the shop's website before Saint murders it again. I don't mind. It's actually better this way. I sit in the chair across from the desk, crossing my legs primly, even though I'm wearing booty shorts. If they think my outfit is odd, they don't let it show. Saint puts down his ink pen and focuses on me.
So, to what do I owe this pleasure?
I'd like a job.
A job?
He glances at Liv.
We, don't have anything that you'd be qualified for, I'm afraid.
You're looking for club whores, right? At his nod, I say. That's what I want to apply for. Saint's eyebrows lift, and he coughs to cover what I assume is his discomfort.
I'm sorry. Did you say you want to be a club whore?
Yes. His cheeks turn pink, which is comical, if you think about it. This man is one of the most feared and respected MC presidents around, at least according to my dad. And he's blushing because I said I wanted a job. Liv asks, Allison, do you know what being a club whore entails? Nick explained it to me. They exchange a glance, so I say, Look, I know it sounds crazy. I'm a virgin, and the whole world knows it because of what happened to me. The thing is, I trust the men here. I know that you wouldn't let someone in if they were bad. It's a win-win situation for me. Saint asks,
Does your father know?
This time I'm the one turning red. How would he? He left as fast as he could today and hasn't tried to text. I can tell he's going to say no, so I say, I want to do this, Saint. I want to do what those men tried to do to me, but on my own terms. I want to sell my virginity and donate the money to Rain. Liv asks, and after that? After that? Who knows? I'm not ready to go back to school, but this way I'd be earning money, right? Saint nods.
If I hire you, yes?
You'll hire me.
What makes you so sure?
Because you're a good man, Saint, and you want to do what's best for me. He sighs.
Allison, I need to mull over this, and I'm gonna reach out to your dad. He has a right to know, since he's being patched in soon.
That's fair. I stand. When will you know? His lips twitch.
I'll let you know by the end of the night.
Okay, thanks. I'll be in the main room if you need me. I swear, I think time is standing still. I tap my knee against the table, making my glass of water rattle. Nick sighs. Girl, you're driving me crazy with all that movement. Sorry. What's taking him so long? Lucy says. I imagine if he got a hold of your dad, then that's what's taking so long. It really shouldn't. I mean, the man couldn't wait to leave. Nick touches my arm. It's not like that, and you know it. He's going through some stuff and needs time to work it out. Luckily for him, he has Foxy. I mean it this time, and there's no venom in my voice, only truth. Lucy glances over my shoulder and says, Liv's headed this way. Holy crap, this is it. I'm about to find out if this plan of mine is going to work. Liv reaches the table, smiling at me. Saint would like to see you in his office. I stand, my chair scraping on the floor. I'm ready. She gives no hints as to Saint's decision as we walk. When we get to his office, she motions for me to enter and closes the door behind us. Well? He smiles.
Have a seat.
Crap. He's going to tell me no. But I sit, clasping my hands together as I wait for him to deliver the final verdict.
Well, Allison, I spoke with your father. After talking to him and Foxy, he gave his blessing.
He did? Saint nods.
I guess my question to you is, are you sure you want to do this?
100% sure, Liv asks. And there's not anyone who you might want to be your first before you become a club whore? My mind goes to ice, but I shake my head. There's no one, Saint says.
Well, Allison, when can you start?
Tonight?
He laughs. If you're wanting to let the guys bid on you, might I suggest 2 weeks from now? We can get the word out tonight and let you meet some of them without pressure,
Liv says. And I'd like to add an amendment. Allison, I want you to pick who is your first from the top bidders. Some of our members have more money than others, but this should also be special for you. I nod. I like that idea, Saint says.
I do too. Thank you, darling.
Liv smiles at him and says, I just don't want Allison to regret this. I won't, Saint says.
One last thing. You're going to need a nickname if you're going to work here.
I heard you give them out.
I have in the past, yes.
I open my arms. Hit me with your best shot. He crosses his arms over his chest as he thinks. He grins.
Nips.
My cheeks flame, and I look down, making sure I'm not hanging out of my bra. Liv coughs out a laugh. Saint!
Now, hold on and let me explain myself.
He grins.
You know I pick the nicknames. Part of the deal is that you have to tell anyone who asks what the meaning is, that it's between you and me.
And me, of course, Liv says.
Of course.
I think back to what Nick said about Saint giving her a nickname and grin. I can do that. But really, why Nips?
Your dad told me a story about when you were in preschool, and you went around biting people. Said it reminded him of a chihuahua nipping ankles.
That makes me laugh. So, nips as in biting. I like it, Liv says. Of course everyone is going to think it's because of something else. Really, Allison, I had no idea you had such a smoking hot body under all those baggy clothes. I didn't either, until Nick worked her magic on me, Saint says.
Well, ladies, if everything is settled, then I'm going to head over to the shop. Allison will make the announcement tonight around 11, so I hope you're ready.
I can't deny the flutter of anticipation that I get. I am.
Ice. Hey, man, pass me that part so I can get it on before I'm as old and blind as you, I say to Hawk. Hawk tosses it to me, laughing. We've been out in the shop all day, working on old bikes and cars. It's been nice getting my hands dirty. Saint finally joins us. Sorry that took so long. I was interviewing a new club whore. King grins. Remember when that interview was more like an audition? Saint rolls his eyes. Say that around our wife and see if she laughs. King says, oh, she probably would, and then remind us how much better we have it now. Speaking of, I'm on baby duty. See you in a bit. He walks away, a slight limp to his gait. Not sure I've ever seen a man so crazy about his babies, though. That's part of the reason he stepped down as VP. Wanted to be there while the kids grow up. Hawk picks up a wrench and asks, who's the girl? A transfer from another chapter, or is she a stripper from the club? Neither. He pauses. It's Allison. I swear to fucking God I thought he just said Allison. Hawk repeats. Allison, as in Fred's daughter? Saint takes the wrench from Hawk and answers. Yes. Hawk meets my gaze. Bewilderment on his face. Allison Hill, the new club whore, is sweet and innocent. Allison Hill? Saint sighs. Yes. Any more questions? Hawk replies, "Oh, I've got tons. The main one is, have you lost your fucking mind?" Saint actually laughs. "Not today." "Then explain to me why hiring a virgin as a club whore makes sense," Saint says. "That's between me and her. Just know I'm putting out a notice tonight. She's going to be taking bids for her virginity, but the catch is she gets to pick the person, even if it's not the highest bid." I feel fucking sick. "She's selling herself?" I practically spit. "And you're allowing it?" He turns to me. Saint Massacre is the type of man that most people don't fuck around with. Normally, I would show more respect, but not when Al is involved. "I'm going to ignore your tone, since I know you care about the girl. She's losing her virginity on her own terms. The money she makes is going to be donated to RAIN. RAIN, or the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, is the nation's largest anti-sexual violence organization. I've worked with them on many occasions after rescuing people from trafficking rings." Saint goes on, "I respect the hell out of her for making this choice. If you don't like it, then you better make sure you're one of the top bidders." The air leaves my lung in a rush. Bid on her? There's no fucking way in hell that's happening. Several hours and even more beers later, I'm in the main room trying to forget the news Saint dropped on me. Just as I think I'm finally starting to forget, there's a commotion as the club whores enter the room. Dread fills my body as I see what they're all wearing. Each and every one of them has on white lingerie, the same kind one might wear on their wedding night. And then Al walks in wearing the same getup, except hers is red. Not just red, though. Passionate, lust-inducing red that makes me shift in my seat. Her body is a fucking work of art, and it kills me that her nipples are slightly visible through the lacy material. And how in the fuck did I not notice how perfect her breasts are? Her hair is pulled up in a sleek ponytail. She doesn't even look like the same person with makeup on, either. But the thing that's killing me the most, it's her mouth, which is painted the same color as her lingerie. And all I can think about is how those lips would look wrapped around my cock. Fuck me. Saint gets everyone's attention, but I can barely drag my gaze off Al. Fuck, she looks. "Listen up, fuckers. I'd like everyone to meet our new club whore, Nips." What in the goddamn actual fuck? Nips? Saint's lips twitch at the stir his statement causes around the room and says, "Nips here is a bit different from the other girls. She's a virgin, but wants her first time to be with a devil regent's brother." This gets a lot of hoots and hollers from the guys. I glare at them, and my fists clench. "So, for the next 2 weeks, we'll be taking bids. The winner gets to be Nip's first lover. And I know whoever it is will show her a good time." He smiles at Al, patting her on the back as he passes. Titan says, "Well, guess that means he wasn't joking about her becoming a whore. This is fucking madness. Good for her for doing this on her own terms." He says, "What's her father going to say when he finds out?" Hawk answers. He knows. Saint called him this afternoon to tell him. He wasn't thrilled with the idea, but says it's her choice. Plus, he knows Saint isn't going to let some creep be her first. What does that mean? Well, he told you to bid on her. If you won't, he's got a few members and a handful of prospects lined up who are decent guys. Like who? Slimy. I think I'm going to be fucking sick. Slimy's old enough to be her fucking grandfather. Who else? Boots, Tool, and Reaper. Jesus Christ. None of those men are good enough for her. What in the fuck is Saint thinking? Titan points. Looks like she's going to have plenty of choices. There's a fucking line of guys waiting to talk to her. A light blush creeps up her neck when Tool kisses her hand. God damn it! They're going to eat her up and spit her out before she knows what's happening. Hawk slaps my back. Looks like you better get over there and put down your bid. I scoff as he leaves. There's no way in hell I'm going to put my name on that list. An hour later, I stare at the clipboard with names and bids, taking a sip of my beer. Saint made the announcement 60 fucking minutes ago, and there's already 2 pages full of names who wants to be Al's first. Fuck. She comes over, sitting in the empty chair next to me. She's donned a sheer robe that covers her, but not enough to my liking. Her eyes are bright as she says,
That went well, I think.
I grunt.
Some of the guys are really nice. Have you hung out with Tool much?
I glare. I haven't, but I'm sure he comes by his club name honestly. She giggles.
He said he got the name because he likes to work on bikes.
Which just shows how fucking naive she is. Speaking of names, how in the fuck did you end up with Nips? Her eyes are dancing.
That's a secret between me and Saint.
Does his wife know about your little secret? She blinks.
Well, yeah. She was in there, too. So I guess it's our little secret.
Why am I not surprised? Saint is fine sharing his woman with 3 other dudes. Maybe Liv has the same motto. Because, in my experience, there's only a few ways people get nicknames in the club. Fucking Nips. Are you fucking kidding me?
Ice, are you okay?
I take another sip of my beer. Why wouldn't I be?
You seem kind of mad.
I'm not.
Oh, that's good.
She stands.
Guess I better get out there and mingle some more.
She leaves, going right to motherfucking Tool's side. He smiles down at her, putting his arm around her, pulling her close. I'm about to stand when someone taps my shoulder. Nick is there and pushes a glass into my hand.
You look like you need something stronger than a beer.
I toss back the shot. That obvious?
To everyone except for Allison and Tool. Tool.
She snorts.
I've never met a more aptly named person.
You ought to tell your friend that.
No, I don't think I will.
I swing my head to look at her. Why not?
It's a hell of a lot more fun watching you lose your shit.
She pats my arm.
Better figure it out, Ice. That list is growing.
11. Allison. I had no idea that I'd become the main attraction after Saint made the announcement. The single men flock to me, wanting to get to know me. The club whores tell me how badass they think I am. And I've been invited to go shopping with them in the morning. The guys who are taken nod their head in respect when I walk by. Even Saint stopped me to say this was going better than he thought. I glance across the room, where Ice is literally glaring at me. Okay, so not everyone is happy about my news. I guess I get why he's mad. He literally saved me from a trafficking ring. He probably doesn't understand why I want to sell my virginity now. I should get over there and explain to him why I need to do this. I'm about to head his way when Nick stands in front of me. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Do what? She gives me a look. Ice is in a terrible mood. Best to leave him alone. I'm guessing I'm to blame for his mood? I sigh. I was just gonna explain to him why. Girl, you don't owe him or anyone else here an explanation. This is for you, so fuck what everyone else thinks. She's right, but I still don't like thinking Ice is mad at me. You've been busy tonight? Leaning toward anyone? They've all been nice. Nice, she snorts. No need to bullshit me, sis. Fine. Out of everyone I've talked to, Tool is the nicest. Nice, but a tad pushy. Maybe it's not him, though. I'm the one who's lacking in experience, not him. Maybe what he's doing is perfectly normal. Nick says, I looked over your list. Who knew a V-card could go for so much? Apparently the traffickers did, I reply dryly. She snorts and covers her mouth. That was a terrible joke. But another giggle escapes her lips. Soon, we're both laughing, and people are looking at us like we've lost our minds. Hawk comes over, putting his arm around Nick. Everything okay? Nick wipes the tears from her eyes. Yeah, Allison just said something that really tickled me. He kisses her cheek. I'm about to go to bed. Want to join me? Nick sends him a heated look. I don't know. Is this pussy gonna lick itself? Hawk laughs and doesn't look a bit embarrassed. No, it's not, but I'm more than happy to. To me, Nick says, Girl, pregnancy hormones are no joke. I'm weepy, hungry, and horny, sometimes all at the same time. What a time to be alive. Nick, I laugh. Do me a favor. Have Tool walk you to your room when you decide to leave. Hawk gives her an exasperated look. Nick! What? Just trying to push things along? Hawk mutters something into her ear and she says, That's the idea, baby. He sighs and says to me, Have a good night, Nips. Nick says, Oh, yeah, you'll have to tell me about that. I grin as they leave. The room is thinning out. The other whores are already pairing up. Pinky winks at me as she leads two men away. Well, I'm not sure I'll ever be adventurous enough to try something like that. I truly envy her boldness. Still having fun? Turning, I find Tool there with a drink in hand for me. I take it, taking a sip. I am. What about you? Wishing we had some more time to talk. But you've been busy. He pauses. Would you be interested in going on a date? A date? Yeah, somewhere away from the club where we can talk without everyone staring. When I look up, I find several people watching us, including Ice. He scowls when he meets my gaze. I say to Tool, Yeah, that might not be a bad idea. He smiles. Just tell me when and where. What about tomorrow evening? It's a date. I grin at his cheesy joke. And then it hits me. I really have a date. Holy cow. Tool says, I'm about to call it a night, but didn't want to leave without talking to you one last time. I think I'm ready to go too. Would you mind walking me to my room? I'd be honored. I put my drink on a nearby table and smile when he offers his hand. As we leave, I feel like someone's watching. When I glance over my shoulder, I meet Ice's gaze again, his expression unreadable. I shiver. Cold? Smiling at Tool, I say. A bit. He puts his arm over my shoulder, pulling me close. This should feel good, right? I mean, I'm getting what I want. So why do I wish it was Ice next to me and not Tool? Tool makes idle chit-chat as we walk, telling me that he doesn't have a room at the clubhouse yet. If I was bolder, I would invite him to stay with me. But I'm not ready for that. Not yet. Tool smiles when we get to my door. Guess this is where we say goodbye. I've been on dates before, and have felt super nervous at this point, like I'm obligated to invite the guy in or something. Tool doesn't make me feel that way. Thanks for hanging out with me. No need to thank me, Nips. It was my pleasure. He leans in, kissing my cheek before walking away, whistling to himself. I go into my room, closing the door behind me. The clipboard with the bids is on my bed, just as Saint said it would be. I'm shocked as hell to see there's nearly 4 pages filled out. Holy crap. I tell myself I'm not looking for Ice's name, but that's an outright lie. I skim the pages twice, and then toss the clipboard aside. he didn't bid on me. Maybe everything I thought I felt between the two of us was all in my head. There's a knock on my door, and I open it, finding Nick and Lucy. I try not to notice that Nick's hair is all kinds of disheveled now. Total sex hair. "Hey," I greet, stepping aside so they can enter. Nick goes right to the list, looking it over. "Damn, girl! The top bid is 10,000. "I know. Isn't that awesome?" She taps the line with the top bidder's name. "Though I'm not sure I'd want Slimy to be my first." "Is he the older man with—" I pause, trying to think of a polite way to voice his looks. Nick says, "With the greasy hair that looks like it's never been washed? Yeah, that's him." Lucy's lips part. "Is that how he got his name?" "Yeah, gross, isn't it?" I laugh. "He seemed nice." "Nice my ass. You want someone who makes you burn. And don't you forget that." Lucy asks, "Are you leaning toward anyone?" "I haven't thought about it too much," I lie. But then I tell her the same thing I told Nick. Tool is probably at the top of my list. I know he's not the top bidder, but he's in the top 5. Nick stares at me. "And does he make you burn?" "Kind of." "Girl, I just don't want you to regret this. I just hope Ice gets his head out of his ass and puts a bid down." My cheeks feel warm. "Why would you think Ice would want to put his name down?" "I talked to him earlier. He was madder than shit with all those guys hanging around you. So I told him he needed to bid on you." "Why would you say that?" "We're not blind. We can all see that he's into you." For some reason, I want to cry. She says that, but he didn't put his name on the list. If he liked me, then why hasn't he made a move or even bid on me? I say, "Look, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but Ice just isn't into me like that. We're friends, and friends don't have sex." Lucy snorts. "Tell my best friend James that." Nick says, "Honey, we just want to make sure you get the best experience possible." "And do you think that will come from Ice?" They both nod. "Well, too bad he's not interested." Changing the subject, I say, "The other whores are taking me shopping in the morning. Do y'all want to come too?" Anything to get the topic off Ice and his obvious lack of interest in me. I stew over the conversation I had with Nick and Lucy all night. By morning, I'm a grumpy mess. Plus, I have no idea what to wear on this shopping spree with the girls. I'm saved when there's a knock on my door and I find Nick smiling back at me. "Ouch. I'm taking it you didn't sleep well." "That obvious, huh?" She grins. "Lucky for you, I'm a miracle worker." She's dressed in shorts and a crop top that shows the slight swell to her stomach, and picks out a similar outfit for me, though my top is a black bralette. I lift it. "Are you sure I can get away with wearing this in public?" "It's fine. People wear less than this at the store we're going to." "If you say so." "I do. Now, let's fix your hair." Nick pulls my hair into a high ponytail, making it look sleek, where I know I'd only be able to manage a lumpy mess. She puts mascara on my lashes and lip gloss on my lips. After I change, I stare at myself again. "I don't know how you make me look so good." She hands me black high heels and says, "Honey, this is all you. Come on, the other girls are already waiting for us in the main room." Sure enough, Pinky, Kiwi, Ducky, and Lucy are sitting at a table. Nick says, "Michelle wanted to sleep in today and Liv was busy with Bash." I'm still not sure how it works between Liv and her men, but good for her. Everyone says hi, and Ducky even gives me a quick hug. Pinky gets everyone's attention. "Going shopping is a rite of passage for every club whore. Nips, welcome to the club." I grin. As silly as it may seem, I always wanted friends like this growing up. But I was shy and focused on schoolwork. Not anymore. No. I'm gonna live life my way, starting now. Let's do this. The first store they take me to is a stripper store owned by a drag queen who wears bright neon green platform heels and a matching ball gown. Doll, you are beautiful. Now, tell me your favorite colors so I can make all your dreams come true. He bops the tip of my nose. As your fairy gay mother, I take this job very seriously. By the time I leave, I have 6 shopping bags filled with a rainbow of different items. Skirts, booty shorts, see-through shirts, bras, lingerie, stockings, heels, pasties. You name it, it's in my bags. Our next stop is a lingerie store. Again, I find several items I want. I think of Ice as I pick out each item, wondering if he'd like it. I try to bypass the crotchless panties, but Nick and Kiwi assure me that I'm going to want them. Kiwi says, "It drives the guys wild. Sure, you might not want them your first time, but believe me when I say you'll want them." She lifts a bra that comprises several leather pieces. "And this. You'll want this." I trust them, so I get both items. Our last stop is an adult toy store. I've only been in a store like this once, and it was on a dare. The girls spread out, going to sections that interest them. Me? I look at everything. Lucy comes to my side, smiling. "Doing okay?" "Just a lot to take in. Liv took me to my first adult toy store." She laughs. "I was as shocked as you look." "Did you end up buying anything?" Her eyes light up. "I did. In fact, I think I see the item just over there." She leads me to the vibrator section. Here, there's a vibe for every shape and size. Big ones, small ones, curved ones with spurs and ridges. She reaches for a neon pink bullet. "It's small," I say. She laughs. "It's called the Dragon Slayer. Though it is small, it is mighty. Liv and I each bought one, as well as a bigger version. This one is perfect for clitoral stimulation. The other one is good for penetration." Good Lord. I'm way out of my league here. My cheeks feel warm, but when I look up, I can see she's trying to help. "Maybe I should get both of them. Start out small and work up to the big one?" "That's what I would do." She reaches for another of the bullet vibes. James is going to get lucky tonight. "Thank you, Lucy." She smiles. "That's what friends are for." I don't get as much at this store, but I'm oddly excited to try out my new items when I get back to the club. When we get in the car, Nick asks, "Well, what did you think?" "I think I'm going to need a bigger closet." This makes everyone laugh. I ask, "What is everyone doing for the rest of the day?" Ducky says, "We usually rest until it's time to go to the main room, make ourselves scarce so the guys are starving for us by the time we get out there." "That's actually brilliant." Kiwi grins. "Isn't it? Oh, and wear something pink tonight. That's our color for the evening. And send me your number. I can email you the calendar with theme nights so you have it." When we get to the club, the girls enter using a side door so they aren't seen. Nick invites me to come hang out with her, but I want to unpack everything. "I'll see you tonight," I say with a smile. In my room, I cut off the tags and hang up my clothes. By the time I'm finished, it looks like I've been at the club a lot longer than just a few days. I like the sense of belonging I get. Yawning, I think the girls might have the right idea and slip into my bed. Now I understand why the curtains on the windows are black. When I turn off the light, it's completely dark, and the AC makes it cool. Perfect napping conditions. My eyes close, and I fall asleep. I'm walking outside, and I'm alone. But I'm not scared. Ahead, Ice works on his bike. His shirt is tossed to the side, and the sun gleams on his slick muscles. "Al," he greets me. "What are you doing out here all alone?" "Why? Afraid someone is going to eat me up?" He stands. "Hello, massive boner. Maybe it's me you should be afraid of." "I'm not scared of you, Ice," I say as I move closer to him. He pulls me against his chest, kissing me until I'm breathless. There are a million things I want to say to him, like asking him why he hasn't bid on me. But all words fade away as he cups my breast. "Al?" "I want to be your first." "I want that too." Right there in this beautiful wooded area, he lies me on the ground. Somehow in this dream fantasy, we're both completely naked. But who am I to question this? He moves over me, sliding into me. I feel full of him and full of life. When he moves, I groan. Pleasure builds deep inside of me, a place I think has been hidden from me until now, something only he was meant to unlock. We move together as one, until I shatter, crying out his name. "Allison," he moans. Hearing my name on his lips sends me over again, and I ride wave after wave of pleasure. My core throbs and aches as my need for him grows again. "I love you," I whisper. "And I love you, Allison." It's the perfect ending to this perfect dream. 12. Allison. Gasping, I wake up to find my legs clenched together, trying to savor the pulsing in my core. My nipples rub against the bralette, making me moan. Holy crap, did I just get off from a dream? I feel warm all over. I've had dreams like this before, where I got off, but none were this intense. My body still aches, and I glance at the bag on the floor. Reaching down, I pull out the 2 boxes. Start small and work up to big, I tell myself. Padding to the bathroom, I wash off each item like the woman at the store told me to, and insert the batteries. I test the smaller one as I walk back to my bed. It hums in my palm, and a wave of anticipation washes over me. I drop the bigger on top of the bed, just in case I decide to get adventurous. All I need is the lube the saleswoman recommended. I'm reaching for it when there's a loud knock on my door. My heart pounds as I open it, feeling as if I've just been busted, which I guess technically I was. Ice's lips part when he sees me. "Oh, you look... fuck. Is that good or bad? Because I really can't tell. It sounded good, but his expression was so pained that it makes me think it's a bad thing." "You look beautiful." "Oh, thanks. Can I come in?" I glance over my shoulder at where my vibrators are still on the bed. Just a second." He moves closer, peering into the room. "Is someone in here?" "What? No. Why would you think that?" "Because you're acting like you're hiding something, and I saw a tool leave the main room a bit ago." I start to defend myself, but decide against it. I can tell by the stubborn set of his jaw that he won't let this go. Screw it. I step aside so he can enter my room and close the door behind us. I swear to God, he zones right in on my bed. "As you can see, there is no one in here, but I was about to have a little alone time." His gaze lands on me. "Were you now?" God, I think the temperature goes up 10 degrees. "Yep." He goes to the bed, lifting the bigger toy. Seriously, is it warm in here or is it just me?
Looks pretty new to me.
Dang, how can he tell? Have a lot of experience with sex toys, Ice?
Sure do.
He moves closer.
Have you used it before?
There's a part of me that wishes I could be some sex kitten and flirt with him until he's begging to be with me. But that's not who I am, so I go with the truth. Not yet.
You know, I was thinking, you've signed up to do something pretty big with this auction, and I think you should get a little experience before the big night.
He says it so sincerely that I find myself admitting, I've been kind of worried about that.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, I've done some things, just not enough to be confident, you know?
What kind of things?
If this was anyone else but Ice, I'd be too embarrassed to say it out loud. But I trust Ice. I've kissed a guy before, obviously. Fooled around a bit. Touched myself, though I don't see what all the fuss is about, I think. Oh, went skinny dipping with a guy I was dating while we were in Cancun, and he let me touch him.
Touched him where?
His gaze is so intense that it takes my breath away. There, through his swim shorts. His nostrils flare.
What happened after?
Someone spotted us and called the police. We were escorted out of the water, which was so embarrassing, especially after my dad found out about it.
So, how did you end up with your vibrating friends?
I laugh. Oh, well, I went shopping today with the girls. Lucy helped me pick it out.
Have you ever had an orgasm, Al?
I glance away from him. I think so.
Baby, I promise you'd know if you'd had one.
He sighs.
That settles it.
Settles what?
Al, I'm going to be your training buddy until the auction is over. That way you're not going into the big night without a clue.
Why do you even care?
Your first time should be special. It's not going to be special if you haven't even had an orgasm.
I mean, it makes sense. You can't tell anyone you're helping me. I know it's unusual for someone my age to still be a virgin, and I don't want any of the guys to think I'm a weirdo. There's no telling what Saint will do when he finds out just how inexperienced I am. I mean, it shouldn't be a big deal, but I think they would try to make it one.
Deal. You gonna tell the girls?
I shake my head. No one knows. This is between you and me. He thinks.
So, we'll have to sneak around. Any other requests?
Obviously no sex.
Got it.
I laugh. This is nuts. Are we really gonna do this?
We sure are. And the first lesson starts now.
Now?
My voice squeaks.
Yup. He hands me the vibrator.
How are you gonna use this?
I, was actually gonna use the smaller one. Everyone says that's the way to go.
Okay. How are you gonna use the small one then?
I was gonna lie on my bed.
Right.
He motions toward the bed.
Naked?
I think so.
Are you comfortable getting naked now, with me here?
I think back to the dream I had and nod. Yes?
I can turn my back.
Before I can object, he turns. My hands shake as I pull off my bralette, shorts, and panties. I drop my clothes on the floor and go to the bed. Do I, get under the covers or on top of them? He turns, and any embarrassment I was feeling fades away when he looks me over. He's looking at me like he wants to eat me up, and I'm more than ready to let him. It makes me feel all hot and bothered.
On top.
He rasps. I climb on the bed, never breaking eye contact with him. He inhales deeply before coming to the side of the bed, sitting.
You said you've touched yourself before. Show me, and we'll go from there.
Okay. Closing my eyes, I trace a trail down my stomach and say, it was after a 4th of July party. One of my mom's co-workers was there, and I've always thought he was cute. I remember it like it was yesterday. It was the summer after I graduated high school, and I foolishly thought he'd be interested in a baby-faced 18-year-old. I paraded around him all day in my bikini, and he played up to me, but never did anything. I'd heard my friends talk about touching themselves, so I decided to try when I got to my room that night. I part my folds and run my finger around. I'm not sure if it's telling Ice about this experience or the dream from earlier, but I'm wet, like wetter than I've been before. I gasp when I rake over my clit.
Go on.
So I did this. I imagined him coming into my room, seeing me.
Did you imagine him touching you?
I nod.
I'm gonna touch you. Is that okay?
I nod again. I feel like time is suspended as I wait for his touch.
Breathe, Al, and keep talking.
What? Right. So, I wanted him to see me and see what he did to me. My finger scrapes over my clit again. I didn't know what I was doing, but every time I did this, it felt good. I gasp as Ice palms my breast and my nipple buds. Opening my eyes, I find him focused on his task. He squeezes the globe, dragging a moan from me.
Did you touch your breasts?
I never thought to, I admit. And now I'm cursing myself because this feels so good. He rubs my nipple, and it gets even harder. My free hand digs into the bedding.
Al?
Yeah.
Do you trust me?
Yes. He gives me a searing look as he leans forward, kissing the valley between my breasts. My heart is pounding so hard that it wouldn't surprise me if he can feel it. His kisses move upward, and I let out a small moan as I guess his destination. He places a soft kiss on my nipple before covering it with his hot mouth. Ice! I moan out. He's basically French kissing my nipple, with the occasional nip or suck. And it's the most wonderful thing I've ever felt. While he does that, his hand moves between my legs, where he seeks out my hand. He moves our hands together through my folds. I'm so wet now that it coats my fingers. I should be embarrassed, but I spread my legs wider, giving him better access. He lifts his head.
How does that feel?
So good.
Now, we can keep going, or we can add the toy.
It's hard to think with his hand between my legs. Toy, I finally managed to say. Reaching over, he lifts the bullet vibe, turning it on. He touches the inside of my thigh with it, making me laugh. My laughter fades away as he presses the vibe against my clit. My core clenches, and everything in my body feels like it's alive. He moves the vibe around in small circles, all while pressing down on my clit. I climb higher and higher as pleasure builds, until I'm crying out as I come. Oh, God, I moan. That was... Holy crap. Ice pulls the vibe from my clit. I feel so good right now, but I feel like something's missing. Are we still going? He nods.
Yes.
Good.
Hand me the other vibe.
I do as he says, and he turns it on. My pussy clenches at the sight of him holding it. He runs the tip of it through my folds to my opening. Slowly, he pushes it in a few inches.
How does that feel?
Good. And a little weird. He pulls it out, and then slides it in again, never going too far. My breath hitches in my throat. Holy crap. He's fucking me with a vibrator. I feel a rush of heat between my legs, and the vibe makes a sound as he moves it.
Ah, you do like this, don't you?
It's starting to feel better. Better is a freaking lie. It feels so good. He pulls it out, holding it up so I can see.
You're so fucking wet that it's making it hard to hold on to this.
Is that a good thing?
Fucking perfect.
He slides it along my slit before sliding it in.
Turn on the bullet vibe and put it on your nipple.
I'm having a hard time focusing as he moves the vibe in and out, but I manage to turn on the bullet and run it over my nipple. My hips lift, and I cry out as pleasure shoots through my body.
So fucking responsive,
he murmurs. I touch my other nipple and have a similar reaction. Good Lord, who knew this could feel so good? Moving my hand down, I press it against my clit the same way Ice did. An orgasm rips through me so fast and hard that I feel like I leave my body for a moment. When I open my eyes, I see white spots, and my legs are clenched around Ice's hand. He gives me a slow smile.
More?
More. I hedge. But can you use your mouth on my breasts again? What I really want to ask is for him to use his mouth on my pussy. But I'm scared. I mean, this is supposed to be a friend helping a friend out. And what if that crosses a line?
Al?
I blink. Sorry, got lost in my thoughts.
None of that,
he teases.
I'm not doing my job right if I can't keep my girl in the moment.
There's a lot in that statement that makes my stomach flutter. His girl, and the heat in his eyes. Good Lord, I'm getting hot again. I say, oh, I think you're doing the job just right.
Good. So, mouth on your breast again?
Yes, please.
Such a polite girl.
He teases as he moves closer.
Would you be thanking me if I gave you my cock?
My entire face flames, but I nod. I think I would. He leans forward, brushing his lips over mine. The vibe between my legs comes to life, and my lips part. I've been kissed before, but when his tongue slips between my lips, it's like everything I thought I knew was wrong. He kisses me like a man on a mission, and I'm just along for the ride. But what a ride it is. He pulls away, trailing kisses down my jaw, over my collarbone, to the valley between my breasts again. When he rubs his jaw over the sensitive skin, letting his 5 o'clock shadows scrape against my skin, I shudder. Pressure is already building deep in my core, and I'm vaguely aware that my hips are rocking into his mock thrusts with the vibe. He nips my nipple and licks away the sting. Oh, God, I pant. Ice.
I know, baby, I know.
His mouth covers my nipple, and I come undone. If I thought the last 2 orgasms were intense, I was wrong. Ice's mouth finds mine, and we kiss as I ride out wave after wave of pleasure. Vaguely, I think I hear someone knocking, but ignore it, pulling Ice closer. But Ice stills.
I think you have a visitor.
At the same time, Tool calls out. Nips, you in there? I waited around and then got worried.
Wonder what he'd say if he knew my hand was between your legs, drenched in your cum.
Ice growls into my ear. Holy hotness. My lips part, and he takes the opportunity to kiss me again. Nips? I should answer that, I whisper, but I make no effort to move. Instead, I say, I think I like the way your fingers feel, better than the vibrator. Ice pets my pussy, kissing me again as he pushes a finger inside of me. I moan.
Better be quiet, or your wannabe boyfriend will know you're avoiding him.
He continues to stroke me.
Why was he waiting for you?
I was supposed to meet him, to go on a date. I gasp. Oh, God, I need more ice. He rubs his nose against mine as he adds another finger.
No dates with anyone until after the auction. We're gonna need all the time we can get to practice.
I'd set myself on fire right now if he asked. I manage a nod.
Good girl.
His mouth covers mine, and he kisses me until I'm gasping for air. At the same time, he scrapes his thumb over my clit, sending me over the edge for a 4th time. I cry out, not caring that Tool might be on the other side of the door. Oh, yes! I fall back against the mattress, totally exhausted, but equally satisfied. Ice pulls his hand from between my legs, licking his fingers. God, why is that so sexy? He lies next to me, pulling me into his arms. I don't miss the massive hard-on he has, which makes me all kinds of excited. Like, I did that to him. It's all kinds of empowering.
Well, I'd say the first lesson was a success.
I giggle. I agree. That was... Wow. Is it always like that when you have an orgasm?
Not always.
I snuggle against him. Thank you for showing me how good it can be.
What are your plans tomorrow?
I don't really have any. Why? What did you have in mind?
Meet me in my room at 10.
I smile up at him. You're not going to give me any more hints than that? He grins.
Nope.
Good thing I like you and your magic fingers.
Oh, baby, you ain't seen nothing yet.
We lie there, cuddling, long into the night. At one point, I doze off, and he covers us with a blanket. When I wake up, he's still pressed against me. Ice?
Yeah?
Can we practice some more? He gives me a lazy smile.
Anything you want, Al.
And so we practice until I feel boneless and have come more times than I can count. Around 4 a.m, Ice kisses me at the door.
Don't forget, meet me at 10.
I'll be there. Because I think I might be addicted to this man. and the way he makes me feel. The next few days go by in a blur of two of my favorite things in the world: ice and orgasms. We have to find ways to sneak off, and it's honestly exhilarating. Today we're having a picnic on the club's property, but far from prying eyes. Not that anyone knows what we're doing. The girls haven't even picked up on it, which is crazy, because every time I see ice, I feel like I probably have little bubble hearts floating around my head. Ice brushes my hair from my face. "Doing good down there?" I smile up at him. "Just trying to recover from that last orgasm." He stretches out next to me, still, unfortunately, fully clothed.
Good thing we're out here. Pretty sure everyone would have heard you yelling out my name if we were in the clubhouse.
That makes me snort. Who knew I was going to be so vocal in the bedroom? I say. That probably wouldn't go over well with the guys who have bid on me. A look of irritation crosses his face.
Yeah, probably not.
Of course. On the other hand, some of the guys might wonder how I have all this new knowledge in the bedroom.
You're a virgin, not a saint. Tell them to fuck off if they have questions.
He pauses.
Why are you still a virgin? I'm sure you've had guys chasing after you for a while.
Oh, yeah, because the daughter of an FBI agent just screams dateable. I shrug. I don't know. It just didn't seem important after watching the path my older sister went down.
You have an older sister? I didn't know that.
Had. She passed away when I was in the 7th grade.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Me too. I think watching Amy go down all those destructive paths scared me or something. Because I did everything the opposite. No parties, no dating for the most part. Definitely no fooling around. I smile to hide my sadness. It used to drive my dad insane when she would bring a guy home. Of course, she had a knack for picking out real winners, if you catch my drift. But then she died, and I think a part of my whole family died with her. So dating and having sex seemed really selfish and not important. He leans over, kissing me.
I'm sorry you lost her.
Me too. I wonder if she would have ever got her stuff figured out. And if she had, if things would have been different. Like, would my parents still be together? Would I have broken out of my shell and tried to live a little more?
That's understandable. You're living now, though, and that's what counts.
I smile. Too bad it took being kidnapped to realize that I wasn't really living.
Al.
I mean it. The other girls would sit there and talk about what they had left behind. Nick went on and on about Hawk, and even Lucy had a boyfriend at the time. Me? All I could say was, I hoped my dad would save me, which he didn't.
And then you came home, and he let you down even more.
He pauses.
Is that part of the reason why you decided to do this? Maybe a bit of a rebellion?
There's no sense in lying. Yeah, that's part of it. Doing this is the most shocking thing I think I could do. I snort. But that didn't even seem to faze him. He just gave his blessing and went on with his new life without me.
He's healing. It's gonna take time.
Yeah, that's what everyone keeps saying. I sigh. I don't know. Maybe I'm a bitch because I just don't get why he's still running. I'm back. I'm safe. Isn't that enough? He strokes my arm.
Maybe the reason he's still running is more on him than it is on you.
What do you mean?
He was supposed to protect you and he didn't. That's a heavy load to carry.
You sound like you're speaking from experience. He gets a faraway look in his eyes.
I am. When I was in the army, I was on a mission that went south. One guy in my squad was captured and we were ordered to leave him behind. It just didn't sit right with me. So I went against orders to go back and save him.
Were you able to get him in time? A ghost of a smile is on his lips.
Yeah, but it changed something in me. If I had been more aware of my surroundings, it would have never happened. Or at least that's what I told myself.
Ice, I'm sure you did everything you could.
And so did your dad. That's my point. Sometimes doing your best isn't enough, and that's a hard pill to swallow. People cope in different ways.
Don't tell me you married someone and have a kid out there. I'm partly joking, but also kind of serious. We've shared bits and pieces of our lives with each other, but it's only been a few days. Maybe he has a whole life that I don't know about. His lips brush against mine.
No wife.
Another kiss.
No kids.
How did you cope then?
When I was free of my duties in the army, I took off for a few months and lived like a mountain man up in Alaska. Ended up in Mississippi with the club.
He sighs.
Sometimes I still need that time to myself and will take off. Bugs the shit out of Titan, who seems to take it personal every time I go.
Are you feeling like you need alone time now? His gaze rakes over me.
No, I think I've found a new way to fill that void.
My body heats at his words. Oh? Care to share? His mouth covers mine as his fingers trail a path down my stomach to my pussy.
Oh, baby, I've got plenty to share with you.
I smile up at him. Thank you.
For what?
For a lot of things. But specifically, for being here with me. I think you're helping me fill a void too. Something I didn't even know was missing. The thing is, I'm not sure what I'm going to do when he's done teaching me, and the deadline for the auction is coming up soon. What if he decides to walk when the 2 weeks are up? What then?
13. Ice. The next 2 weeks fly by in a blur as I steal Al away every moment I can, making her come more times than I can count. Each time, it gets harder to let her walk away. Today I'm taking her away from the club so we can get some real alone time, without the fear of prying eyes. I manage to get a few hours of sleep before I head to the shop, doing my assigned tasks. There's a rally coming up, and some of the guys want to show off their modified bikes. It'll be good business for the club. Unfortunately, Tool is the only other person inside. Fuck. I thought I might get lucky and be working with Titan or Hawk. He looks up from the bike he's working on. Hey, man. Hey, you didn't happen to see Nips last night, did you? I go to the bike I'm working on and grunt. Her friend Michelle said she thought she might be in her room, but she wasn't there when I stopped by. It's harder than shit not to smirk at the little prick. Oh, she was there, asshole, with my hand between her legs, stroking her wet cunt. Again, just like she's been every other time he's stopped by. Do I look like a babysitter? No, he glances at me. So, are you going to bid on her? Hadn't even thought about it. The lie rolls off my tongue. Even though she wasn't on the main floor again, she still got 2 more pages full of bids. He laughs. I'm going to have to talk to Slimy. He keeps outbidding me. My hand grips the wrench in my hand. Is that so? Afraid you're going to lose? I never lose. He looks so cocksure, and I want to punch the look right off his face. But fucking Saint has rules about shit like that. How do you even have that money? You can't be older than 25, and from what I've heard, you don't work other than a few hours in here. He averts his eyes. Doesn't matter. Ah, so you're a rich boy living off mommy and daddy's money. I laugh, standing. Don't worry, Tool. Your secret is safe with me. Fuck you! That's not how I have my money. Sure, man. Whatever you say. As I leave the shop, I send Hawk a message letting him know I'm leaving the clubhouse for a bit. When I walk around the front of the club, I'm fucking stoked to see Al standing there looking like an angel in a yellow sundress. Her face lights up when she sees me.
Morning.
Good morning. She glances over her shoulder.
I don't think anyone saw me.
I ask, ever been on a motorcycle before?
No?
She fluffs the skirt of her dress.
Can I ride in this?
The thought of knowing she's in a dress behind me makes me hard, and I have to adjust myself. You can. You just have to make sure it doesn't blow up while we ride. She links her hands through mine and says,
I can't wait to see where we're going.
I was thinking we can grab breakfast first and then head to our destination.
Sounds good to me.
I lead her to my bike. Since it's early, there isn't anyone around, so I lean forward and brush my lips against hers. When I pull back, her eyes are wide in surprise, and, I'd like to think, excitement.
What was that for?
Just because.
Oh.
Her tongue darts out across her lip, and she puts her hand on my chest as she kisses me. Fuck, she tastes so fucking sweet. And her innocent kiss, it's about to make me cum in my jeans. Pulling away, I say, let's go. I help her put on her helmet and climb on. I've never had a woman ride on my bike before, so when she climbs on behind me, I'm shocked at how right this feels. She's pressed up against me and wraps her arms around me like it's the most natural thing in the world. When I pull out of the compound, she holds on for dear life. But the longer we ride, the more relaxed she becomes. I love being able to share this with her. Riding is a part of me, something I miss when I can't do it, so having her here is like being in heaven. I take her to Bluffton, South Carolina, for breakfast, which I guess is technically more like lunch by the time we get there. Bluffton is one of my favorite places to go when I need to get away. It's close enough to Savannah that I can be there if the club needs me. But it's also like stepping into a different world, one where my past doesn't haunt me and people don't judge me. Al holds my hand as we walk down the streets. I let her pick where she wants to eat, and we end up at a farm-to-table restaurant. Luckily for us, we're here on a weekday, so it's not crowded. As we eat, we talk. Al says,
I still feel terrible about the way I treated Foxy.
Foxy is a tough girl. She'll understand.
My anger should have been directed at my dad. She sighs. I'm still hurt that he left, and that he's been gone for over 2 weeks and hasn't called or even texted.
Don't look at it like that. He left because he knows he needs to get better. He can't be the father you deserve or the boyfriend Foxy deserves in the state he's in. And healing takes time. She taps my leg under the table with her foot.
How did you become so wise?
I grab her foot, taking off her shoe. She moans when I rub her foot. I'm not wise, just seen a lot of shit. After I got out of the army, there were a lot of guys who were lost. Reminds me a lot of how your dad is now.
And what happened to them?
I can't speak for them all, but Titan and I joined the club and went to work for Hades. He knows a thing or two about serving and helped us get out of our funk.
Is that where my dad went? To work for Hades? I never even thought to ask after he left.
I nod.
Well, hopefully he figures out everything.
The waitress comes with the check, and I pay for our food. Ready to start another lesson? Her lips part and her cheeks color prettily.
Yes.
Let's go. Our destination is only a few miles outside of Bluffton. I head up a long dirt driveway that leads to the old farmhouse. Al's eyes light up when she takes off her helmet.
Is this your house?
It is.
Ice, this is beautiful.
The old 1930s farmhouse has slowly started to come back to life thanks to my contractor. I bought it online after Hawk told Titan and me that he was transferring from the Mississippi Club to Georgia. I say, I haven't been inside since I bought it. Let's go look." Together, we walk up the stone pathway to the white steps. The siding is white, and the shutters are farmhouse red and are original to the house. The door matches, but I think my favorite part is the wraparound porch. I can imagine sitting out there in the morning with a cup of joe in hand. When I glance at Al, the picture shifts with her at my side. I make a mental note to buy 2 rocking chairs. Al asks, "How come you haven't been in since you bought it?" The day after I signed the papers, the club got word of a possible sighting of 3 American women. We left as soon as we could. She turns to me. "Thank you, Ice." I brush her hair from her face. I'd do it again in a heartbeat. Bending, I scoop Al into my arms, carrying her over the threshold. It's not lost on me that most men do this when carrying their brides. The idea doesn't bother me in the least. Inside, I put Al on her feet. I still need some furniture, but all the remodeling is finally finished. The walls are soft white, offsetting the original dark hardwood floors. Al goes to the window that overlooks the pond behind the house. "This is beautiful." "Come on." I take her to the kitchen, which still needs a table, but at least has appliances. My contractor used a popular design couple from Laurel, Mississippi. I have to say, it's pretty damn impressive. Al runs her hand over the marble on the island. "This is what dreams are made of." "I'm glad you like it." Downstairs consists of the living room, office, library, kitchen, laundry room, and a half bath. But it's what's upstairs that I can't wait to show her. We reach the second floor and I take her to the end of the hallway, to the primary suite. This is the only room in the house that is entirely furnished. The walls are navy blue, and the fixtures are gold. The bed sits on a mahogany platform frame with dark bedding. The dresser and nightstands are also mahogany. The windows are covered in navy blackout curtains, making it almost pitch black when the lights are off. Al says, "I love the vibe in here. It's relaxing, but also kind of sexy at the same time." That's what I was going for. She turns to me. "Does that mean lesson 2 is starting now?" A thrill of desire pulses through me. It does. She pulls the dress over her head, and I groan. She's wearing white lace, like an innocent temptress hell-bent on testing my limit. "Do you like it?" Reaching out, I pull her into my arms. "You are so fucking beautiful." Her lips part as soon as my mouth covers her. Fuck. She's so perfect. I kiss her, walking her backward to the bed. Scooping her into my arms, I lay her on top of my bedding, like a fucking treat just for me. I was thinking we could work on oral today. Her breath hitches. "Okay." So willing. I tease her. "You didn't even ask who would be getting the oral." "Either way, I win." I lean down, nipping her lip before kissing her. We're both winners. "Does this mean I get to see you naked?" It does. Until this point, I've made a point to keep my fucking clothes on. God knows I'm no saint, and the temptation of being naked with her might be too much. But I can't take it any longer. I need to feel her skin against mine. She sits, reaching for the hem of my shirt. Good. A moment later, she has it pulled over my head. Eager. "More than you know." She gives me a shy smile. "I saw you naked when we were in Brazil. It was only for a moment, but it was enough to make me want to see more." I stand, kicking off my boots. She watches with hooded eyes as I unbuckle my belt and unzip my jeans. I step out of them. My cock tents my boxers, and her gaze goes right to it. "Can I touch you?" I nod and move closer, wanting to see what she does. Tentatively, she reaches out, cupping me through my boxers. She does this again. Looking up to gauge my reaction, I move my hand over hers, squeezing the way I like. When I pump myself, she softly gasps. Like this, though it feels better without the boxers. Licking her lips, she dips her hand beneath my waistband and works me like I just showed her. Fuck, that feels good, baby.
Can we take off your boxers?
Hell yeah, we can. I shove them down my hips, kicking them to the side. Her lips part.
You're so big.
I am, but I don't like to brag. Covering her hand over my cock, I show her again how to pump me. She's a quick learner, and has me moaning out her name in no time.
What's this?
She asks, rubbing her thumb over the tip of my cock. It's pre-cum. She leans forward, and her pink tongue darts out, tasting me. Fuck, you're going to kill me. She does it again, sucking on the tip of my cock. God damn, she's fucking wonderful.
So, you said today's lesson was oral. What do I do?
I had this all planned out. I was going to rock her world over and over by going down on her. It never even crossed my mind that she would want to try it on me. I rasp, "Get on your knees." She moves to the floor in front of me, kneeling. Pumping my cock, I say, "Start with licking." Her tongue darts out, and she licks me like I'm her favorite lollipop. When her mouth closes around the tip of my cock, I groan. Fuck, you're killing me. Oh. Her eyes are bright, and she sucks the tip until my balls feel heavy. I didn't know it was possible to come like this. But goddamn, I think I'm about to find out unless I give her more guidance. Open your mouth. She does as I say without hesitation. Slowly, I push into her mouth. When she gags, I pull back, giving her time to breathe. She takes the initiative this time, leaning forward, taking me further into her mouth than before. Breathe through your nose, I say. She does, and swallows, pulling me further into her mouth. When she bobs her head, I almost fucking lose it, knowing my cock is the first that her sweet lips have been wrapped around does something to me. Groaning, my hips jerk as I thrust against her. Fuck! I breathe out. I'm losing control, baby. I'm trying real hard not to fuck your mouth. She pulls back, and my cock weeps at the loss of her wet heat.
Do it.
What? Her cheeks turn pink.
Fuck my mouth, Ice. Let me be a good girl for you.
My cock surges at her words. Fisting myself, I say, "So you want to be a good girl for me?" Then open wide. Her eyes are dark with desire as she holds on to my thighs. When her lips part, I think I've died and gone to heaven. I'm not going to be gentle, I warn. There's no way in hell I can be gentle, not when she's offering herself like this. She says, "I can take it." I guide my cock into her waiting mouth. She makes a sound of approval, and the vibrations fucking kill me. Pulling back, I thrust into her mouth. She tries to bob her head, but I need more. Holding on to her hair, I use her while I get off, all while she looks up at me with desire in her eyes. My balls are so fucking heavy that it almost hurts. Fuck, I'm about to come. She gives me a look and sucks hard. Holding on to her hair, I thrust as I shoot my load into her mouth. Her throat works around me as she swallows every last bit. When I've stopped shaking, she lets my cock fall from her mouth with a loud pop.
and wipes her lips. Baby, that was so fucking sexy, I say as I pull her to her feet, kissing her swollen mouth. Ice, I'm so horny. She breathes against my lips. Reaching between us, I cup her mound. You're fucking drenched. Did sucking me off turn you on? She whimpers as I slip my hand into her panties, rubbing her clit. Yes. Then my good girl deserves a reward. I kiss her, licking and tasting while my fingers mimic my movements. She holds on to me, her breathing becoming more erratic. Ice, she moans as her pussy clenches around my fingers. That's right, baby. Give me all your sweet cream. Pulling my fingers from her cunt, I lick each of them while she watches. Now, let's get you naked. Reaching behind her, I unhook her bra. She pulls it off, tossing it aside. Dipping my head, I lick and taste each of her breasts. Her fingers thread through my hair, holding my head closer. I love that my girl gives off such good signals as to what she likes. A bit harder here, softer there. And then she cries out as she finds her release. I pull her panties down her long legs and put her on the bed, kissing her. She wraps her legs and arms around me, pulling me closer, so close that my cock rubs against her thigh. Fuck. This is the sweetest torture I've ever experienced. I can't help but to rock my hips. The motion brings her pussy even closer, and I rock again, feeling her heat. Fuck. I moan out. You're going to kill me, baby. Then we'll both die. Her eyes flutter shut. Oh, Ice, your cock feels so good when you do that. This? I ask, rocking against her. Yes, we're playing a dangerous game, one I can't bring myself to end. I thrust again, my cock sliding against her pussy. Know what this is called, baby? Dry humping. Her hips lift and she rocks against me. Ice, I need more. We're both fucking wild with need as we thrust against each other. Her nails scrape down my back and over my ass. My cock slides back and forth in her arousal. Reaching between us, I guide my cock to her opening, teasing her. She moans and clenches around the tip. Feel that, baby? Your greedy pussy is trying to pull me in. Please, Ice, I want to feel you inside of me. All I'd have to do is thrust my hips once, and I'd be surrounded by her heat. But that's not what this is supposed to be about. Pulling back, I kiss a trail down her stomach and settle between her thighs. Her pussy is swollen and dripping with arousal. Fuck, baby, you're creaming so hard for me right now. I lean forward, licking her from her clit to her ass. She groans when I swirl my tongue around her puckered flesh. Like that? She makes a sound of approval. I promise one day I'll claim that ass. But today I'm going to eat you out. Yes. Smiling, I focus on her slit, flicking my tongue in and out of her. Her hands find their way to my hair. When something feels good, she tightens her grip, trying to savor the moment. This is fucking heaven, baby. Your pussy is the sweetest thing I've ever tasted. And it's fucking killing me not being able to move on top of her and slide into her warmth. I move to her clit and finger fuck her at the same time. Her breaths come out in quick gasps, and I know my girl is close. I nip her clit, sending her over the edge. She cries out, Ice! I lap at her folds as she gushes into my mouth. God damn, this woman is perfect. Ha. She sighs contentedly as I move, so I'm lying next to her. I think I left my body. I kiss her jaw. You are fucking amazing. She settles into my arms. Can I ask you something? Sure. So, obviously, Ice isn't your real name. Will you tell me what it is? It's Randy. Randy Hart. It's nice to meet you, Randy. I kiss her. Nice to meet you, too. Randy, she snorts. I have to say, you come by your name honestly. I grin. I'm only Randy around you, baby. Can I ask you something else? Anything. Why do you call me Al? I told you. I knew an alley once, and you don't remind me of an alley. But Al? I run my finger over her nipple. Nips? She laughs. Definitely not that. What's your middle name? You're going to laugh, she sighs. It's Francis. My mom loved the movie Dirty Dancing, so baby is fitting. She snorts. Yeah, I suppose it is. I rub my nose against hers. Nobody puts baby in a corner. You're the only person I'd allow to call me that. I'll take it. I kiss her. Baby. She moans. Randy. Fuck. Randy, how long do we have before we have to go back to the clubhouse? As long as you want. Why? Because I want to taste you again. She moves so her ass is facing my face and takes me deep into her mouth. Fuck, baby. Guess it's only fair I return the favor. I spread her cheeks, licking her in one long stroke. What a fucking way to spend an afternoon.
14. Allison. I walk out of the bathroom, wrapped in a huge towel. Feeling boneless from the warm water, I smile. Oh, and the orgasms. That definitely helped, too. That shower is what dreams are made of, Randy. God, will I ever get enough of saying his name? He's still naked on the bed, looking like a snack. A snack that I'm having a hard time saying no to. I thought about it in the shower. Earlier, I know he wanted to have sex with me. And Lord knows I wanted it too. So, why are we playing this game? Why won't he seal the deal, so to speak? I'm about to pounce on him when his phone rings. It's Titan, he answers. Hello? Yeah, man. No, I'm out in Bluffton checking on the house. Yeah, she's here with me. He laughs. Guess so. All right, I'll text you when I get back. Later, man. He ends the call, tossing the phone on the bed. What did he want? Wanted to know if I knew where you were. Guess Tool's been looking for you. I sigh. I suppose I'm going to have to talk to him and tell him I'm not interested. Might not be a bad idea. He pauses. Are you still wanting to do the auction? I know the answer without having to think about it. No, I don't want to do the auction. What I want is for him to say he wants me. And then I can just tell Saint I changed my mind. But that hasn't happened yet. And I still want to lose my virginity on my own terms. So if it's not going to happen with Randy, then I don't know. It's a bit more complicated now, I answer. How do you feel about it? It's not up to me, baby. So, you'd be okay if I hung out with Tool at the clubhouse? His eyes darken. Is that what you want? I lift one shoulder in a shrug. He reaches for me, pulling me to him, and I drop the towel in the process. Then I guess I need to teach you a few more things. His mouth covers mine as his hand goes between my legs. I know we need to talk, but right now I just want to feel. So that's what I do. We finally make our way back to the club at midnight. The ride back was somber, and it scares me. I climb off the bike, and he follows suit. Turning to him, I ask, "Can we talk?"
Everything okay?
I liked what we did today. A lot. Too much, really.
I did too.
I hedge. I'm scared.
Of me?
No! I'm scared that I won't feel what we have with someone else. He gets that possessive look in his eyes that makes me want to pounce on him.
Baby, you might not have the same chemistry with someone else. What we have is special.
If it's so special, then why haven't you bid on me? His eyes widen.
Bid on you.
This could all be so simple if you bid.
Are you still planning on being a whore after you lose your virginity?
That was the original plan. But now I'm not so sure. He says,
I don't share, Al, with anyone.
Back to Al. Hurt spears me. I guess what I want to know is where we stand.
We're just two friends, having a bit of fun.
I think my heart is breaking because of that answer. Do you have fun like this with your other female friends? Wait, don't answer that.
Al.
To answer your question, I don't know what I want to do. I thought I had it figured out, but now I don't know. I take a step away from him. I should go. He doesn't stop me as I leave. My thoughts are going 1,000,000 miles a minute. Randy is right to question if I still want to be a club whore. I think I might have jumped the gun in a quest to gain some normalcy back into my life. I still haven't spoken to my dad, and my mom still thinks I'm dead. Maybe instead of selling my virginity and fooling around with ice, I should try to get my shit together. I reach for the front door as it opens, and Tool walks out.
Nips! I've been looking for you all day.
He gives me a smile.
If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were avoiding me.
Glancing over my shoulder, I see Ice still hasn't moved from where I left him. Jerk. I'm not avoiding you. Just been busy. Were you leaving?
I was going to, but now I think I'll hang around. Want to grab a drink with me?
No, I want to go to my room and sulk. But I nod. Sure. The main room is popping, but I don't see any of my friends. Even the other whores aren't around. Nope. Just me and a bunch of rowdy bikers. Tool finds a table in a corner and goes to get us beers. I sit, waiting for Randy to come in and get me. But he doesn't. Freaking jerk. When Tool comes back, he asks,
Getting excited about the auction?
More nervous at this point.
That's understandable.
He chuckles.
My first time was awkward as hell. I had no idea what I was doing, but I managed to fumble my way through.
Did you know the girl very well?
It was one of my mom's friends. She was newly divorced, and we were a country song waiting to happen.
That makes me grin. I think I've heard a similar song.
What about you? Does it bother you that you won't be in love with the man who takes your virginity?
The more I think about it, it does. But I answer, I'm just ready to get it over, you know. I don't want anyone to be able to hold that over me.
I get that.
He leans forward.
I know we don't know each other very well, Allison, but I promise I'd make your first time memorable.
I believe him, too. I think he would take my virginity with care. But he's not who I want. I realize we're so close that his breath fans my face. Since the man I want hasn't come after me, maybe it's time to try something new. Can we try something?
Maybe.
His answer rubs me the wrong way for some reason. He said, maybe, but Randy would say yes with no hesitation. I might be overanalyzing it, but something tells me I'm not. That what Randy said is true. What we have is special. Will you kiss me? His gaze goes to my lips. Sure. We move closer, and I close my eyes. Maybe part of my nerves is because I'm comparing everything to Randy. Maybe a kiss from Toole is just what I need. His lips brush against mine. Okay, off to a good start. Parting my lips, I wait for him to kiss me. Only he never does. So I try to kiss him back and end up with my tongue hanging out of my mouth when he pulls away.
That was nice.
I try to smile. Yeah. What in the heck was that? And I don't want nice. I want Randy. He's standing in the doorway, and from the look on his face, he saw the kiss. I hold my head higher. Good, let him see. Toole glances over his shoulder and says,
I hope he doesn't make a scene.
Why would he?
Haven't you noticed how protective he is of you? It's damn near possessive, really.
No, not really.
He was in the shop this morning and was pretty aggressive when you came up in conversation.
He laughs.
If I didn't know any better, I'd say he's the one who's been stealing you away just so no one else could get a chance to know you.
I've never been a good liar, mostly because my father was an FBI agent who seemed to be able to see through any fib I was trying to tell. So when I feel guilt wash over my face and see Toole's understanding, I feel like a huge ass.
I see,
he says. It's not like that. We're just friends.
I promise you, Nips. I've never looked at a friend the way Ice is staring at you right now.
He smiles.
But that's my luck. I should head to bed. I have an early morning.
Will you walk me to my door?
Sure.
He stands, offering his hand. When I take it, I shiver, feeling Randy's gaze on me. Toole is silent, and I wish I could think of something to ease the tension between us. At my door, Toole smiles at me.
Have a good night, Nips.
You too. I enter my room, closing the door behind me. I'm not really sure what happened today. Randy and I had such a wonderful day. But everything fell apart when I asked him if he was going to bid on me. I know it probably seems like I haven't thought this whole thing out, but the idea of having control over my virginity still appeals to me. Even if I might have started out on this journey for the wrong reason. I wish I could talk to Michelle or Nick or Lucy or even Liv about this. But then that would mean telling them about the agreement Randy and I came up with, and I'm not sure any of them would approve of what we're doing. As if I've summoned him, there's a soft knock on my door.
Baby, can I come in?
Sighing, I open the door, letting him in. He pulls me into his arms, holding me tight.
I'm sorry for being a fucking dick earlier.
In your defense, you made some valid points. His lips brush over mine.
Still, I upset you.
Apology accepted. He picks me up, carrying me to the bed. More lessons?
I think we've covered everything we can. Except for cuddling.
I smile. That sounds nice. I pull my dress over my head, tossing it aside. The heat in his eyes makes me come alive with need. Will you do something for me, Randy?
Anything.
Will you lie on top of me? I want to feel your weight on me. He groans deep in his chest, but pulls his shirt over his head and kicks off his jeans. A moment later, he's naked and on top of me. I wrap my arms and legs around him, pulling him flush against me. And it feels like the most natural thing in the world. Like this is how the two of us are meant to be. To answer your question, I don't know if I want to be a whore after this is over. The guys are nice, but none of them make me feel like this. His cock hardens at my words, pressing into my thigh. I continue. I think about sleeping with someone else, and I don't feel anything. But when I think about sleeping with you, I come alive.
Are you alive right now?
I nod once. His hand moves between our bodies to my pussy. And what do? I spread my legs even more, giving him access. There's no way I should still want you this much after everything we've done today. He strokes me just the way I like, until I'm panting beneath him.
Baby, that need's not going away until I fill you with my cock.
I moan at his words, knowing he's right. I want that so much, Randy. But I think I need to talk to Saint first. I don't want to make anyone mad. He leans forward, kissing me.
Then we'll wait.
But that doesn't stop him from making me come more times than I can count, with his fingers and mouth. By the time we fall asleep wrapped in each other's arms, I know one thing. I'm falling for Randy Ice Heart.
Ice. I wake up to Al wrapped around me. Fuck. My cock aches at the sight. Quietly, I slip from the bed, going to the bathroom. When I get back, I check my phone and see several missed calls and texts from Hawk. Unease fills my stomach as I text him back. Me. Everything okay? I just woke up. Hawk. Woke up from where? You weren't in your room when I stopped by. Me. I'm not in my room. Hawk. That's what I thought. Meet me in the office in 10. Shit. I grab my clothes from the floor, getting dressed. Leaning over, I kiss the top of Al's head before I leave. The clubhouse is dead, as no one in their right mind is up this early. Hawk's always been different, though. He likes the peace and quiet found at this time of day. His office door is open, and I hear him typing inside. I tap on the door. You wanted to see me? Hawk nods. Yeah, come in, and close the door. I sit in the chair opposite from his desk. Everything good, man? I feel like I'm being called to the principal's office. He looks me in the eye. It's come to my attention that you and Allison Hill have been spending some time together. I school my features, not giving away anything. We have. Come on, man. Don't fucking sit there and act like you haven't been sneaking around with her behind everyone's back, or teaching her. He uses air quotes around the word teaching, pissing me off. What Al and I do in our private time is no one's business. He curses. Except it's become club business when some of the bidders in the action that she wanted to do are questioning if she's even a fucking virgin. What in the fuck are you thinking, Ice? Fiery rage makes my vision tint red. Who's asking? Give me their name, and I make sure they keep Al's name out of their fucking mouths. Jesus fucking Christ. Listen to yourself. You've always been a rebel when it came to the rules, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised by this. What's that supposed to mean? He sighs. It boils down to one thing. Are you going to bid on her? The thought of bidding on her after everything we've been through makes me sick. No. Then stay the fuck away from her, even if that means leaving until the auction is over. Understand? I want to tell him that he's wrong, but it won't do any good. Keeping the peace in the club comes before my own selfish desires. And even though Al said she was going to speak to Saint, I still saw the uncertainty in her eyes. What if she changes her mind? I'll still feel the same way, and it'll cause a lot of turmoil when the shit hits the fan. I stand. I'll be gone in an hour. When I get back to my room, I stop in my tracks. Al should be here, asleep, naked, in my bed. That's how it ought to be every day, but I'm too fucked up to tell her what I want. So, I do what a coward would do. I pack a bag and leave.
15. Allison. I wake up, reaching for Randy. He's not there, though, and I sit. Randy? Nothing. I check my phone to see if he texted. Again, nothing. There is, however, a text from Saint asking me to stop by his office when I get a chance. When I get out of bed, I'm shocked at how tender I feel everywhere. My cheeks heat. God, what would I feel like if we had actually gone all the way? I'm thinking it would be similar, but Lord, would it be worth it? I shower and then dress in shorts and an oversized hoodie. Sometimes you just feel like covering up. My hair is even in a messy bun. All I need is coffee, but that might have to wait until after I speak to Saint. I find him in his office, talking to Hawk. Am I interrupting?
Not at all. Have a seat.
To Hawk, he says.
Let me know if you hear anything. Will do.
Hawk gives me a smile as he leaves, but I'm filled with a sense of dread, like I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Sorry to call you in here so early. I just wanted to touch base with you and see how you're feeling.
Good. Thanks for asking.
I thought you'd be more excited. After all, tonight's the big night.
At my confused look, he says,
Tonight is when you pick a winner from the auction.
My cheeks flame. Holy cow, is that really tonight? I had no idea. Probably because I've been so busy with ice.
Allison, you do still want to do this, right?
My eyes water at his kind tone. I'm not sure.
Can you tell me what changed your mind? Or we can have Liv come in here if you'd be more comfortable speaking to her.
I sniffle. I was really hoping Randy, Ice, would bid on me. And he hasn't, and I don't want to mess anything up between us by going through with this.
I see.
Please don't be mad at him. It was kind of my idea.
Allison, no one is mad at you or him. While I may have some choice opinions about the way Ice handled this, that doesn't change the fact that both of you are adults.
So, what do we do about the auction?
We can push it out for a week. Tell everyone you need more time. If you do decide you don't want to go through with it, I'll make sure to distract everyone with news of the rally we're throwing at the end of the month. Believe me, that will be enough to hold everyone's attention.
The sense of relief that I feel is shocking. I don't have to pick a winner for the auction, and I have time to think about what I want. My darn eyes water. Thank you for being so understanding.
I mean what I told you the first night we talked. I just want you to do what's best for you.
His phone rings and he says,
I better grab that. Just let me know how you're feeling about everything in a few days.
I will. Thank you. I go back to my room, hoping to see Randy. He's not there, so I go to his door, knocking. When he doesn't answer, I try not to panic. He's probably just in the main room eating. God knows I'm starving. But he's not there either. Nick and Hawk are at a table, and Hawk is saying something to Nick. Her head lifts, and she meets my gaze, a worried expression on her face. Fear bubbles deep inside of me. Did something happen? Is that why I haven't seen him? She stands and meets me halfway. What happened? Honey, I think we should go somewhere to talk. Is it Ice? Is he okay? He's gone, honey. Gone? He left this morning. I glance over my shoulder and find Hawk looking at me with sympathy in his eyes. No, I shake my head. He wouldn't just leave. She takes me by the arm, leading me from the main room. When I realize our destination, I stop. I can't go to my room, because his scent will be everywhere. She nods and takes me to her room. A moment later, Lucy and Michelle are there. Michelle says, I brought booze. I take the bottle she's offering, drinking right out of it. Thanks. No problem. Now tell us what's going on and maybe start from the beginning. So I do. When I'm finished, the bottle of wine is empty and I'm halfway through the second. Michelle has her own bottle between her legs, shaking her head. I suspected he liked you back in Brazil. Didn't think he'd pull something like this, though. I just feel so stupid. Like I should have known better than to think we were going to end up happily ever after or something. Lucy, who's sitting on the couch next to Nick, says, Allison, you have nothing to feel stupid about. I do. I thought he really liked me, especially after everything we did together. My cheeks feel warm all over again. I haven't known Ice for very long, but Titan swears he's not the type to toy with you like this. In fact, he thinks Ice likes you a lot, and that's why he took off. Nick adds, that, and Hawk basically called him out on his shit, told him he needed to figure out what he wanted. And he chose to leave? Well, fuck him then. Michelle cheers. That's the spirit. I lean my head back, staring up at the ceiling. He asked me if I was still going to be a club whore after I lost my virginity. When I told him I didn't know, he got weirded out. Maybe it's my fault. Nick shakes her head. Oh, hell no. You're not going to put any blame on yourself. There are plenty of whores around here who have serious relationships outside of the club. And it's not your fault if he's got an issue with it. I know she's right, but that doesn't stop me from wondering if there's something I could have done differently. Nick says, It'll work out one way or another, Allison. Until then, I suggest you make him eat his heart out when he finally decides to show his face. That makes me smile. She's right. This will all work out somehow. There's a knock on the door, and Nick opens it, letting Liv in. She says to me, I just heard about Ice. Geez, word travels fast around here. She gives me a small smile. I'm married to the Prez, 2 club officers and a former VP who likes to keep up on gossip. That alone keeps me current on events around here. How are you holding up? I've been better. I pause. Does everyone know what Ice and I were doing? I'm not going to sugarcoat it. King overheard some of the guys chatting. They're all aware of the gist of the arrangement that you and Ice had. I groan. Great. Saint and I were talking. It might not be a bad idea for you to go away for a few days and let things cool down. Plus, Saint said you were unsure if you even wanted to have the auction. Might be a good way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I don't know where I could go. Nick says, Honey, maybe now's a good time to call your mom. My eyes water, and everything I've been trying to avoid since I got home seems to be right in my face. Finally, I say, I think you're right.
Ice. A mournful country song plays on the jukebox, and I throw a napkin in its direction, making a sound of disgust. To the man sitting to my left, I say, "Women are nothing but heartache." The man snores in response. He's been passed out for a while, but comes to now and then, diving heartily back into drinking and complaining about life. I take another swig of beer. When I look up, Titan walks toward me, and I see two of him for a moment. Or, at least, I think it's Titan. "Brother," I say, lifting my mug and splashing beer, "have a drink with me." "I think you've had enough for both of us. Jesus, Ice. Have you been here all day?" The bartender mutters. "Yep." I shoot him the bird and say to Titan, "Have a seat and tell me all about the auction. Did Al pick a tool?" The words feel sour on my lips and my stomach roils. Fuck. I should have told her how I felt. "No." "Reaper, then." Another shake of the head. "Fucking slimy?" Heads turn our way, and I realize, belatedly, that I yelled the last bit. "The auction is postponed. Saint is sending Allison away, so she has time to think without being pressured." He sighs, looking down at me. "Of course, if you get your head out of your ass, this will all be over sooner." "What's that supposed to mean?" "She told Saint everything, Ice. We didn't do anything wrong." "That's where you're wrong. You ran instead of telling that girl how you felt." He's fucking right. He sits on the empty bar stool next to me and flags down the bartender. "Man, I know it's been hard for you ever since our last deployment, but you can't keep letting what happened to us hold you back from living." This isn't the conversation I want to have, especially when I'm so drunk that I can't tell where he is in case I need to hit him. Titan goes on. "I'm not going to push it tonight, but I promise we're going to revisit this when you're sober." Sunlight hits my face, and I groan. I feel like I was hit by a truck. My head aches, and everything spins for a moment. What in the fuck happened? Opening my eyes, I realize I'm not at the club or at my house. Where the fuck am I? About time you woke up. Turning, I find Titan sitting on the opposing bed in the hotel room we're in. He's looking bushy-eyed this morning, pissing me off. "What in the hell happened?" "Don't remember driving halfway between Savannah and Bluffton to a dive bar and getting drunk?" Bits and pieces of yesterday come back. Allison, Hawk, the bar, trying to hit Titan. "You carried me out of there after I tried to punch you?" He snorts. "Should have left your ass on the floor. But, yeah, I carried you out of there. Told the owner of the bar we'd be back today to get your bike." "Thanks, man." He tosses me a water bottle. "Drink up because we're going to have an enlightening talk, my friend." He's silent while I drink my water, which I appreciate. As soon as I'm finished, he dives right in. "How much do you remember from the bar? You showed up and told me I needed to get my head out of my ass, right? Remember anything about what I said about our deployment?" My stomach sours. "Titan, I don't want to talk about it." "Brother, you might not want to, but you need to." He sighs. "When I was captured, I went through hell. I imagine you went through something similar on your end." Hearing him say the words makes me feel like I'm back there in the Middle East, helpless to save my friend and squad mate. I nod. "It was bullshit that they wouldn't let us go back to get you. We're not supposed to leave anyone behind." I think that was the moment that changed my perspective on everything. Before that day, I was the perfect soldier and did what I was told. No questions asked. After, well, let's just say I came by my reputation as a rebel, honestly. Titan says. "How long did they put you in solitary confinement?" That makes me flinch. Not a whole lot of people know, but I was arrested for going against orders when I went back to save Titan. I served the punishment my country thought was fit for the crime, but it broke something inside of me. 2 weeks. 2 weeks isn't a long time. 20,160 minutes, on the other hand, is a lifetime. Time ticks away while you sit there in the dark until it has no meaning. 10 seconds could be 10 years for all you know and care. The worst part is when your mind turns on you, and it happens. There's no stopping it. I say, I don't know what this has to do with Al.
Brother, you ran from her because it was easier than telling her that you have feelings for her. I've known you for years, and the man I knew before our army days wouldn't have done that. He would have asked for help with a romantic poem.
That makes me smile because he's right. Titan's always had a way with putting words on paper, something I'm shit at. He goes on.
He would have told her not to do the auction because he loved her, and if it was something she still felt she had to do, then he would have stayed by her side until she worked out her shit, but he wouldn't have run.
I hate that he's fucking right.
You've been running for a long time, Ice, and no one's ever questioned it. Sure, we worried, but we knew you needed to be out there. This is different. You're running from someone this time. And I'm afraid that if you don't work this out, that you might not come back.
I'm not going to run away forever. Hawk fucking said to leave until the auction was over, so that's what I'm doing. He makes a sound.
Hawk thought you'd go to her and tell her how you feel. He thought you'd bid on her.
I'm not going to bid on her. What if she decides she doesn't want me after the way I treated her? I run my hands over my face. Fuck, Titan. I love her. And I ruined everything when I left. I don't know how to go back and make things right.
I think you do, brother.
And what in the hell am I supposed to do if she decides I'm not worth it?
You accept her answer and move on, knowing you did everything you could.
I sigh. I'm not ready to go back. Not today.
Ice, the longer you wait, the more you risk losing her.
I close my eyes. It's a risk I'm going to have to take.
16. Allison. 2 days later, Nick and I sit in front of a townhouse in downtown Atlanta. My palms are sweaty as I toy with the necklace Randy bought me in Brazil, and I'm having doubts. Maybe this is a bad idea. Nick asks, "Are you ready to do this?" "No." I turn to her. It's silly, right? I shouldn't be this scared to see my own mother. It's not silly. I've barely opened my car door when my mother comes running down the steps, crying as she throws her arms around me. "My baby, let me look at you." I stand, wiping my own tears. "Hi, Mom." She looks me over before pulling me into her arms again. It's exactly what I need, and everything I've been holding inside finally releases. I hold on to her, sobbing, and she holds me back, whispering calming words. "I've missed you so much, Mom. My poor baby," she says as she kisses the top of my head. "Now, come inside. I have a feeling there's a lot we need to talk about." I hold on to her as we walk and say, "Oh, this is my friend, Nicole Watson. She's a big part in how I survived." My mom stops and pulls Nick in for a hug. "Thank you, Nicole, for bringing my daughter back to me." Nick's cheeks are pink. "Allison saved me as much as I saved her." "Then I'm glad you had each other. Now, let's get inside out of this heat." As soon as I step inside of her apartment, I'm surrounded by the scent of my childhood, and I burst into tears again. Who knew that the sugary sweet scent of lemonade could make someone react this way? But I never thought I'd smell this again, so it's kind of big. Mom leads me to the same white leather couch that she's had forever, motioning for me to sit. "Now, tell me everything." And so I do. By the time I'm finished, We're all watery-eyed messes. Mom holds on to me, stroking my hair. My brave girl. I knew you would find a way to survive even when others lost hope. I ask, "Do you mean Dad?" She nods. "Losing you? Well, I think it broke him. I spoke to him on the day they changed the status of your case. I've never seen him like that before." She wipes her eyes. His worst fear came true, and there was nothing either of us could do. "Mom, I was pretty terrible when I saw him," Nick says. "To be fair, he was still hungover, so he probably doesn't remember much about it." Mom's eyes widen. "Hungover? Your father?" I tell her about it and add, "I was terrible to Cassandra." "I've met her," Mom says carefully. "She seems to care for your father, which is good enough for me." I groan. "And now I feel even worse. Honey, none of this is easy. You went through something traumatic, and so did your father." She gestures to Nick. "You all did. What matters is you're alive, and you're here." I sniffle. "You always know just what to say. I wish that were true. But I'm glad you are able to find comfort in my words. Now tell me what you've been up to." I meet Nick's gaze, sighing. I'm not sure how much my mom can handle, but I'm tired of everything. "I've been staying at the Devil's Regents Clubhouse. That's the motorcycle club that Dad's been watching for years." Her lips lift in a half smile. "Oh, I remember hearing all about them from your father over the years." I pause. "And I, kind of fell in love with one of the bikers. He's actually the one who saved me." "I see. And is this a good thing?" My eyes water. "We had a fight, and he left. I haven't seen him in 3 days. Oh, honey, men can be so clueless when it comes to love." Nick agrees. "Amen to that. I think part of it is my fault. He asked what I wanted to do with my life, and I didn't have an answer. I'm leaving some pretty important parts from this story, but I don't think my mom would understand the whole club whore concept or why I wanted to be one." "You don't want to go back to school?" "I'm scared I won't be able to catch up," I admit. "Honey, I have faith in you. And if you're that worried about it, I can go with you to speak to the dean. Even if it takes longer than originally planned, I know you can make it work." That makes me sniffle. It seems silly now, but when I got home, everything just felt like it was too much. You were gone. Dad had his whole thing going on. I felt like I wasn't even the same person. "Allison, you know that your father and I love you. We will always support you no matter what. If you don't want to become a physician, then we'll find something that sparks your passion." She smiles. "Why, I've even been painting again." "You have?" She used to paint all the time, but stopped after my parents got a divorce. The fact that she's doing it now is pretty big. She pats my hand. "What it boils down to is, what do you want?" Randy's face crosses my mind. I want him. And I want to try to become a doctor. And I might even try to write a book one day. Just because I always had a dream of becoming a novelist. I want to talk to the program director and see what my options are. Then let's make some calls. 2 hours and several phone calls later, I sit at the kitchen table with my mom and Nick in shock. In 2 weeks' time, I will be back in the program full time. Of course, I'm going to have to work my butt off on the weekends to catch up for the things I missed. But the dean assured us he has faith in me and in my ability to catch up. The dean kept saying how bright I was and how happy he was to hear that I was safe. The last thing he said is what stuck out the most, though. He said he knew I was going to change the world one day through my gift in medicine. That statement is branded in my brain forever, and I hope to prove him right. This doesn't even seem real, Mom. Anything is possible if you know the right person, Nick says. I want to be you when I grow up, Mrs. Hill, my mom asks Nicole. And what are your passions, dear? Nick's cheeks darken in a blush. I haven't really thought about it. I paint too, and draw. One of our friends recently opened a bookstore and I helped design her logo. Mom nods. Graphic design could be an option then. I'm not sure if now's a good time. I just found out I'm pregnant. Oh, honey, you have all the time in the world, but sometimes it's just a matter of taking that first step. Here, let me look online for you and see what we come up with. Okay, thank you. I get lost in my thought as Nick and my mom look over different options. My mom is right. Sometimes you just have to take that first step and see where things go. I pull my phone out and send Randy a message. Me. I miss you. Can we talk? The ball's in his court now. After Mom prints out some info for Nick, we say our goodbyes. Mom holds on to me at the door. Allison, you know you can come back here if you want, but I get the feeling there are things you need to take care of. I nod. There are. I'm not going to push you, but just know that my door is always open. She brushes my hair from my face. I love you so much, Allison Francis Hill. I love you too, Mom. She turns to Nick. And Nicole, what are your plans for this Sunday? Nick shoots me a confused glance before answering. Nothing that I know of? Good. Then you can join Allison and I for Sunday dinner. I'm making pot roast. I say, Nick, you have to come. My mom's roast is the best. That would be awesome. Thank you. Oh, honey, no need to thank me. You're family now. We finish saying our goodbyes and make our way outside. Nick glances back at the townhouse, shaking her head. Your mom is pretty special, Allison. She reminds me a lot of my own mom, or what I remember of her. Nick's mom tragically passed away when she was a kid. Losing her set into a chain of events that eventually led her to Hawk, but I know she still misses her mother. She meant what she said, you know. She's going to expect you for Sunday dinner. Nick grins. Oh, I'll be there. Do you think she'd mind if I bring Hawk? She won't mind. She always told me her biggest regret was not having more kids. I think her family's going to get bigger because of everything we went through together. Because I'm already planning on inviting Lucy, Titan, Michelle, and baby Wentworth to dinner. Randy's face crosses my mind. Hey, don't go there. I smile, looking up at her. That obvious? I know it's easier said than done. When Hawk sent me away, he was all I could think about. I don't think our stories are going to have the same ending, my friend. You don't know that. Hawk surprised me. Ice might do the same for you. I don't answer and open the door to the car. I'm getting in when I see a man standing across the street. I freeze, unable to move. Allison, what is it? Before I can spit out the words, the man gets in a dark car and takes off so fast that the tires squeal. I think... No, I know. I just saw one of the traffickers from Brazil. Get in. I hurry inside and lock the door. She starts the car and grabs her phone from her bra. A moment later, she has Hawk on the phone. Hawk, Allison just saw one of the traffickers. We just left her mom's place in Atlanta. She listens. No, we're not being followed, that I can tell. Okay, wait. No, there's a black SUV behind us. She ends the call, but I don't miss the way her hand shakes as she tucks her phone between her legs. He said to head toward Augusta, and someone will meet us there. So we're going to take the long way home? I glance in the mirror. Do you think we're being followed? She exhales shakily. Yes, I just didn't want Hawk to worry. I reach over, taking her hand. We're going to be fine. You know how to use a gun, right? There's one under your seat. Might not be a bad idea to get it. She glances at me. Just in case. The next 2.5 hours are the longest of my life. There's not just one car tailing us, there's at least 3. But they're smart, backing off and switching out. When we get to Augusta, Hawk gets behind us in his truck. Bash and Razor are there too, on their bikes. By the time Savannah City limits come into sight, Nick and I are both mentally exhausted. I'm worried that the man, or men, might still follow us and voice my thoughts. Nick says, "It will be a literal death warrant if they try to follow us into Devil's Region's property." But I'm worried too. It's madness when we get back to the club. Men are everywhere, armed and ready. Saint and Liv are waiting and usher me inside. As I go in, I see Hawk pulling Nick into his arms, holding on to her as she cries. I shouldn't have taken her with me. What if something had happened to her and her unborn child because of me? The thought makes me sick. Saint asks,
"Can you describe him?"
I do as best as I can and say, "It's the same man we saw in Rio at the airport. Ice and Michelle saw him too. Oh, Ice took a photo of him." Saint says to Hawk,
"Get Ice on the phone and tell him to get his ass back, now."
To me, he says,
"You're safe, Allison. We won't let anything happen to you."
Lucy and Michelle come to my side, pulling me away from the chaos to the safety and quiet of my room. Inside, Michelle asks, "Are you sure it was him?" "Yes." "Fuck. I thought I saw him when I went into town the other day. I didn't mention anything because I thought I was being paranoid, since I haven't been sleeping the best." Her eyes water. "Shit! What if this is because of me?" Lucy says, "It's not anyone's fault." But it is someone's fault. He's here because of me. I feel it in my bones. I think I'm going to be sick. I barely make it to the bathroom before emptying the contents of my stomach. Nick is right there taking care of me, just like she did in the Middle East. I didn't even hear her come inside. I ask, "What if I put my mom in danger today?" Saint and Hawk will send someone to watch over her. I cover my face, sobbing. "I'm so scared, Nick." "I know, honey, I am too." She pulls me into her arms, holding me as we both cry. Terrible thoughts fill my mind as I weep. Those men were able to get me once. Who's to say they won't get me again? Or Nick, or Lucy, or Michelle, or even Liv. "Nick, we're not safe here." "Honey, I promise we are. Those men out there aren't going to let anything happen to any of us." As if to prove her words, there's a knock on my door. Lucy opens it, and I hear several voices. Picking myself off the floor, I leave the bathroom and find Razor, Bash, Titan, and Hawk. Titan has his arms around Lucy, holding her while she softly cries. Razor says,
"Allison, Bash and I want to assure you that we're implementing safety protocols to keep you safe."
Razor is the club's sergeant-at-arms, and Bash is the enforcer. This is literally their jobs, so I should feel better. Right? I give them a small smile. "Thank you." Bash, who's normally quiet, says,
"I know our words won't do anything to ease your fears, but I hope our actions will. We're not going to lose another member of our family to those fuckers. I swear it."
And now I'm crying again. "Thank you, Bash." I want to ask if they've reached Randy, and if he's coming, but I don't. Instead, I let my friends hold me while I listen to Hawk explain the new safety protocols, and pray that it's going to be enough. The girls don't leave my side for the rest of the day. Around 9, Liv calls, inviting us to her room. When we get there, she's alone with the babies, but there's enough food on the table to feed an army. "Sit," she says, "and dig in." "This is too much," Nick says as she fills her plate. "Cooking is my love language." She gives me a small smile. "And it's the least I can do." I fill my plate too. "It's wonderful, Liv. Thank you." Lucy doesn't eat, and Nick comments on it. Lucy says, "My morning sickness has been pretty bad the last few days." "I don't miss that," Michelle says. Liv stands. "I have some ginger ale. That might help." She's nervous, and it's making me nervous. When she comes back, I say, "Where are the guys?" "They're following up on a lead." "A lead? On the man I saw today?" "Yes." I ask Nick, "Did you know?" "Honey, They didn't want you to worry. It might be nothing. How long have they been gone? And is Randy with them? They left shortly after speaking to you, Liv answers. Someone spotted a vehicle in town that matched one of the cars following you back from Atlanta. I eat, trying not to worry. Finally, I ask, how will we know if they find him? Liv says, we won't know until it's over. What will they do to him? Do you really want to know? At my nod, she says, the club handles its business. If they get him, they'll make him pay. But he won't live to see the inside of a jail cell. You know this for a fact? A dark look crosses Liv's face. Yes. That should scare me, but it makes me proud. I pause. Has anyone told my dad? Saint felt it was best not to tell him. Not yet, anyway. Good. I exhale. And Ice? He's on his way back. She peers at me. Is that going to be a problem? No. Lucy says, we can make sure you don't cross paths with him. That might be best for now. Even as I say the words, I know it's not true. I need Randy now more than ever. I need him to hold me and tell me it's going to be okay. But I don't know if that's ever going to happen again. Because despite what everyone says, I'm in danger. 17. Allison. After we eat, Nick suggests going to the main room. I don't want to, but I'm outvoted by my friends, and it's not like I can hide forever. Plus, Nick says it's the best way to find out gossip. The mood in the room is somber, as if someone died. A chill works its way down my spine as I pray. God, please don't let this be an omen. People give us sympathetic looks and talk in low tones as we go to an empty table. Kiwi comes over, hugging me. I'm so sorry you're having to deal with this shit again. I hope they kill the fucker. Thanks. Let me know if you need anything, Nips. I mean it. She gives me another hug before going to Slimy, leading him away. I still think what she and the other horse do is amazing. I'm just starting to think it might not be what I want to do. There's a soft touch on my shoulder. Hey. My heart leaps for a moment thinking it's Randy. But I look up to find Tool. Hi. Mind if I join you? I look at the others, who shrug. Smiling, I say, sure. He sits in the empty chair between me and Michelle. Nips, I'm really sorry that is happening. I promise we're going to get the bastard. I hope you do. I say truthfully. I know this has got to be stressful, and I want you to know I'm here for you. No strings attached. Thank you, Michelle snorts, and Tool shoots her a look. Something to add, Michelle? Not a thing, Tool. I look between the two of them, trying to figure out what in the heck is going on. Judging by the expressions on the others' faces, they're as lost as I am. Tool turns back to me. I should go. I signed up for first watch. He gives me a smile before leaving. Nick's eyebrows lift. Okay, Michelle, what in the hell was all that? Nothing. She stands. I should check on Wentworth. After she's gone, Lucy says, I'll find her later and see if she needs to talk. Nick's phone dings and she looks at the screen. Ice is here. He's about to come in. I hold my breath, staring right at the front door. I couldn't look away even if I wanted. The door opens, and Randy walks in looking fierce. His face is covered in scruff, reminding me of the first time I saw him. His gaze meets mine, but he doesn't come to me. I start to stand, but Nick touches my leg. No, make him come to you. Come on. Let's go to your room. I feel his eyes on me as we leave, but I don't look back once. It's empowering as hell. What do I do now? I ask when we get to my room. Saint will want to talk to him, and then he's probably going to find you. She winks. So, I'll get out of here so you can have some alone time with him. Thanks. She leaves, and I realize I'm a mess. Rushing to the bathroom, I take a speedy shower, washing my body. When I get out, I put on a robe and go back to my bed, waiting. But Randy doesn't come. Tears fill my eyes. Maybe he's made his choice?
Ice. As Al walks away, I have to stop myself from chasing after her. There's business that needs to be taken care of, and I'm not gonna rest until the fucker after my girl is caught. Crossing the main room, I go to Saint's office, closing the door behind me. I ask, any leads? After getting the phone call from Hawk, I sent the photo of the trafficker to them. Razor was going to try to get a cleaner version, which was the last I heard. Saint says, there were 2 vehicles spotted in town that matched the descriptions of the ones following Allison and Nick back from Atlanta. Did we get them? Saint gives me a hard smile. They're in the shed out back. What are we waiting for? Now that you're here, we can start. Saint goes to a metal cabinet in the corner of the office, pulling out a dark duffel bag. He motions for me to follow, leading the way out back. The club's property spans 50 acres, and the shed is hidden in the back, where no one can see or hear what happens. As we walk, Saint says, didn't think I'd need this shed again now that the club's legal. Razor and Bash convinced me we would. I'm glad I listened to them. The shed is exactly what it sounds like. A white outbuilding that looks like it could store lawn equipment or something similar. A muffled scream fills the air, coming from inside. King, who's standing in front of the door, nods his head as he opens the door. Stepping inside, my eyes adjust to the dim light. 2 men are chained by their arms, suspended in the air just enough that their feet don't touch the ground. I look them over, seeing if I recognize them. I don't. Saint asks Bash, have they said anything? Nothing useful. He gives a tight smile. But now that you've brought my bag, I think we're about to get somewhere. Saint drops the bag at Bash's feet. The men actually whimper when Bash opens it, pulling out various instruments that will be used on them. I've heard a lot about Bash, even before I joined the club. His rage was notorious from his army days, which made him a good soldier back then. Now that rage and anger are going to be directed at these men who dared to come after our women. Bash cracks his knuckles. Last chance, fuckers. Neither man speaks, and Bash looks almost gleeful. Excellent. He lifts a scalpel. I've been wanting to use this for a while. He gets to work, while the rest of us stand to the side. I don't miss the way Razor and Saint watch him, as if they need to make sure he doesn't go too far. I get it, though. Killing can be addictive if you let it. There's power in holding a life in your hand, and sometimes that power is too much to handle. But Bash keeps his bloodlust in check, only doing what needs to be done. And the prisoners? They last longer than I thought they would. It's only when Bash slices one of the men's nipples off that they start to talk. Bit by bit, we get the information that we need. They were hired by the traffickers in Brazil to bring all the women back, but specifically Al. Rage tints the edge of my vision red. Grabbing the man who's speaking by the throat, I ask, why do they want her? She's valuable, he sobs. They already sold her, but the buyer doesn't know she's missing. Who bought her? Fear makes his eyes wild and unfocused. I told you. We were contacted to take a job in the States. Said all we had to do was follow the woman. Who's the man with you? Is he in charge? I don't know who he is. Bash gives me a look and says, try again. He runs his scalpel across the man's chest, drawing a line of blood. It won't kill him, but it certainly sends an obvious message. We weren't given a name. If he's in charge, I didn't know. Where is he now?
He said he'd find a way to contact us. I swear, that's everything I know.
Bash smiles, but it's anything but friendly.
Thank you for your cooperation.
With a flick of his wrist, the man's neck is sliced, and he gurgles as he drowns in his own blood. The other man whimpers as Bash moves in front of him. Now, let's see what this fucker has to say. A few hours later, Saint and I emerge from the shed. Bash and Razor stay behind to take care of the bodies. I don't like this. I feel like they were holding back. Saint glances over his shoulder. I agree. But even with death on the horizon, they didn't spill all their information. What do we do now? We wait and see. I'm about to protest when Saint holds up his hand. We're not going to play into his hands. This could be a trap. And if we rush off looking for the other man, then we leave our women unprotected. Hawk and Titan are out right now asking around. Until we have more information, we sit tight. Got it? What the fuck am I supposed to do now? I don't know what you're going to do, but I'm going to my wife, and I'm going to make love to her until the sun comes up. He slaps my shoulder. If you're smart, you'll go to Allison and at least let her know how you feel. He leaves me standing there alone in the woods. He's fucking right. I ran off on Al, and she didn't even know how I felt. Fuck. I need to go to her. Looking down, I realize my clothes are splattered in blood. Okay, new plan. Once I'm cleaned up, I'm going to my girl to beg for her forgiveness for being an ass. And then I'm going to tell her how much I love her. And hope that she loves me, too.
18. Allison. A knock on my door startles me awake from a dead sleep. Gasping, I put my hand to my chest trying to calm myself. I've been on edge, so I'm surprised I even managed to fall asleep. "Baby, you in there?" My heart flutters at Ice's voice. Glancing at the clock, I realize it's 2 a.m. Did something happen? Is that why he's here? Standing, I retie my robe before crossing the room. When I open the door, I want to throw myself in his arms, but I'm scared that he'll reject me. "Is everything okay?"
Can I come in?
Nodding, I step aside so he can enter and close the door behind us. "Did the lead pan out?" He shakes his head.
Nothing that we didn't already know.
Oh.
That's not why I'm here, though.
Crossing my arms over my chest, I ask, "Why are you here?" He moves toward me.
I'm here because I need to tell you that I'm sorry. I was a fucking coward and took off instead of telling you how I feel.
Wow. His gaze searches my face.
Is that a good wow or a bad wow?
Wow, in the sense that I'm surprised you actually admitted that you pulled a jerk move on me. He gets closer.
Baby, I know it's not enough to say I'm sorry, but it's a start. I ran because I'm scared, and that wasn't fair to you.
Why are you scared?
Because I didn't know it was possible to fall for someone as fast as I fell for you. And when you said you didn't know what you wanted, I got scared. What if I wasn't good enough for you?
You fell for me? My heart thuds in my chest. Do you mean that?
I do.
Closing the distance between us, I throw my arms around his neck, kissing him. He holds me close, kissing me back until I'm breathless.
Do you forgive me?
Of course I do. I lightly punch his chest. Just don't ever leave me again.
I won't. I promise.
His smile takes my breath away, and he lowers his head, brushing his lips against mine. As we kiss, his hands move to cup my butt. The robe isn't very long, and when he slips his hands beneath, he freezes.
Baby,
Yeah?
what are you wearing under this robe?
I grin up at him. Untie it and find out. Slowly, he pulls the belt, untying it. The robe falls open, and he exhales loudly.
Fuck.
I hoped you'd come to me tonight. I shrugged the robe from my shoulders, letting it drop to the ground. And if you came, there was something I was going to tell you. He's eyeing me up like I'm the most beautiful thing in the world, and it's making me dizzy with lust.
Oh?
I smile, reaching for him. Randy, ice heart, I want you to be my first. Tonight, preferably.
Is that so?
He walks me backward toward the bed.
Well, it's a good thing we've been practicing, huh?
I fall against the mattress, and he moves over me, kissing and touching me everywhere. As perfect as this is, he never gave me an answer. I say, I need you to do something for me.
Anything.
Make love to me. Right here, right now.
But the auction.
I don't want to do it anymore. I want you, and I want to lose my virginity. Right now. My chin quivers. If those men get me, I don't want them to be able to use it as a selling point. My chest is tight, but I mean what I say. I need to do this now, tonight, before it's too late. A dark look crosses his face.
They're not going to get you.
I want to tell him that he can't promise me that, but I'm afraid it will take us out of this moment. Please, make love to me. Please. He rubs his nose to mine.
Your first time should be special. It shouldn't be out of fear.
But he stands, undressing. My heart pounds when he moves over me again, his cock brushing against my thigh.
I shouldn't have left,
he says again. I wrap my arms around him. We both had things to work out.
I was going to stay away, but as soon as I got the call, I had to come back.
He closes his eyes.
Nothing is going to hurt you, baby, I promise.
I pull his head down, kissing him. At the same time, his hand moves between us to my pussy. He fingers me while we make out until I come undone.
Such a good girl,
he whispers.
And good girls get rewarded.
He nudges my thighs apart and rubs his cock through my folds. I moan. Please, Randy, I need you inside of me.
Anything for my girl.
He captures my mouth in a kiss and enters me in a slow thrust. There's a moment of pain and I gasp, tensing.
Relax, baby. It'll feel better in a moment.
His hand moves between us, rubbing my clit until the sting is replaced by something new. Something that feels good and hurts a little at the same time. His mouth covers my nipple, and he sucks and nibbles, sending a surge of heat through my body.
There you go. My dirty girl likes it when I suck on her tits, doesn't she?
My groan turns into a gasp when he starts moving. This, right here, is what I've been missing every time we fooled around. With him deep inside of me, I feel complete. Oh, that feels so good, Randy. His pace picks up, and I rock into his thrusts. Each one takes me higher until I'm so close that it's painful. More, I moan out. I need more. His thumb scrapes over my clit, sending me over the edge. Randy, I cry out. Oh, God. My pussy clenches around his cock, and his thrusts become short and shallow. Holding on to him, I get to watch him come undone. His entire body tenses, and then he grunts out my name as he fills me. I come again, milking the last of his cum. He groans, falling partly on top of me, still inside of me.
I love you, Allison, he whispers. I know we haven't known each other very long, but
I love you too, Randy. My eyes water. Oh my God, I've wanted to say it since we got back to the States, but I felt like it was too soon. His lips brush against mine.
Fuck. How did I get so lucky?
Running my fingers through his short hair, I say, I'm not going to do the auction.
Baby, don't change your mind because of this. I'll support you in whatever you want to do. And I'm sorry if I made you feel otherwise.
It's not you, it's me. I think I wanted to do it for the wrong reasons. When I came home, everything was different, and it felt like something I could control, you know?
I get it.
I'll tell Saint tomorrow.
Oh? And what are we going to do until then?
I grin. Practice some more?
Give me 10 minutes to recover, and then we can practice until the sun comes up.
I smile, wrapping my arms around him. But as happy as I am at this moment, I'm also scared. My time's running out, and I'm not sure anyone can save me this time. The next morning, I wake up with Randy between my legs, licking and sucking. Pleasure blooms through me, and I shatter, moaning out his name. He moves over me, kissing me.
Good morning.
What a way to wake up.
I've got an even better way to wake you up.
His cock nudges my entrance, and I spread my legs. He slides into me, and we both sigh.
I promise I'll pull out this time,
he says. I'm on the pill. His hips rock.
Oh, really?
Wrapping my legs around him, I nod. Mm-hmm. Randy makes love to me like I'm the most precious thing in the world. His slow thrusts mimic his slow kisses that leave me breathless. When I've come twice, his pace finally increases as he gives me what I want. Together we find our own personal nirvana as we throb and pulse against each other.
God damn,
he breathes out.
Baby, that was...
His declaration is cut short by a loud knock on the door. Titan calls out,
Brother, get dressed, there's been a lead.
Randy's gaze meets mine, and he kisses me again as he pulls out of me. It's crazy how I miss his heat as he stands searching for his clothes. Aren't you gonna shower? He gives me a wicked look.
No, I want your scent on my skin when we find this fucker and bring him down.
Holy hotness. My entire body tingles. He leans down, kissing me.
And when I get back, we're gonna spend an entire week in this bed.
I smile. Deal. I watch as he dresses, trying to shake the ominous feeling that's weighing heavily on me. I don't want him to leave me, but I know I can't ask him to stay. He kisses me.
I'll be back before you know it.
With a searing look, he leaves, and I fall back against the mattress. I'm just overreacting. Everything is going to be okay, right? 19. Allison. After Randy leaves, I pull myself out of bed and shower. Good freaking Lord, I'm so tender between my legs. But it's the best feeling ever. My breasts are sore too, from his beard and his mouth. God, even thinking about the things he did to me makes me ache with need. Hopefully he'll be back soon, and we can do just what he said. Lock ourselves in my room for a week. I finish showering and get dressed. There are no texts or missed calls, which isn't too surprising, I suppose. My stomach rumbles, reminding me that it's been several hours since my last meal. Maybe the girls will be in the main room and have heard something. I put on my sneakers and go searching for them. I find them at a table in the main room, each looking as worried as I feel. It's quiet. Too quiet. "Where is everyone?" Nick says. "There was another lead, which I'm sure you knew about." "They all went?" She nods once. "It's a very solid lead." "Then why do I feel like something bad is coming our way?" She chews on her bottom lip, but doesn't reply. Michelle says, "I, for one, am worried as shit. What if they come here while we're alone?" Liv answers, "There's safety measures in place they wouldn't be able to bypass. After last time, Saint made sure we'd be safe." But I can't shake the urge to run. Lucy says, "James told me to stay in our room, that no one would be able to get me there." I don't miss the way her hand shakes, or that her eyes are slightly unfocused in fear. Liv says,
Take a deep breath, close your eyes if you like, listen to a few minutes of relaxing music, and then return gently to the story.
don't we all go to my room? We can play a card game until the guys get back. Nick snorts. Don't forget to mention that your rooms are reinforced better than most federal buildings. We follow her to her room. Once we're inside, she locks the door behind us and turns on her top-of-the-line security system. I ask, "Do you know where they went?" Liv says, "They didn't say specifically, but I know Hawk and Razor were in downtown Savannah when they called." I glance at Nick, who nods. "So, cards then." We sit around the dining room table trying to play a game. Nick and Liv keep having to explain the rules, but somehow we manage to kill time. I even manage to only think about Randy every other minute. Finally, Nick tosses her cards down. "I can't do it anymore." Michelle agrees. "I'd rather go to the dentist than sit here and try to pretend everything is okay. Does anyone have any kind of good news to share? 'Cause now would be a great time to do it." I say, "Well, I told Randy I don't want to do the auction or be a club whore anymore. And we had sex last night." Michelle snorts. "Girl, I think everyone who was trying to sleep last night is aware that you had sex." She mimics my voice. "Oh, Randy, yes, right there." Her voice goes lower. "Only for my good girl." My face feels like it's on fire. Oh my God! You could hear us? Everyone bursts into giggles at my embarrassment. Lucy says, "I did warn you that the walls are very thin on that side of the club." I cover my face. "Kill me now." This gets another round of laughter, and I finally give in, laughing too. Nick says, "Believe me, that's not even close to being the most embarrassing thing that's happened here. Don't sweat it." Note to self, get a hotel room for our staycation in bed. Lucy asks, "Staycation?" Randy said once this was over, we were going to spend an entire week in bed. I sigh, and I can't wait. Michelle waves her hand to the others. "Girl, just remember, the water around here is spicy. Are you on birth control?" "I am," I say, tapping my arm where my birth control implant is. My mom put me on it when I was 18 because my cycle was so irregular. "Thank God for that." She peers at me. "Unless you want to have a baby?" "I do, at some point, but not until I'm finished with school." That makes me pause. You know, everything is coming together in my life. Maybe I should reach out to my dad, try to smooth things over with him. Liv smiles. "That sounds like a great idea. In fact, you might get the chance to tell him." Her words are cut short as the ground beneath us shakes and the dishes in the cabinet rattle. Lucy's eyes are wide. "What was that?" Liv grabs a laptop sitting on the end of the table, opening it. Fuck, this is bad. It looks like something blew up outside the gates." She turns the screen so we can see. Sure enough, one of the camera feeds is showing a whole lot of smoke and debris in the air. As it settles, dread spreads through my body. "That's him. That's the man from Brazil." Michelle whimpers. "She's right. It's him." The man looks right in the camera, lips moving. "Is there audio out there?" Liv hits a button. "Ladies, we know you're in there all alone." He makes a tisking sound. "How rash of your men to rush off, leaving you unprotected." Liv's face is pale. "This can't be happening again." He continues. "I'll give you 3 minutes to send out the one we're here for. If you make me ask again, there will be another explosion. And I'd hate to hurt all those babies in there." "This is fucking bad," Nick whispers. "And don't even think of calling for help, because I'll know." Lucy glances at her phone. "I don't have cell service. Do any of you?" Each of us shakes our head, and I realize this is worse than I thought. Even if the guys went to downtown Savannah, that still puts them at least 45 minutes away from us. So many terrible things can happen in that amount of time. Things I don't even want to think about, but I can't stop the images from crossing my mind. This man is ruthless and isn't going to stop until he gets what he wants. I clear my throat. I should go out there. I'm met with a chorus of no, but I shake my head. I won't be able to live with myself if anything happens to y'all because of me. You each have babies to think about. And I will never be able to forgive myself if something happens to any of you. Nick says, "Honey, we can't just let you walk out there." You can't stop me either. Liv stands, coming to my side. I understand that. Believe me, I do, but you're family, and we don't let family turn themselves over to madmen. So what are we supposed to do? She gives me a wry smile. We fight back. She takes us to what I assume is just another bedroom. I am so very wrong. Nick says, "Holy shit. How did I not know this was in here?" Only the club officers know, and me, because I threw a fit when I found out there were going to be weapons around my babies. Weapons is putting it mildly. It's a freaking artillery in here. Each wall is lined with racks holding row after row of guns. There's ammunition, protective gear, knives, and what looks to be explosives. Liv reaches for a pistol. Bash wanted to make sure we were protected after my father managed to get in. The others teased that he was going overboard, but I think he was spot on. She turns toward us. Who knows how to shoot? Nick, Lucy, and I raise our hands. Liv says to Michelle, "Stay in my room with the babies. No one will be able to get in, I promise." Her voice falters. "And if you get a chance, call for help." Michelle's eyes fill with tears. "I'll keep them safe. I swear it." Liv's smile is tight. "I'm counting on it." To us, she says, "Ladies, let's show that fucker who he's messing with." We don ourselves with as many weapons and as much ammo as we can carry, each of us lost in our own thoughts. Mine goes to Randy, and to my mom, and even to my dad. I wish so much that I had reached out to him, and now I might never get a chance to talk to him. Liv turns to me. "If you're set on this, then I want you to have something that Saint gave me to make sure I was protected." She goes to one of the shelves, lifting a small jewelry box. She lifts the lid, revealing a small daisy pin. "It's a camera," she says, "and it also has GPS. You put that on and I'll call Razor when I'm on the roof, telling him to track it. And if you can't get your phone to work, let's hope it doesn't come to that. In fact, let's hope we kill the fucker, and we never have to use the GPS in the pin." But I get it, it's better to be safe than sorry. If I don't make it out of this, tell my dad I love him and that I want him to be happy. And tell Randy. My voice cracks. Tell Randy that I love him and that this isn't his fault. Liv squeezes my hand. "You're going to make it out of this. We all are." There's an odd sense of calm that settles over me as we leave the artillery room. If I'm going to die, at least it will be on my own terms with my friends at my side. My mind goes to Randy. He'll understand why it had to be this way, and that gives me peace. We leave Michelle in Liv and Saint's bedroom with all three of the babies. The lock clicks from the inside, and Liv puts her hand on the door, closing her eyes in prayer. When she lifts her head, her eyes are bright. Time to end this. We make our way to the main room, where the jukebox plays a song by Johnny Cash. Nick asks, "How do we want to do this?" There's a crow's nest on the roof that Razor and Bash insisted on. One of us can go up there and shoot. The other two can shoot from the front yard. "We want to help," a voice says from behind us. Spinning, I see that all the club whores are there, each with a gun of some kind in hand. Kiwi goes on. "We're not just going to sit by and let you do this alone." Liv smiles. Are you a good shot? The best. Then you can go on the roof with me. We make our plan as fast as we can, knowing our time is running out, which is confirmed when there's another explosion outside of the gates. Nick peers out of a window. Looks like there's at least 8 of them out there. Stupid fuckers should have come more prepared. 8 seems like a lot to me, and fear starts to settle deep inside of my chest. That is, until I look around. Nick's right. Those men have made a fatal mistake. They underestimated the women of the Devil's Regent's MC. And now, they're about to fucking pay. 20. Allison. Everyone gets in place. Nick and I pair up together, creeping outside. Thank God it's still dark out. It works in our favor since we know the layout of the land and they don't. That's what we're counting on. I spot Ducky and Kiwi matching our pace, but they're going toward the left side of the fence. I have a moment of regret for not getting to know them better. I mean, they're putting their necks on the line for me and they don't even know me. Not really. You good? Nick whispers. I nod and keep moving. When we reach the fence, I glance back at the clubhouse. There are a few lights coming from within, but no other movement is seen. As we move down the fence line, I hear voices. Why didn't your little explosion break the fence? I don't know, boss. Never seen anything like it. You better pray the next one works. Next one. I glance at Nick, who gives a slight nod of her head. Lifting my gun, I carefully aim and pull the trigger. The silencer on the end of the gun makes a whoosh sound, but other than that, nothing is heard. The man falls to the ground, and all hell breaks loose. Shots ring out around us, and Nick and I fall to the ground to protect ourselves. Men scream as our side fires back, making me so freaking proud. These men were stupid to think they could come here and mess with us, and are now paying the price. Nick whispers, I'm gonna move closer, see if I can tell how many are left. Be safe. She nods and crawls on her stomach to the fence. Everything that happens next is in slow motion. There's a loud popping noise, and Nick cries out, falling to her side. I got one! A male cries out. No! Rushing forward, I go to Nick's side. She's holding her shoulder, and there's blood everywhere. Hawk's gonna be so fucking mad, she says, her eyes slightly unfocused. Fuck! Are you okay? She peers down at her shoulder. It hurts, but I think I'll live. There's another round of gunfire in our direction, and I throw myself over Nick's body. Send the blonde out! She's who we're here for! I still at that. Oh my God. This can't be happening. Nick yells, Fuck you! The man answers, Oh, baby, I might take you up on that offer. I can tell you'd be fun to break. Nick looks like she's about to jump up, guns blazing. I put my hand on her non-hurt arm. Nick, think of the baby. Nick pales, nodding. The man calls out, You have 60 seconds before I come in there. Nick, I have to go out there. You're hurt, and we don't know how well the others are doing. For all we know, they could be hurt too. Allison, you can't. I have to. I tap the daisy pin on my shirt. Let's just hope Liv was able to reach Razor. I stand. I'm coming out. Walking to the gate is the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. It's even harder than when I took off running toward the checkpoint in the Middle East. Then, I didn't know who I was running to. Now I do. 2 men stand in front of a truck, and one of them is definitely the man I saw in Brazil. Around them is blood and carnage that gives me a sense of pride. We managed to take out 6 of them. I wish we'd be able to take out the leader. He smiles, making my skin crawl. Very smart, Femia. Your friends wouldn't live to see tomorrow if I had to come after you. Now, drop all the weapons you're carrying to the ground. Now. I do as he says, not making any sudden movements. He motions for his goon to bind my wrists with duct tape. Hope floods through me at his simple mistake. Does he not realize my father was a freaking FBI agent? That I've known how to get out of tape like this since I was 5? I let them take me to the truck, where I'm shoved into the middle. Okay, this position isn't the best, but I think I can make it work too. The man from Brazil drives, and his cohort sits on the other side of me. When I shift, something hard presses into my hip. I hope like hell that it's a gun. They talk to each other in Portuguese as we leave the Devil's Regent's compound behind. I pray I'm not making a huge mistake as we pull onto the main road. Glancing down, I notice there's a flicker of light in the center of the daisy pin. It's gone so fast that I think I imagined it. I'm not sure how long it would take for Liv to get a hold of Saint, and for Saint or Razor, or maybe even Randy to turn it on to track me. Right now, the odds are in my favor because my mouth isn't covered. I'll be able to call out details as to where I am when the time is right. We take turn after turn getting closer to the docks. Fear makes it hard to focus for a moment. This is the same place I was taken to when Liv's father kidnapped me. Apparently, this is a common area for traffickers to move people. Why are we going to the docks? I ask, praying someone from the club is listening to what I'm saying. Quiet. I wait a beat. I hope you're not planning on taking me on a boat. I get seasick. You'll go where I say you go, the man from Brazil spits out. Why go through the trouble of getting me? I'm no one, and yet you come all the way here to get me? I'm hoping he'll drop the name of his buyer. He surprises me by saying, I don't like losing. When that man freed you and the pregnant woman, it became a game. A game? I echo. You people think you're safe with your high fences and security feeds? What you don't realize is all it takes is a slip, and then you've been infested. He chuckles. I have to admit, you surprised me. Wanting to sell your own virginity. Bravo. So he's been watching us. Me. My throat is thick, and I have to clear it before I can speak. So you aren't here just to take me back to the man who bought me? Oh, I'm going to do that too. But not before I have a bit of fun with you. I don't think I want to know what his definition of fun is. We're getting closer to the docks, and my time is running out. But there's one last thing I need to know. What's your name? Why does it matter? I say. Even back in Brazil, I knew you were in charge. He smiles, as if he's proud. I am in charge. But you will never know my name. And you're never going to get me out of Georgia, you fucker. He turns toward me at the same time I slam my bound wrists against my thigh. The tape gives way just as I knew it would, and I waste no time slamming my elbow into the stomach of the man next to me, grabbing his gun. The man driving slams on the brakes, throwing me against the dash of the truck. Pain radiates through my arm and head, but I don't allow myself the chance to feel. He reaches for his own gun, and I know I'm about to lose the upper hand. Aiming, I fire the gun. He screams in pain as blood pools on his shirt. My ears ring, and I scramble away, but someone grabs me. Kicking, I fight my way out of the truck. The man in the passenger side rushes toward me, cursing. Lifting the gun, I pull the trigger. He falls down, not moving. Horror spears through me. I just killed a man at close range. My dad once told me that a person shouldn't ever hold a gun unless they were willing to take responsibility for holding other people's lives in their hands. At the time, I didn't know what he meant. Now I do. The gun in my hand just ended the life of another person, and bits of him are splattered on my jeans. Bile creeps up my throat, but I can't afford to lose my composure. Not now. Not when the other man is getting out of the truck holding his arm. Big mistake, bitch. And you'll pay for it. Now get over here before I have to come and get you. I lift the gun. I don't think so. Your gun isn't going to stop me. He rips his shirt open, revealing an armored vest. I don't know how I managed to hit him right on the spot on his shoulder that isn't protected, and I fear I won't get as lucky a second time. The only other option is to aim for his head, and I'm not sure I can do that. So I take off running. There's a wooded area ahead, one that I used to play in as a kid. I'm hoping nothing's changed, and that there's a campground on the other side. As I run, I chant out where I am in case anyone is listening through the daisy pin. I zigzag my way through the trees, ignoring the stinging scrapes on my skin. But the pounding footsteps behind me are getting closer, and I know I'm losing this battle. Tell Randy I love him so much. And then I say, tell my dad I'm sorry for being a brat. Stopping, I turn, and the man plows into me, sending me flying across the rough terrain. The force of his body against mine and the ground takes my breath away. My mouth opens in pain, but no sound comes out. You stupid little bitch! He pants out. You're gonna pay for that! His fists are everywhere, and I manage to dodge some of the hits, but not enough. He slams his fist into my aching ribs, and I cry out, making me wonder if they're broken. They would have to be. Each breath feels like agony, and I'm getting lightheaded. The hits suddenly stop, and the man looks around. All around us, the ground rumbles. Wait, that's the sound of motorcycles. The Devil's Regents found me. Hope blooms in my chest. They're gonna save me. The man curses. I'm gonna kill you before they get here, you bitch. His hands go around my throat, squeezing as I fight to get him off me. He's too strong, though, and I start to lose the battle. The pain from his hands is terrible. The need for oxygen is worse. Somewhere, I think I hear Randy screaming my name. Everything around me darkens, and I can't see. Pump, pump, whoosh. Randy, my love, I wish we had more time together. Pump, pump, whoosh. The man above me speaks, but I don't hear what he says. I wish I had a chance to change the world. Pump. Whoosh. I wish I could have lived long enough to have Randy's babies. Pump. A moan escapes me, and the darkness tinting my vision turns to white sparks. This is it. I'm dying. I smile up at the man, and he looks back at me with a look of terror on his face. Popping sounds fill the air, and the man crumples, falling away from me. Inhaling, I take a breath that feels like fire and has me scratching at my throat to make the pain stop. Another breath, and more agony. I cough, but my throat is too wrecked to shove the air through. Allison, honey, are you okay? For a moment, I think I've died, because my dad runs toward me, gun in hand. Dad? The word is less than a whisper, and it hurts so bad that tears fill my eyes. He comes to my side, checking me over. It's okay, Alley Cat, I'm here. I try to sit, but he stops me. Don't move, honey. Not until help gets here. More people swarm around us. I'm vaguely aware that there are federal agents, as well as Devil's Regents members. My head spins, and I think I'm going to be sick, which would probably be pretty bad considering. Blue and red lights get closer, and I think I hear another motorcycle. My dad cups my cheek. You did so good, Allison. You did everything I would have done if I were in your place. At the same time, I hear Randy's frantic voice. Allison! I lift my head despite my father's plea for me to stay still. When Randy sees me, he runs toward me as fast as he can. When he gets to my side, he cradles me against him, as if he's never going to let me go. Fuck. Baby, I'm so fucking sorry I wasn't there to protect you. Randy, I moan out. Shh. Don't try to speak, baby. You did so good, though. Even though my dad just told me the same thing, it means so much hearing it from Randy's lips. He holds me as the paramedics unload the gurney. Both my father and Randy walk at my side as I'm loaded into the rig. And I have a moment of panic when they say only one person can ride with me. Randy says, I'll meet you at the hospital. He gives my hand a squeeze before he leaves, and my dad takes his spot at my side as we go to the hospital. Sure enough, When we arrive, Randy is there, waiting. Both he and my father are sent to the lobby as I'm looked over. The next several hours are pure torture, as the doctors try to figure out how bad the damage is to my throat. When all the tests are done, they let my dad and Randy come into my room. Randy kisses the top of my head and holds my hand. Dad smiles at us, taking the other seat. They make idle chit-chat while I doze on and off. Finally, an older man in a white coat comes in to speak to me.
Well, young lady, you're very lucky. The damage to your larynx is minimal. You'll need to rest your voice for a few days while we wait for the swelling to go down, but you should be good to go after that. Thank fucking God,
Randy breathes out. My dad stands, shaking the man's hand.
Thank you, sir. No need to thank me. I'm just glad your daughter is safe. From what I hear, she helped take down a very bad man tonight. Yes, she did.
The pride in his voice makes my eyes water.
She'll be moved to a private room shortly. Please let me know if there's anything that you need.
My eyes feel heavy, and I allow myself to drift off to sleep. The next time I wake up, I'm in a different room, and my mom is at my side. "Hi, baby." She brushes my hair from my face. "Can I get you anything?" I point to the cup of water next to my bed. Carefully, she helps me take a small sip. It burns, but it also feels good. "I got here as soon as I could. Saint and your father had one of the men from the club escort me." She smiles. "Felt like royalty." I smile back at her. "Your father and Randy stepped out to eat. They both looked like hell when I got here." I nod, my eyes feeling heavy. "Sleep, baby. I'll be here when you wake up." I groan when bright lights wake me. An older woman smiles apologetically. "Sorry, honey. It's time for your meds. How's the pain?" She holds up a chart with a pain scale. I touch the 6, and she nods. "We'll take care of that." She goes to the IV next to my bed, pushing a few things into it. Warmth spreads through me as I give in to sleep. The last thing I see before I drift off is Randy standing at the foot of my bed, watching me with a look that takes my breath away. The love in the depths of his eyes is something I'll never forget. I give him a weak smile before closing my eyes. The first thing I'm going to do when I can speak is tell him how much I love him.
Ice. Al drifts off to sleep, looking peaceful. When the nurse moves, I see the dark bruises marring Al's skin. That motherfucking bastard almost killed her. Rage unlike anything I've ever felt rises up. If he wasn't already dead, I'd fucking kill him. Al's mom comes back in, handing me a coffee. "Here, you look like you need this." "Thank you, Mrs. Hill." "Please, call me Laurie." Fred comes back at that moment, carrying a tray with 3 cups of coffee. He laughs. "Looks like I was too late. Has she woken up?" "She woke up when the nurse came to check on her." Fred sits next to me, patting my shoulder. "She'll be better in the morning. Our girl is strong." Laurie nods her head. "That she is." It's strange. I should feel out of place sandwiched between Al's parents, considering I'm closer in age to them than to her. But I don't. I feel like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be.
21. Allison. 1 week later. "Mom, I'm fine, I swear." My voice is still raspy as hell, but I mean it. I'm fine, getting better every day, and going stir-crazy in this hospital room. I think I'm getting special treatment and an extended stay because of all the bikers hanging around the lobby. According to my nurse, most patients are usually discharged by now. My mom smiles at me, looking sheepish. "I know you are, honey." I appreciate it. I really do. I'm just ready to get out of here.
Looks like you're in luck, Alley Cat. The doc just signed your release papers, Dad says as he walks in.
Really?
They're getting a wheelchair for you now.
Cassandra, who's at his side, says, and I believe you're going to have a devil's caravan on the way home.
That makes me happy, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. The last week has been filled with healing, mentally and physically. Dad and I talked. Well, he talked, and I wrote my replies on paper. He's doing so much better now, and while he's not ready to go back to the Bureau, he's finally finding his place within the Devil's Regent's Brotherhood. From what Nick and Hawk told me, he's on his way to becoming a full-fledged brother. Another surprise has been how much Cassandra and I have in common. I've apologized several times for being a brat, and she assures me that she's forgiven me. She and my mom even find things to talk about, which is good. I don't think my mom ever stopped loving my dad, so I know it's hard seeing him move on. But I've noticed one of my docs waiting around for her when she leaves my room. If the smile on her face is any sign, then I think he might just be able to help her heal. Randy walks in, taking my breath away. He hasn't left my side except to run by the club and shower. He leans over, kissing my forehead. My entire body heats at the brief contact. In fact, anytime he's near, I feel like I'm overheating. And the one thing I want is the one thing I haven't been able to get in the hospital. I've tried, but Randy refused, saying I needed to heal. So now I'm one big horny mess. Ready to get out of here?
Sure am.
The girls sent some clothes. I'm reminded that less than a month ago I was being given new clothes by him in Brazil. It seems like a lifetime ago, and at the same time, it feels like it just happened. Baby? I smile up at him.
Guess I better change.
I halfway expect my mom to follow me to the bathroom, but she and Cassandra are talking about something. Closing the door behind me, I take a shower. When I get out, I cringe at my reflection. Unless I blindfold Randy, there's no way he's going to be able to get over my marred skin. No, he's too afraid to hurt me. Grumbling, I open the bag. There's a note on the top from Nick.
Hope you put these to good use. XO, Nick.
Peering inside the bag, I laugh. By God, leave it to my friend to help a girl out. I dress, barely able to conceal my glee. When I step out of the bathroom, Randy gazes at me with heat in his eyes, which he quickly schools. Okay, so this might take a bit of work.
I'm ready.
Mom turns to me, smiling.
Honey, what a lovely sundress.
Thanks.
She stands. I'll be out later, but I'm supposed to meet a friend for lunch.
Dad asks, does this friend wear a white coat? If so, he's waiting.
Oh, Fred, stop it. But she's grinning as she leaves.
Dad says, we'll meet you at the clubhouse, Alley Cat. Cassandra stands and grimaces.
Fred, I think my water just broke.
Dad's eyes are bright. Really? She nods, and he lets out a joyous sound. Good thing we're at the hospital.
He kissed her.
I'll call your doctor.
A moment later, Cassandra is wheeled out of my room, Dad on her heels.
Randy asks, want to hang around? I shake my head. I'm ready to go home. About that. I wanted to show you something first.
Okay. He walks by my side as I'm wheeled out. I'm a bit disappointed to see his truck and not his bike, but I get it. He helps me in before going to the other side. When he takes off, he reaches out, taking my hand into his. We drive toward the clubhouse, but take an exit a few miles away. He says,
while you're in the hospital, I realized how impractical the house in Bluffton is.
Oh?
We pull up to a gate, and he presses a button on control clipped to his visor. The gates swing open, and he drives down a mostly smooth gravel driveway. A small, white farmhouse comes into view, reminding me of the house in Bluffton. I voice my observation, and Randy says, it was built by the same man, but this one's in better shape than the house in Bluffton was when I got it. He parks right in front, getting out to open my door.
Hand in hand, we walk up the steps. At the doorway, he lifts me, carrying me inside like a bride. "That's the second threshold you've carried me over, mister. Better watch out or I'll be looking for a ring," I tease. He sets me on my feet, going down on one knee. "Randy!"
That's why I brought you out here, baby.
He pulls a small velvet box from his pocket.
Allison Francis Hill, I know we haven't known each other for very long, but I can't imagine living my life without you by my side. Will you marry me?"
"Yes!" I cry out. "Yes, I'll marry you!" He stands, slipping the diamond ring on my finger.
How did I get so fucking lucky?
I tilt my head, brushing my lips against his. "I love you."
I love you too.
His phone dings, and he curses, pulling it from his pocket.
Hawk said they're waiting for us.
"Wait, before we go, can we look around?"
Of course.
I'm praying like crazy that there is a bit of furniture in the bedroom, like the house in Bluffton. At this point, I'd settle for making love to him on the floor. God, I get warm just thinking about it.
Baby, are you okay? Your cheeks are flushed.
He looks concerned, not realizing I'm about to combust if he doesn't touch me soon. I smile. "I'm fine, I promise. Come on, show me around." The layout is like the Bluffton house. I lead the way upstairs, going to what I hope is the primary bedroom. When I open the door, I can't stop the grin that spreads across my face. There's a bed in here. Hallelujah. Spinning, I face Randy. Without saying a word, I pull the dress over my head, tossing it aside. His mouth gapes as he takes in my appearance. The dress had a built-in bra, so I stand before him in nothing but my red panties. Not just any panties, though. Walking backward, I go to the bed and sit, spreading my legs. His nostrils flare.
Holy fuck.
I'll admit it. I never thought in a million years that I would need crotchless panties. Turns out the club whores knew what they were talking about when they said it would drive a man crazy. Randy is looking at me like he wants to eat me up. So I spread my legs wider and run a finger through my folds. "I believe you promised me something after we made love. Something you have yet to deliver on."
Is that so?
Heat makes his eyes darken, and I shiver. Now, I know they're expecting us at the clubhouse, but I'm not going anywhere until you've made me come at least twice.
2 times, eh?
I'll take more, of course, but 2 orgasms will get me through the party until we can come back here. He moves toward me with a grace that spikes my heart rate.
Deal.
Without breaking eye contact, he slowly undresses. When his shirt comes off, I gasp. On the opposite side of his club brand is a new tattoo. Baby. He moves closer, and I reach up, tracing the letters. This is new?
Had to do something while my girl was in the hospital. Do you like it?
I do. Very much.
Good.
He dips his head, kissing me.
Because I want everyone to know you're mine.
The ring wasn't enough? I tease him.
It's a start. We'll get you a club tattoo soon, too.
He nudges my legs apart with his thigh.
Now, let me take a better look at these.
Leaning back, I bend my knees, propping them on the edge of the bed and spread my legs. Air kisses my skin down there, making me feel so naughty. When I look at Randy, I see mirrored heat in his gaze.
Fuck. You're so fucking perfect, baby.
He drops to his knees, kissing my thigh. Torturously slow, he moves inward until his beard rubs against my pussy, and his mouth is covering my clit. Oh, God, I moan. Randy, suck harder.
Anything for my good girl.
He does, and I shatter, crying out his name.
That's one.
he whispers as he moves over me, filling me. "Now, let me make sure my good girl gets her second one." I moan, rocking into his thrusts. At this moment, I've never felt truer happiness. As I shatter, I know that I have indeed, finally, come home. Several hours and orgasms later, we finally make it back to the clubhouse, where the party in my honor is raging on. When the girls find out I'm engaged, they freak out. Nick gets everyone's attention, sharing the news. The entire club celebrates with us as Randy holds onto my hand, grinning. Around 1 a.m, I get a text from my dad. He and Cassandra had a baby girl. Her name is Amy Lynn, after my sister and Cassandra's mom. It brings tears to my eyes, knowing that my older sister will live on through my baby sister. Ice pulls me into his arms, kissing me. "Are you happy?" "Yes. Are you?" He gazes down at me.
"More than I thought was possible."
"Randy, I don't want to wait to get married. I start school in a week and things are going to be chaotic for a long time."
"What are you saying?"
"I want to marry you. Now." He grins.
"You're in luck."
He takes me to Rooster, who's sitting next to Doc.
"Rooster, can you marry us?"
"Hell yeah, I can." So, there in front of our friends and family, Randy and I get married. Sure, we'll have to go to the courthouse in the morning to get the legal paperwork, but that doesn't stop us from saying our vows.
"By the powers vested in me by the state of Georgia, I now pronounce you man and wife. You may kiss your bride, Ice."
Randy gazes down at me.
"I love you, baby."
His mouth covers mine, and I hold on to the man who saved my life in more ways than one. Without him, I wouldn't be here, and I say as much to him.
"You're wrong, baby. I was so fucking lost until you found me."
Tears brim my eyes, and I say, "Randy, let's go home." And so we do. Epilogue. Allison. 5 years later. They say time heals all wounds. I'm not sure about that, but I know it gets easier with the man I love at my side. Because of him, I've done the unthinkable. I graduated medical school and am now a lowly resident who works long hours trying to learn as much as I can. I freaking love it. Dad is so proud of me, but he's got his hands full these days. He and Foxy have not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 babies since they've been together. It's great seeing my dad and stepmom get the large family they always dreamed of. And it's pretty cool being a big sister. My mom ended up marrying the doctor she was having coffee with. Ironically, his name is Fred too, which gives everyone a good laugh. He and my dad try to spend time together once a month playing golf. I love both of them for trying. Baby fever is still a common thing at the Devil's Regions clubhouse, and my friends have babies as fast as they can. It's quite comical and adorable watching big bikers chase after all the tiny terrors, with Mary Elizabeth and Sebastian leading the way. Ice and I plan to start a family one day too, but not for a while. Once I'm out on my own, I want to open up my own practice. Saint has offered more than once to hire me on as the club's physician. I jokingly told him that he couldn't afford me. Ice thinks I should think about it. Doc won't be around forever, and the club will need someone they trust. I haven't said anything, but I just might take Saint up on the offer. The girls and I are all still great friends. Each Friday night we meet for wine, when everyone can drink, and catch up. Michelle finally got her biker, but that's a story for another day. And Lord, is it a story. I used to think I had everything figured out, that I was meant to follow a singular path. But then the kidnapping and traffickers happened, and I realized life is so much more than getting from point A to point B. So, yeah, my life changed the day I was kidnapped, but I don't think I'd change a thing about it. Smiling, I close my laptop. Ice enters my office, wrapping his arms around me.
Thought I heard you in here. Did you finish?
I did.
Are you going to let me read it?
I tip my head, kissing him. Of course.
My wife, the doctor and the novelist.
That makes me smile. Who would have thought I could make both happen?
I knew you could.
He kisses me.
Because you're amazing.
You're pretty amazing yourself.
Oh, yeah?
I nip his lip. Yeah.
So, I was thinking, I haven't taught you anything in a while. Maybe I should show you something new.
New? I grin at him. If you're not talking about anal, then get out of here. I've been bugging him to claim me in every way for a while now. Before, the idea of anal scared me. With Randy, I know it would be another pleasurable journey. He says,
Such a good girl, and good girls get rewards.
He lifts me, throwing me over his shoulder caveman style. I laugh as he carries me to our room. And then my man gives me everything I want and need, just like he always does. 10 years after that. Randy rubs my pregnant stomach, waking me from my nap. Stretching, I curl into his side. It's been hotter than Hades in Savannah. And since I'm 8 months pregnant, naked naps under the ceiling fan in our bedroom have become my favorite pastime. When did you get back?
Just walked in. Had to make sure my son didn't decide to make an appearance while I was out.
That makes me smile. We've still got a month to go. As if to dare me, my son does somersaults in my stomach. Randy puts his hand over what I think is a tiny foot.
Easy there, son. Don't hurt your mama like that.
The movement stills for a moment, right before I'm kicked so hard that we see the imprint of the foot. We both laugh.
He's definitely got my attitude,
Randy says, kissing the spot. That's not a bad thing. I pause, not sure if I should ask. How was church? He frowns.
It's what I thought it was going to be about. Saint's thinking of stepping down as prez. Says he wants to be at home with the kids before they go off to college. Plus, he wants to be there while the little ones are still little.
What does that mean for the club?
Nothing's set in stone yet. When the time comes, we'll vote on a prez.
I rub his jaw. I'm sure everything will work out.
Yeah, me too. Change is just hard, you know.
I understand that. I point to my stomach. Believe me, I never thought I'd have a baby at 36. When we started trying, when I turned 30, I just thought it would happen. Years went by with no baby. It was heartbreaking. But I finally came to terms with it. When my period was late, I knew for sure I was going into early menopause, even though my mom hadn't gone through it until she was in her mid-40s. The joke was on me when Lucy asked if I was pregnant and urged me to take a test. I guess sometimes things just have to happen in their own time.
But what a sexy mama you're gonna be.
Heat courses through me. I swear, I thought I couldn't get enough of him before. Now I need him like I need air. The girls weren't kidding when they said pregnancy hormones change everything. I say, and you're gonna be a sexy father. A DILF for sure.
Oh, yeah? Put your money where your mouth is, baby.
I groan. God, I can't wait until I can get on my knees and suck you off.
Fuck, baby, me too.
He stands, undressing, and pulls me on top of him. This position feels the best for me. And Randy says he likes looking at me. A win-win. I sigh as I settle on his cock.
I love you, Al.
As I look down at the man I love, a sense of wonder fills me. 15 years ago, I thought my life was over. Then this man saved me, literally and figuratively. Each day with him is a blessing, and I don't take a single moment for granted. And I love you, Randy. This concludes Her Rebel by Sarah Bale, narrated by Gabrielle de Leon and Reagan West. Copyright 2021 by Sarah Bale. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Sarah Bale, care of Stephanie Hansen, doing business as Metamorphosis Literary Agency, and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.